What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Issei was betrayed and became the true dragon god of the end. Everything seemed lost for Issei after being killed by Rias and Raiser, but an all-powerful being will revive him and tell him a great truth. Now with his new powers, Issei will have to face the great threat that is approaching. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time no changes in the genders. Also Drake will have a sister. Now, let's get into part 1. Chapter 1. The Awakening of a Dragon. Why? That was what our young brown-haired boy was wondering, as he was suffering from severe burns, broken bones, deep cuts, and was missing his evil pieces. In short, he was on the verge of death. But how did I get into this situation? Well, to answer that, we have to go back a few days. A few days ago. Issei faced Razor Phoenix again to save Rias from her forced marriage. He even sacrificed his left arm to temporarily access the Welsh dragon's power, but that was not enough, and he was defeated again by Razor, although the Mao Lucifer and several demons said that for a human who had not been reincarnated for more than a month. He had put up a very good fight. The brown-haired boy's companions ran to comfort him, but what nobody expected was that Rias would shoot a ball with the power of destruction at Issei. "Stupid low-class devil, how dare you interrupt my wedding?" Rias said in a voice that denoted fury before going to Razor's side. This act surprised the Retid's entourage. Due to shock in the fight, Issei fell unconscious. 2 days later he woke up in his room somewhat disoriented. "Drake, what happened?" I mentally asked the celestial dragon. "In short, you sacrificed your arm to temporarily access my power and face Razor Phoenix once again. You put up a good fight, but in the end I defeated you, but surprisingly, the Gremory girl attacked you and left with the Phoenix." Drake answered. Issei, now remembering everything, just said in a very depressed mood. "I see. That did surprise me. Tell me about it, partner." To top it all off, she herself had said that she would rather die than spend the rest of her life with him. Drake said, but noticed that Issei still had that depressive aura. "You loved her, didn't you?" "Of course I loved her, she had accepted me with all my perversion, now I fear that I will be alone forever." "Don't worry, partner, you know I'll be with you until death, literally." "Yeah, I know. Thanks Drake." "Okay, I'll talk to you later, buddy. I have to get to school," he said, then put on his Kuo Academy uniform and went down to breakfast. During breakfast, the brown-haired boy's parents asked him why Asia had left home, to which he had to reply that he didn't know, a clear lie since he knew that she surely had to move to the Phoenix mansion. At the academy everything went on normally except for all the students asking Issei why the occult club members were missing, but he evaded the questions to avoid getting worse than he already was. After finishing classes he went to the club room to see if anyone was there, but his surprise was terrifying when he found Razor and Rias in their respective peerages. You already know what Razor's peerage is like, so I won't bother describing it, except for Ravel Phoenix. "What are you doing here?" a trembling Issei asked as he stood in front of those people, but what they said scared him even more. "We're just taking care of a few loose ends," Razor said, then signaled his peerage to grab the brown-haired man and take him behind the old building. That was Issei's worst experience. Razor and his peerage attacked him with flames, cuts with swords and other weapons, magical attacks, explosions, etc. He could see that Rias and her entourage stood still watching everything they did to him, but they also saw that they began to cry except for Rias. After a while she and her entourage, except for Asia, began to torture him too, but he noticed how on their faces there was an expression of regret and sadness. This went on for an hour, and by the time they were finished, the boosted gear wearer was nearly dead. Rias then approached him and placed her hand on his chest, then painfully extracted his evil pieces. After the extraction was complete, they continued to leave. Present. "So this is what I deserve for trying to save you, Rias," said the brown-haired boy. "It's the last one. Partner, I don't know what to say," said a sad Drake seeing his bearer about to die. "Don't worry Drake. There was no way you knew this was going to happen," said the brunette to calm his partner. "Goodbye Drake." "Goodbye Issei, I can say with complete certainty that you could have been the best behaved person I've ever had, since you preferred to use me to save a loved one," said the dragon to cheer up his companion even a little. "Thank you Drake. Really. Thank you," said Issei taking his last breath. The Welsh dragon, sad, was about to enter suspension until a new carrier appeared, but surprisingly a crack opened under Issei and swallowed him. In a dimensional space. Issei's point of view. Darkness. All I saw was darkness. After being slowly and painfully tortured, I thought I would die, but I was surprised to wake up in this dark space and immediately tried to contact Drake. "Drake, are you there or are you already in a new carrier?" I said that thinking that he must have already changed carriers. No, partner, I'm still inside you. I was surprised when a dimensional rift opened underneath you and brought us here. Drake answered, explained. Do you have any idea where we are? I asked, frightened by the new surroundings. I have no idea, mate, this space is unknown to me. I was surprised that not even Drake knew where we were. As I was about to explore the place, a thick deep voice told me. Turn around. I turned around and was shocked. Why, you might ask. Because in front of me was an enormous black dragon, at least 60 kilometers tall, with 2 very long black wings, red eyes, a very deep red, and horns curved backward. Imagine Bahamut from Attack on Titan. Genesis. Who are you? I asked, stuttering in fear of standing in front of this imposing dragon. Don't be afraid, I'm not going to do anything to you. The dragon replied to me, which calmed me down, but I could notice that Drake was surprised. It can't be. Are you the supreme dragon god Bahamut, absolute leader of the dragons? Don't fuck with me, am I before the leader of all dragons? That celestial dragon Gale's Drake. It is an honor to meet you, almighty supreme dragon god Bahamut Sama. I said, bowing. There's no need for so much formality, just call me Bahamut please. When he said that, I relaxed. It seems that I will be able to talk normally with him. Surely you will wonder why I brought you here. I nodded to that question. Well, I brought you here to save you and give you a 100% dragon body. I opened my eyes so wide at what he said that they almost popped out. But why did he do so much for me? I don't even know him. I spoke with complete sincerity since I didn't understand why he had done that for me. Can't a father save his son from a horrible death? What, Drake and I said when we discovered that this dragon was my father. We then fainted. Normal Pav. Wow, I think I went a little too far. Thought Bahamut with a large drop of an I'm-style sweat as he watched his son faint. But it was to be expected, it's not every day that you're on the verge of death and an all-powerful dragon rescues you and then tells you he's your father. After 5 minutes the Issei stands up and starts asking Bahamut a lot of questions. How's that? You're my father? That I'm both human, my parents? The brown-haired boy asked, shouting at the fact that the dragon claimed to be his father. You better sit down, this is going to be a long story. The brown-haired man obeyed and sat down. Well, it all started a long time ago when the dragons were ruled by 4 dragon gods. Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity, Great Red, the dragon god of dreams, Trihixa, the dragon god of the apocalypse, and me, the supreme dragon god or dragon god of the beginning and the end. Everything was peace and harmony between the dragons, but the other factions, believing themselves to be improved or more powerful, began to enslave dragons using special seals that made them as weak as a larva. When I found out about this, I exploded with fury and went out at full speed to free the captive dragons, since as the saying goes, between dragons we support each other. Once I freed all the dragons with the help of my ability, I prepared to fight against the leaders of the other factions and their armies. The battle lasted nothing compared to the wars fought between the factions, as it was literally a massacre. The armies easily succumbed to my power, and with my skill, I left the leaders defenseless against my attacks. When only the leaders remained, I warned them that if they harmed even a single dragon again without reason, I would kill them all myself. But there were dragons who disagreed with my decision, especially Trihixa. Time passed, and I was aware of the incidents related to the dragons, including the sealing of Drake and Albion, and along the way, I learned about the death of the god of the Bible and Satan. One day, I decided to walk through the human world but stopped at a temple where dragon gods were worshipped. There I could see a beautiful white-haired woman worshipping a statue of me, but she saw that there was nothing that symbolized a tribute to the other dragon gods, so I approached her and asked her why she paid tribute to this dragon god only, and she answered me. Because besides being powerful and bloodthirsty, he's also the most merciful of the 4, and he was the only one who acted upon seeing what was being done to his faction. To me, he's the only dragon god who deserves to be honored. And you could say I fell in love at first sight. After this, I visited her regularly, our relationship improved. You should have seen her face when she found out who I was, and I decided to take the big step and propose to her. Time passed and we had 2 twin sons, one black and the other white. When they were born, we swore to make the world a place where they could live in peace. We were both happy, but it didn't last long when Trihixa appeared in front of us. I asked her what she was doing, but she replied that she didn't agree with me forgiving the gods of the other factions for what they did, and said that he would be in charge of teaching the other factions a lesson, and that the only one stopping him was me. We both faced each other in a hard fight, but it seemed Trihixa had become much more powerful and stronger than before, and was gaining ground on me, since I had to concentrate on protecting you. After a while we were very badly injured and exhausted, so we decided to escape to a dimensional space known only to me, but in a carelessness that Trihixa took advantage of, my wife died trying to protect you, and in a fit of rage, I gave Trihixa a mortal wound and managed to escape with you. Already in the dimensional space I decided that if I wanted my children to be safe and live a peaceful life, it was necessary to hide them in the human world, but for them to be safe, I transformed you into humans, eliminating all traces of dragon from you, but I put 2 sacred gears on you, which fortunately had recently lost their wearers, so that you can defend yourselves and leave you with families who worship dragons, in your case the Haidu. The brunette was trying to assimilate all the information his supposed father had just told him, but it was clear he was struggling to understand, as steam was coming out of his ears. The Welsh celestial dragon was going through the same thing. "Well, what does this have to do with me?" asked an incredulous brown-haired man. "Simple, you are the little black dragon, only when you took human form we changed your hair color to suit your new family," said Bahamut, and then snapped his fingers, and a mirror appeared in front of Issei, who was surprised to see that his hair changed from brown to pure black. "Okay," said the black-haired boy, already recovered from his surprise but very sad, since he just found out that his mother died protecting him. "But what is that ability you were talking about in the story? And with what family did they leave my brother?" asked the black-haired boy, still sad but worried about his brother. "Well, my ability is called Omega Force, which serves to nullify all the magical power or energy of the target, and Alpha Force, which is the opposite, so it increases the magical power and energy." Bahamut explains the abilities of both dragons, surprising the little black-haired boy. "And as for your brother, I left him with a woman who belonged to an ancient clan that worships dragons, although later I discovered that she was the wife of Lucifer's grandson, but he was so stupid that he thought he was his biological son and tortured him for not showing demonic power. Fortunately, a servant freed your brother and then took him to Azazel, leader of the fallen angels, and told him that he was really the descendant of Lucifer, although for that I had to pass off his dragonic power as demonic power," explained the great black dragon, but then he noticed his son, who had a face of total confusion. "Wait, how did you know all this? You offend me, son. Did you really think I would leave them with people I didn't even know without watching them?" explains the dragon god. "Since I left them in your care I have been watching them and I saw how they grew. I saw how Vali became a crazy battle addict because of my blood, and you became a hopeless pervert because of your mother's blood," said Bahamut, making Issei open his eyes in unexpected surprise. "Wait a minute, I'm perverted? Because of my mother?" asked the black-haired man, to which his father replied by nodding his head. "Wow, I didn't expect that." But then he changed to a sad expression. "So you saw how my friends betrayed me?" said the black-haired man furiously and sadly, furious because the people he had placed his trust and feelings in had tortured and murdered him, and sad because he thought it was his destiny to be alone forever. "I wouldn't say that everyone betrayed you," said Bahamut, making Issei look at him confused. "I could see that little phoenix wasn't with them, so I deduced that she didn't know anything about what happened, and with respect to your friends, I realized that the ex-nun wasn't part of this. Besides that, the knight, the rook and the queen seemed like they were forced to do that." "That's true, mate," replied the sacred gear dragon. "I could also see that Raiser Phoenix cheated in the fight," added his father. This made Issei both furious and happy, furious that Raiser had cheated in the fight, and happy that his friends didn't willingly betray him. "Thank you very much, really, thank you very much, Dad," said Issei, thanking his father for everything he had done for him. "It's nothing, son," he replied, smiling happily because his son called him Dad. "Well, it would be better if I sent you back to the human world. There I will come live with you very soon to train you to master your new powers, and at the same time tell you who will form your new team." "Okay, I'm going to wait for you." "Like a new team?" shouted the black-haired man in response to his parents' upcoming visit and the fact that he will have a team. "Since you are my son, you are the prince of the dragons, therefore you must have your own team, since one day you will take the position of leader of the dragon faction, and you must have someone to occupy the positions of new dragon kings and new celestial dragons," said the supreme dragon god, causing the little one to open his eyes in astonishment, since one day he would take the leadership of an entire faction. "I have a feeling I'm going to have a lot of problems in the future," he said with a heavy feeling caused by his father's response. "I have that feeling too, mate," Drake said with the same feeling as his carrier. "Well, see you, Dad," the black-haired man said goodbye, to which his father opened a dimensional rift to take him to the same place where he picked him up. "See you, son." Bahamut said goodbye, watching Issei cross the crack. Behind the occult club, a dimensional rift appeared and a black-haired man emerged from it. Upon seeing that it was nighttime, he hurried home. Of course, thanks to his new body, he had greater speed, strength, reflexes, and other abilities than when he was a demon. When he arrived home, he saw the lights were off and, deducing that his parents were sleeping, he entered as quietly as he could. He was startled when the light suddenly turned on and he saw his adoptive parents with suitcases and sad expressions. "Mom, Dad, why do you have those suitcases?" Issei asked his parents, a little confused. "There's no need to pretend, Issei, we know everything," said his adoptive mother, surprising the black-haired boy. "Bahamut-sama already told us everything, but I want you to know that we love you as much as they do. I know this may be very sudden and very difficult to assimilate, but I hope you can get along as well with them as you do with us," continued his adoptive mother, but then she started to cry a little. "I knew this day would come, but it's still very sad. It's time to go," said his adoptive father, almost in tears like his wife. "Issei, I hope you become a great man and a great dragon. Goodbye, son," said his father and started walking away with his wife and their suitcases, but Issei stopped them. "Where are you going?" the black-haired man asked, crying at having to say goodbye to the people who raised him his entire life. "Well, as payment for taking care of you for 16 years, your father gave us these tickets for a 5-year world cruise," said the man, a little happy because he was going to fulfill his wife's and his dream. Issei, who knew his parents' dream, was a little happy and, still crying, smiled at them and said, "I'm glad your dream came true, I hope you have fun." The father, in response, told him, "I also hope that your dream of being the king of a harem comes true," which caused a black-haired man to freeze in surprise that they knew his dream. "Don't be surprised, it was expected that you had that dream," Issei, a little recovered, tells them. "I hope one day we meet so you can tell me about your trip." "That's what we'll do," his mother replied. "But you'll have to introduce us to your wife or wives. I promise that if we meet again I'll introduce you to them. If I have a harem by then." "Promised," thought the black-haired man in response to his mother, and then hugged them and said goodbye as they got into a taxi heading to the port. Already tired, he decided to go to sleep since he had a feeling that tomorrow was going to be a long day. The next day. Ring, ring, ring. That was the sound of the Haidu house doorbell ringing at 10 in the morning. The black-haired man, still sleepy, proceeded to open the door, but was surprised to see the person standing in front of him. He was a man in his 30s. He had black hair combed upwards with several strands of hair drooping downwards, a short beard, red, ragged eyes, and well-defined muscles. He was wearing a black long-sleeved t-shirt, a black shirt with a red jacket, dark blue jeans, and black sneakers. It's fair to say he had a frightening aura. "Who are you?" asked an incredulous black-haired man upon seeing the person in front of him, but upon seeing the aura surrounding him, he realized who it was. "Dad. It took you a while to recognize me," said the most powerful dragon of all, a little sad because his own son didn't recognize him. "How do you expect me to recognize you if you only showed me your dragon form?" Issei asked him, to which his father just made a gesture that said, "It's true. Anyway, come in and make yourself comfortable." His son offered him and his father, accepting, entered. "Well son, first of all I'm going to tell you that I'll live with you," said Bahamut, to which his son just put on a confused face. "So we can spend quality father-son time." Issei only managed to fall down in I'm style at his father's response. "I understand," said Issei, already recovered. "By the way, I have several things to tell you," Bahamut told his son and made him sit at the kitchen table in front of him. "First it's about your fight with that Yakitori, tell me what you remember," Bahamut said, to which Issei became thoughtful trying to remember the fight. "I remember that I had thrown holy water in Raiser's face and I was preparing to give the final blow, but suddenly his flames turned red and black and his regeneration increased considerably, then he dodged my attack and hit me with his flames that for some reason were stronger," Issei told him, remembering the last seconds of his fight with Raiser. "Listen, what Raiser used is a spell that allows you to temporarily take the power and energy of another person, and from what I saw it seems that he took the power of Ria's Gremory." His son nodded at this since now he knew the true reason for his defeat. "I see," said the black-haired man furiously. "Don't worry, when you finish your training you can kick that fucking blonde's ass," Bahamut told him, encouraging him to do the training. "You're right, mate, I have a feeling that this training will make you so powerful that you'll make that little bird look ridiculous. But why do I have this bad feeling?" the sealed dragon thought to himself. "By the way, I have to tell you something extremely important and I hope you don't faint," his father told him, warned him, to which the younger black-haired boy nodded his head with some fear. "Well, get ready." He took a breath to add suspense and dropped the bomb. "Drag is a woman." I screamed so loudly that it was surely heard in heaven. "Bahamut, you son of a bitch, why the fuck did you say that? I'm 100% sure I'm male." The dragon yelled at Bahamut for the lie he just told his son. "Don't get angry now, Drag. I just wanted to see my son's reaction if I told him something like that." The older black-haired man happily answered the boosted gear dragon. Saying I'm female is like saying Ria's Gremory is male. Bray compared the lie that his carrier's father told. Ugh, for a moment I felt like I was going to faint from the shock. Said the younger black-haired boy and then saw his father laughing his head off. Well, let's put the jokes aside and focus on training. Said Issei seriously and impatient to put Raiser in his place. Calm down son, now we will begin the training, but for that we will go to a dimension where one day is 3 months. Said Bahamut surprising his son by the existence of such a place. There we will train strength, speed, agility, intelligence, although I can't say I'm very intelligent, power and skill, at the same time we will train with your boosted gear. Bahamut explained the training regime. We will do this for 5 days, so you will have an acceptable power like my son. It's going to be a long week. Said an already tired Issei from everything he's going to have to do. But hey, if I get the power to save my friends, I don't mind suffering a real hell. He said, already motivated again. I'm glad to hear that. Well, let's begin. Bahamut said with a grim smile on his face, opening a dimensional rift. 5 days later. During this time, Issei focused on increasing his magical power and strength, as well as his speed. He also learned several powerful spells from his father, while also training in the power of the boosted gear and his father's Omega Force ability. He was also forced to study everything about the factions, history, culture, etc., thankful for his new dragon brain that allowed him to store all that information without problems. Now the black-haired man had a more muscular and defined build, while his magical power was ridiculously enormous and he obtained a wide range of spells. He could use Balance Breaker and maintain it indefinitely, and he learned that the Omega 4 skill only works if he has a magical or physical connection with a target, while also consuming a lot of his physical resistance and magical power, so he couldn't maintain it for more than 1 minute. They were currently back in the Haidu house after more than a year of living in that dimension. It feels so good to be back. Exclaimed a happy black-haired man upon finally returning home. I agree with you, son. His father said behind him, closing the dimensional rift. I must say the training turned out better than I expected. You now have the power of a celestial dragon king. Yes, I know. Said the younger black-haired boy with pride in his chest for his new level of power. Well, listen Issei, I have something to tell you. Bahamut said to his son while he paid attention to him. While I go talk to someone, why don't you go visit someone? He said while approaching his son to whisper something to him, to which Issei became very happy afterwards. What are we waiting for? Issei exclaimed as he crossed a dimensional rift that his father had just opened. In the underworld. We find ourselves in the Gremory Castle, more specifically in a large room where Lord Gremory and Venelana Gremory were talking with Raiser and Rias, and further back were their entourages. It should be said that Lord Gremory and Venelana couldn't stand Raiser's attitude, and they also wondered where Ria's pawn who intervened in the wedding was. But all this went to the background when a hooded figure entered through the window and stood in the middle of the room. Tell me immediately who you are and what you are doing here. Lord Gremory ordered the mysterious figure that had just appeared. I just came to save someone. The figure said in a distorted voice, but then he began to dodge attacks from Rias, Raiser, and their peerages. It must be said that he dodged them with incredible and ridiculous ease, even making them look ridiculous. Stop moving trash. Shouted the Phoenix heir to the mysterious being but. Omega Force. He answered by giving him a powerful right hook to the face that sent him against the wall, going through it and 10 other walls, leaving him very injured, and for some reason he couldn't regenerate. Everyone was shocked at how easily he got rid of Raiser, but then they saw him approach Rias and her entourage. Lord Gremory was about to attack him, but became intrigued when he saw that he just ignored his daughter and approached her entourage, whispering something to them, and then using a spell to render them unconscious. He then picked up the former nun in his arms and carried her away. See you. He said that and escaped through the window. Lord Gremory was about to call the guards to catch that person, but was surprised when they felt an aura full of fury coming from Lucifer Castle. Moments before. Lucifer Castle. Sirzich's Lucifer was walking straight to his office, deep in thought. When he entered, he noticed a powerful, yet very familiar, aura in the office. It's good to see you again, Bahamut. Said the Redeed, and in response the Mayu's chair turned so the black-haired man could be seen. I say the same to Sirzich's, but this time I'm here to talk about a serious matter. Said Bahamut changing from a happy expression to a serious one that didn't bode well. What's wrong? I asked, putting a silencing spell on the room. First of all, I'm letting you know that I'll soon introduce you to one of my 2 sons. Said the dragon, surprising the Mayu who knew the story about his sons. Besides, you know him personally. Who could that be? I asked curiously, since he claimed to know him. His name is Haidu Issei, former pawn of your sister Rias Gremory and current Secretary. Exclaimed Bahamut surprising Lucifer with the identity. Really? Wait. What do you mean, ex-peon? The Redeed asked incredulously. Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. It turns out that Raiser Phoenix cheated in the duel with Issei," said the dragon. "What do you mean?" a surprised Ryujin asked, receiving this new information. "He used a forbidden spell to steal your sister's power without her noticing, in addition to torturing my son with your sister and almost killing him, and it seems he's involved in some shady business," said Bahamut, dropping the bomb and leaving some papers on Mayu's desk. But then he noticed an overwhelming surge of energy, though it wouldn't affect him in the slightest, and turned to see a furious Isseixharem, and with his task accomplished, he left without him noticing. A few seconds later, the door swung open, revealing a worried Grafia. "Isseixharem-sama, what's wrong?" his wife asked worriedly. She had never seen her husband so angry. "Grafia, let's go to the Gremory mansion to find Raiser Phoenix now," shouted an angry Ryujin, wanting to pluck a blonde bird. Gremory Castle. A magic circle appeared in the room where Lucifer and his wife came out of, but they were incredulous when they saw the destruction that had already left a half-dead Raiser on the floor. Someone got there first. The Mayu thought to himself upon seeing Raiser. "Father, mother, what happened here?" Isseixharem asked upon seeing the destruction in the mansion. "Someone entered the mansion and easily defeated Raiser, then knocked out your sister's peerage and took the bishop," Lord Gremory answered, but then saw a smile form on his son's face. "Son, what's wrong?" "Ah, nothing, nothing. So he got ahead of me," Isseixharem thought to himself. "Hide your residence." You could see how a portal had opened in the middle of the room, and a hooded man came out with a blonde in his arms, whom he then laid down on the couch. Then another portal opened and Bahamut came out. "So how did it go?" the dragon god asked, but seeing the blonde, he didn't need an answer. "The field test was a success and I rescued Asia at the same time," the younger black-haired boy replied. "Then I'll save the others from Rias." "I know you will," the dragon god answered happily, but then he got confused when he saw Issei stand up and open another portal. "Son, where are you going?" "I was going to the family forest for a while. When Asia wakes up, could you tell her everything?" her son asked. "Sure, no problem, son. Go have fun," his father said, only to watch his son disappear. He then turned to wait for the former nun to wake up, but he remembered something about the forest of familiars and plastered on a mischievous grin that would have made the Wonderland cat look ridiculous. Family forest. The black-haired man can be seen walking through the forest in search of something. "I wonder what would be a good familiar." Issei wondered, but he didn't notice that a hole appeared out of nowhere and he ended up falling into it, ending up in a very complex duct system that led him to a cave. "But what happened?" Issei said, but then he noticed a huge blue dragon that was sleeping in front of him. "Partner, I recommend you get out of here now," Drake advised fearfully. "But why Drake?" asked his carrier. "She is Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon Queen, the most powerful of the Dragon Kings, and she also hates me to death," the dragon answered, making Issei tremble with fear at the enormous possibility of dying. "Shit, she's already woken up." Wow, what do we have here if it's Drake's shit?" said Tiamat, who had just woken up, furiously. Issei managed to dodge the dragon's magical attacks, as well as her claws, but a tail swipe sent him out of the cave, being followed by her. "You won't escape. Devastating tsunami," said Tiamat, and from a huge magic circle came a huge wave that devastated everything in its path. "Shit, solar crown," said the black-haired man, so that a huge flame came out of a magic circle that, when it collided with the tsunami, caused both spells to vanish. "Then take this dragon pulse," said the dragon, and from her mouth came a powerful beam of blue energy straight to the wearer of the boosted gear. "Boosted gear," shouted the black-haired man, and the gauntlet appeared on his arm. Boost dragon shoot," said Issei, and a huge torrent of red-black energy shot out of his hand and collided with Tiamat's. "Tiamat-sama, understand, I am not Drake, I am its bearer," tried to explain the black-haired man, but the dragon only roared louder. "If you're not Drake, then who are you?" the dragon queen asked, still annoyed. "I am Issei Bahamut, son of the supreme dragon god Bahamut," the black-haired man answered, but then he noticed that the dragon was looking at him with a face of total surprise. "Are you Ice?" asked the dragon, who for some reason was crying, and Issei just wondered why the nickname. "Yes." "Why?" Issei asked, but had to cover his eyes because of the powerful light emanating from the dragon. When he opened them, he saw that instead of the dragon there was a beautiful woman of apparently 20 years old, with slightly tanned skin. She had blue hair with slanted sapphire eyes. She also had breasts a little bigger than Akene's, a small waist and some heart-stopping hips. She was wearing an outfit like Isseixharem's, but the details were in bright blue, and on the back were the kanji for king, karma and chaos. Issei was so entranced by the figure in front of him that he didn't notice that she approached him and began to caress his cheek. This brought him back to reality, and he saw how she cried while caressing his cheek. "Are you my Issei?" the woman asked, a sweet smile on her face as tears continued to fall. Issei for some reason felt like he knew her, so he asked. Who are you? Partner, what do you do? What you have to do is leave before she kills us. The dragon said to him inside. Wait, Drake, I don't think she's going to do anything to us, besides I feel like I know her from somewhere. It's true, it would be best to introduce myself. Said the beauty, then dried her tears and moved away a little from the black-haired man. I am Tiamat, the Karma Dragon Queen of Chaos, the most powerful of the Dragon Kings and your fiancé since the day you were born. She said, identifying herself as Tiamat and with a huge smile. Issei and Drake shouted at the last thing the dragon said, and they only had one thing to do, faint. Chapter 2. The entourage is born. Issei's pav. I am currently in the family forest being hugged by a blue-haired beauty with huge breasts, while I am still reeling from the shock she caused me. When I came out of shock I asked him. Wait, Tiamat-san. How come you're my fiancé? I asked as I pulled her away from me, but I could hear her complaining about what I did. When I was about to answer, I heard a very familiar voice. Let me explain, Tiamat. Yes, the one who appeared was my old man, but he had a malicious smile on his face, and it seemed he was holding back his laughter. So, can you explain to me how Tiamat is my fiancé? I asked my dad, but I couldn't help but blush at the question. It's okay, son. You see. It all started when you were still in your mother's womb. Back then, your mother and Tiamat were like best friends, but your mother was devastated that Tiamat was on the verge of tears every time your mother and I showed affection, and that the only male she ever confessed to, Drake, rejected her. That explains why he hates you, I told the sealed dragon. So to make Tiamat happy, and incidentally prevent you from being with a bitch, it was arranged that when you turned 18 you would marry Tiamat and another dragon, but only if both of you had feelings for each other. I see. That explains the fiancé part. Sniff. Thanks mom for promising me this, beauty. Sniff. After I sent you to the hideout, Tiamat moved next door to take care of you, but during that time it seems that she developed strong feelings for you. But sadly she had to leave to help Ajuka Beelzebub with an investigation when you were 8 years old, but her feelings for you seem to have not only not disappeared, but intensified. My old man finished saying and then glanced at Tiamat, who was blushing and playing with her fingers. Note. In pure Hinata style. I immediately began to remember my childhood and remembered a woman with the same characteristics as Tiamat, so my old man's story was correct, but then I remembered a certain event that made me blush, and Drake, seeing that memory, forgot all the fear he felt towards Tiamat and began to laugh out loud. Unfortunately my old man noticed the blush and asked me. Son, what's wrong? I see you're blushing. My father asked me curiously, but I just shook my head and replied that it was nothing. After the explanation, the three of us got ready to go home, but Tiamat wouldn't let go of my arm, which I pressed against her breasts. I could only smile, nervous at the sensation. But I immediately remembered something very important. Pa, what happened to Asia? The truth is I was very worried that she might wake up and there would be no one to explain the situation to her. Don't worry, Issei, she woke up a while ago and I told her everything. Those words reassured me. Then my old man opened a portal and we entered it. Hideout residence. Normal pav. The three dragons were leaving the portal in the living room of the hideout residence, but Issei was alarmed when he saw Asia fainted on the couch. Running towards her and trying to wake her up, he said. Papa, didn't you say she woke up and you told her everything? Issei asked. Well, Issei, you see. She did wake up, but when I got to the part about God's death she simply fainted. Bahamut told his son. How do you expect her not to faint if she remained a faithful believer even after becoming a demon, and you tell her that God has been dead for a while? Issei said angrily at the way his father told Asia the one thing she didn't need to know. Asia. Come on. Wake up. Issei. San. Asia stammered, half asleep, but then she opened her eyes suddenly. Issei-san. The blonde shouted while hugging him and crying. The black-haired man simply hugged her and stroked her hair to calm her down, all under the furious gaze of a certain Dragoness. When Asia calmed down, Issei proceeded to explain everything that had happened since her supposed death, her resurrection, the discovery of the truth, and now. Asia was shocked by everything he told her. The boy who saved her and with whom she fell in love was the son of the most powerful being of all. But then she turned her gaze to the blue-haired girl next to Bahamut. Issei-san, who is she? Asked the blonde, pointing at the dragon. Well, Asia. She is the Chaos Dragon Queen Karma Tiamat, and the younger black-haired boy answered, but when he was about to finish the sentence. And his fiancé. Tiamat added, somewhat annoyed by the treatment the former nun received. Fiancé? Asia asked somewhat incredulously, searching for an answer, but it was Bahamut who answered her. You see, Asia. Then Bahamut told her the whole story about the engagement. When he finished he saw that Asia had her head down and that she was sad because her man already had a fiancé. But don't worry about that because I'm sure he'll have more than one fiancé. added the most powerful dragon, causing Issei and Asia to look at him with confused faces and Tiamat to look at him with furious eyes. "What do you mean, Dad?" Issei asked, intrigued, but deep down he was happy because he would have multiple wives. "I won't say anything else for now," said the older black-haired man. "Well, let's go to sleep because tomorrow we're moving." This caused everyone to look at him in disbelief. "Ha, what do you mean, move? And where?" his son asked, since he didn't know anything about it. "We're moving into a house I designed specifically for you to live with your wives, and it'll also be where you'll work. Or did you think you were going to be lazy all your life? That's what I'm here for." Bahamut answers, asks his son. "Okay, I get it. We'll pack everything up tomorrow," Issei said, but inside he wondered what the house would be like and what kind of work it would be like. As he was getting ready to sleep, Tiamat appeared, saying that she would sleep with him, but Asia immediately appeared, also saying that they shouldn't leave her aside. Before they started fighting, Issei was able to calm them down, and, reluctantly, they both agreed to sleep with him. The next day, Bahamut woke up early so he could help pack everything. He headed to his son's room but was surprised when he opened the door and saw his son being hugged like a pillow by a blue-haired girl and a blonde, but even more surprised was to see that both were naked. Feeling his father's presence, Issei slowly woke up but realized he couldn't move his arms. So turning his head he saw the beautiful faces of Tiamat and Asia sleeping, but was surprised to see that both were naked, but quickly noticed his father standing in the doorway with a mischievous smile and a thumbs up sign and a well done sign. This caused Issei to blush. As if by magic, Asia and Tiamat immediately woke up somewhat sleepy, but when they noticed Bahamut and the fact that they were naked, it caused them to blush atomically and look at Bahamut with withering and furious eyes, well in Tiamat's case, because in Asia that only made her look very cute. After the awkward moment, they changed and started packing everything to move. Issei was wearing a t-shirt with a black jacket, matching yoga pants, and black sneakers. Tiamat was wearing a turquoise blouse with a blue jacket, light blue jeans, and white sneakers. Asia was wearing a simple white dress and matching shoes. Bahamut was still wearing the same clothes. Before leaving, Issei and Asia said goodbye to the house where they had many memories. Somewhere in the forest near Kuo, a portal opened in the middle of the forest, and out came 3 dragons and a demon. Note: remember that Asia is still a demon. Issei, Tiamat, and Asia admired the scenery around them. There were tall trees at least a few meters tall, and a river that flowed into a beautiful, enormous lake nearby. In the distance, they could see what was the city of Kuo, so they deduced they were in the nearby mountains, just like when they trained with the Gremory group for the raiding game against Raiser. Very close to where they appeared was a huge store about 3 stories high, its design unremarkable. It was white with flame-like symbols on the walls. But the doors to the main entrance were 2 meters high and had a dragon symbol on them. Bahamut gestured for them to enter. Upon opening the doors, they were surprised by the living room. There was a 32-inch plasma TV on the left wall, armchairs for guests or clients, a pool table, and a dartboard. In the center was a door and a regular desk with an elegant red chair, but the desk had a cordless phone and a portrait of Bahamut with a beautiful, white-haired woman in her 20s, who was obviously pregnant, whom Issei deduced was his mother. Behind the desk was a huge painting of a black dragon and a white dragon. This is the living room. On the second floor are the bedrooms, which are many by the way, and each one has a bathroom. On the third floor, there's a video game room next to a dance floor, a pool, karaoke, etc. Well, everything for fun. The door on the right leads to the kitchen, and the door on the left leads to the basement where there's a training room and some hot springs. The older black-haired man explained to the other 3 who couldn't stop admiring the store. "I know it's a bit far from Kuo, but it's so no enemy finds us. Dad, now that I think about it, what are we going to work on?" The younger black-haired boy asked curiously. "You're going to work as mercenaries since it's a very profitable job for beings who only know how to beat people up," Bahamut replied. "I've already left the faction several pamphlets about us, so they can call us at any time to request us. Of course, I'll review the requests to make sure they're not a trap. Okay, enough talking, go leave your things in your rooms and then come Issei and Tiamat, I have something to tell you." The older black-haired man finished speaking. The 3 of them went upstairs to put their things in their rooms. After putting everything away, they gathered in the living room to talk. "Tiamat, I want you to take Issei to Ajuka," said Bahamut, causing his son to look at him a little confused. "Yes, father-in-law," Tiamat replied, but with the last part he caused Bahamut to be filled with a strange feeling of happiness. Tiamat quickly opens a portal and takes Issei away. Asia, on the other hand, timidly approaches the black-haired man. "Excuse me, Bahamut-sama. There's no need for so much formality, Asia." "Well, father." Bahamut began to fill with happiness. "What am I supposed to do? I'm not very useful in battle, much less as a mercenary." The blonde expressed her doubts. "Well, Asia, I'm planning on having you make a contract with a powerful dragon so you can be of more help on the battlefield since I saw that you apparently get along very well with them. Bahamut answered, remembering Issei and his son. But it would be better to start immediately. Ajuka Beelzebub Castle. Issei and Tiamat exited the portal to find themselves in a sort of laboratory where a handsome green-haired 30-year-old man was standing. He was surprised that Tiamat had appeared unannounced in his castle. Tiamat-san, what are you doing here? Asked the green-haired man. Hello Ajuka, you see, I'm here so you can give my fiancé a set of evil pieces. Tiamat replied, a little worried about how he would react. And is this young man standing next to you by any chance? Ajuka asked again. Yes. He is Issei Bahamut, son of the great Bahamut, current Isseixharem and my fiancé. Said the blue-haired girl happily, hugging one of the arms of the black-haired boy who was somewhat lost. Ajuka just opened her eyes in surprise because although she knew that Tiamat had a fiancé, she didn't know that he was the son of the most powerful being and also the current Isseixharem. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the 4 great Mau. Said the green-haired man once he had recovered from his shock and extended his hand in a snarky manner. The pleasure is mine. Replied the black-haired man, shaking the Mau's hand. Well, I need you to create a sphere of power about the size of a soccer ball. Ajuka said. Issei began to concentrate an enormous amount of power in his palm. It quickly took the form of a black soccer ball with blood-red highlights and small lightning bolts of the same color, but the density was noticeable, so he had an insane amount of concentrated power. Ajuka took that ball and went into a room, telling them to wait a moment while he transformed the energy into evil piece. When he left, Issei asked. Tiamat, why do we need evil pieces? The black-haired man asked his fiancée, to which she sighed. As your father explained to you, you have to form a team. But to make it easier, we're going to get evil pieces, taking advantage of the fact that I know Ajuka and he owes me several favors. Said Tiamat, to which Issei nodded in understanding. While they waited they started talking about their lives. Tiamat explained how her life was and how she became the strongest dragon queen, how she met Drag and he rejected him causing her to hate him, her friendship with her mother, to which she emphasized her perversion, and various investigations she did with Ajuka. Issei, for his part, told him everything that happened after he left. How his childhood friend had to leave, his perverted actions and the punishments he received for it, to which Tiamat laughed because it reminded him of certain incidents with his mother, his date with Rainer and how she killed him, causing a sentimental wound in his heart, how he joined the Gremory entourage, and how he met Asia and later joined the group. The appearance of Raiser and his first raiding game, which he lost. His second battle against the Phoenix, in which he sacrificed his arm and cheated. Ria's true face and her subsequent torture at his hands and her death. How he met his father and his training, the rescue of Asia, and why he was in the forest of relatives. Upon hearing about Rias, Tiamat became furious and swore that if he ever met her, he would experience the fury of a dragon. Issei also explained that his friends didn't want to torture him, but were forced to, and that he swore to save them from Ria's Gremory. Without realizing it, they spent about 5 hours talking, but the conversation ended when Ajuka entered the room with a wooden box. Young Issei, here are your evil pieces. He said before handing him the box. Upon opening it, Issei noticed something strange. But why are they black? And what is this shape? He asked, since the pieces were pure black with several red lines, and instead of having the common shape of chess pieces, they were shaped like dragons. Well, you see, the quantity and quality of your power was such that it ended up deforming the pieces into these shapes. The pawns are these common dragons. He said, pointing to the 8 identical dragons. The rooks are these. He said, pointing to the muscular dragons. The knights are these. Pointing to the ones that look thinner and with slightly larger wings. The bishops seem to be these. Pointing to the ones with small horns. The queen is this one. Pointing to the one that looks like a dragon. And this is the king. Pointing to the one that looks like Bahamut's dragon form. I also discovered that apparently they are all mutation pieces. He said, but this generated a doubt in Issei. Mutation pieces. They are pieces that exceed the normal parameters of the evil pieces, so they are more powerful. For example, to reincarnate you 8 pawn pieces were needed, but with the mutation pieces only 1 would be needed. Explained Ajuka. In addition, these pieces, due to the nature of your power, turn anyone into a dragon, in addition to increasing the power and other traits of those who use them. Finished explaining Ajuka. Well, now we are going to synchronize the king piece with you. He said before grabbing the king piece and bringing it closer to Issei's chest. It then became wrapped in a black glow and entered Issei. Below it appeared a black magic circle with a dragon symbol, same as the boosted gear, but it was inside an omega symbol. After verifying that everything was in order, Ajuka asked. Ready. Everything seems to be in order. Now, any questions? Yeah, how do you turn someone into a servant? The black-haired man said, expressing his doubt. It's not as difficult as you think, just say your name, the name of the person you want to give the piece to, and what piece you're giving them. The Mayu explained. Alright. Tiamat. Issei said, calling out to his fiancée. Will you be my queen? Issei asked, kneeling on one leg and holding his hands. It almost seemed like a marriage proposal. At this, and being caught off guard, Tiamat blushed and only managed to nod. Issei then gave her the queen piece, and she placed it on her chest. In the name of Issei Bahamut, you, the Chaos Karma Dragon Queen Tiamat, will become my queen of the end and fight by my side for eternity. Recited the black-haired man so that a black glow emanated from the queen piece and entered Tiamat at the same time that the same circle appeared below it. Well, I think that's all. Thank you very much, Ajuka Beelzebub. The black-haired man thanked the Mayu. You're welcome. He said, watching as they opened a portal and disappeared. So, Issei, I think he could be very interesting. Would you mind having another fiancé? Shop in the middle of the forest. Issei and Tiamat left the portal to appear in their new house, being greeted by a very happy Asia and Bahamut. So how did it go? The older black-haired boy asked, to which the younger boy showed him a wooden box with dragon figures in it. It was a success. And Tiamat is my queen now. The dark-haired man said with a smile that Tiamat also had. The younger dark-haired man approached the blonde and asked. Asia, do you want to stop being a demon and become my bishop? Upon hearing this, the ex-nun started to cry and hug Issei, saying repeatedly, yes, 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 making Tiamat a little angry. Issei then proceeded to do the same as with Tiamat. In the name of Issei Bahamut, you, Asia Argento, will become my bishop of the end and fight by my side for eternity. At that moment a black light enveloped the piece and it entered Asia's chest, causing Issei's magic circle to appear underneath it. This caused a red bishop piece to come out of Asia and fall to the floor. Issei approached and saved it to give it to a certain red-haired bitch. Once the ritual was over, everyone got ready to eat, but then Issei asked his father. Pa, what's the name of our agency? I asked, since I had no idea what name he gave the agency. Actually, I wanted you to name him. Bahamut said. Issei thought for a bit and said. Hunting dragons, since it will be a mercenary dragon. In response, his father raised a thumb in approval. A few days later. It's been a few days since Issei got his pieces, but nothing relevant happened. Bahamut explained to Issei and Tiamat that he had made a contract with a very powerful dragon. When they found out which dragon it was, they were surprised, especially by its behavior. Asia also had to return to the Forest of Familiars, since leaving the Grimoire entourage had broken her contract with Issei, so she had to make the contract with him again. They also began accepting missions from the Archduke of Demons, though they only involved killing rogue demons, which the group found very easy and boring. Until one day. Issei was leaning back in his chair since he didn't have any mission, but then his father appears. Issei, I have a mission for you. This is in Nordic faction territory and it will take a few days. His father said. Seeing that he finally had an interesting mission, Issei smothered a smile and took the paper containing the mission. He put on his battle gear, which consisted of a knee-length black trench coat, a red short-sleeved shirt, and black pants with matching combat boots. He opened a portal and headed to his destination. Somewhere in Norway. Issei appeared in a forest full of snow. After walking a bit he reached his destination, which was the Nordic Academy Gudamalage Krigier, Divine Nordic Warrior Academy. The academy was protected by high walls, but inside it looked like any other academy, except for the huge practice area with dummies, target shooting, etc. Issei proceeded to enter the academy and head to the director's office, being watched by the students who whispered things like if he was a new student, if he was one of those they called, or, by the women, that he was very handsome. Upon arriving at the office, he knocked on the door to be let in. When he heard the come in, he opened the door and found 3 women and an older man standing there. The first is a young woman with long, silvery hair and blue eyes. Her costume is a strange armor consisting of a white breastplate with gold and light blue detailing and matching fingerless gauntlets, boots, hip guards, and wing-shaped hair clips. She also wears a black leotard under her breastplate, black thigh-high stockings, and a pale blue cloth wrap under the hip guards, all of which are lined with pink laces. The second was a girl, apparently 16 years old, wearing a short black dress with red lace and details. She also wore what appeared to be Nico ears or black horns. She wore tall red boots with black knee-high stockings held up with a black and red garter. She also had a purple axe with white details. The third was a woman with lustrous jet black hair and a golden iris and vertically divided pupil. On her head were 2 thick horns protruding crookedly, and at her waist were a pair of black angel wings. She wore a pure white dress with silk gloves covering her slender hands and a golden spiderweb necklace draped over her shoulders and large breasts. The man was apparently about 40 years old, had brown hair and a short beard of the same color, green eyes, and was wearing a common formal suit, but the most notable thing was that he was missing his right hand. Issei approached, and the man introduced himself. I'm glad you came. I am Tur, god of war and valor, and headmaster of this academy. I'm glad you accepted the mission to protect this place. And tell me, why does an academy that trains warriors need protection? Issei asked, since that seemed very strange to him. At the question, Tur sighed and said, you see, there's an evil dragon bent on destroying this academy and killing everyone. I can't fight it alone, and Aden-sama is very busy, so I found it necessary to ask for help from mercenaries to defeat the evil dragon and protect the academy. He said, expressing his concern for the students and the academy. May I ask what that dragon's name is? Asked the Lolligotica. His name is Nidhogg, an evil dragon that secretes a very corrosive acid that is said to be able to melt anyone. The silver-haired woman answered. That's why I wanted to ask for your help, since I'm no match for him. Tur added sadly. At that, everyone looked at each other and nodded in agreement to accept the job. Tur, seeing this, couldn't stop saying thank you. So, how about we introduce ourselves? The black-haired man asked. Okay. My name is Albedo, said the horn brunette. I'm Rory Mercury, said the Lolligotica. And I'm Roswis, said the silver-haired woman in armor. The Valkyrie who can't get a boyfriend, added Tur happily, causing Roswis to fall to her knees and start crying, which made the other three present cry in I'm style. Once the Valkyrie calmed down, the black-haired man introduced himself. Well, my name is Issei Bahamut. I hope we get along, he said, before bowing, which everyone imitated, but Roswis felt like she had heard that name before. After the introductions, Tur told them where they would be staying. As they left the office, Issei suggested they go to the cafeteria to get something to eat and get to know each other better. Once inside, the girls watched in disbelief as the black-haired man voraciously devoured the large amount of food in front of him. Well, what can you tell me about you? Asked the black-haired man while devouring what was in front of him. The first to speak was the silver-haired girl. As I said, my name is Roswis and I am normally a Valkyrie in charge of Aden-sama security, although he normally leaves me aside or forgets me somewhere when he goes on a trip. I am also somewhat clumsy and I can't get a boyfriend, she said with a hint of sadness and on the verge of tears. Then the horned black-haired woman spoke. As you know, my name is Albedo, and I belong to an extinct demonic clan with a curious physiognomy, which is that they have horns on their heads and these wings that resemble a fallen angel. When the council found out that I was the last of one of the 72 pillars, they tried to marry me off to a demon who was worse than a pig, so I escaped and, taking advantage of my combat skills and demonic power, I became a mercenary to be able to have a means to survive. Finished speaking the brunette. Finally, the Lolligotica spoke. As I said before, my name is Rory Mercury, and I am an apostle of the god of death Emroy, but when we stopped worshipping him, I stopped receiving the offerings they gave him, so taking advantage of my regeneration and my combat skills, I became a mercenary since I really enjoy combat. One last thing, I may look 16 years old, but I am actually 961 years old, said Rory, although the latter caused everyone to choke on their food due to the shock of the Lolligotica's age. Okay. That's not. I expected it, said the black-haired man as he caught his breath. It seems that almost all of us have something in common, since I am also a mercenary, because it is the only job where I could take advantage of 100% of my skills, said the black-haired man. And as for you, Roswis-san, I think Aden is an idiot for forgetting such a beauty, and surely those men in Asgard are blind for not seeing such a tremendous goddess in front of them, and as for the clumsy thing, for me it makes you prettier. Roswis was surprised, as she expected him to make fun of her for being clumsy and not having a boyfriend, like Aden did, but instead he praised her, and even said that her clumsiness only made her prettier. At this, Roswis earned an atomic blush all over her face, causing Issei to mentally shout how cute. As for you, Albedo-san, I think you did well to run away from your engagement. If you didn't want to marry that guy, nothing forced you to stay there. And I hope to see how you fight, because if you fight as beautiful as you are, you must be great. Albedo couldn't believe what the boy was saying. Instead of flattering her attributes or criticizing her like the others about how a highborn woman like her was only good for giving birth to pureblood demons, he said that what she did was good and that he wanted to see how she fought. At this, Albedo just nodded with a small blush. And you, Rory-san, I'm sorry your god is no longer worshipped, and I know there's nothing I can do, but I hope you'll one day regain your former glory. I also look forward to seeing how you fight and wield that axe, which looks very heavy. At this, Rory was stunned, as everyone she knew mocked her for being the apostle of a god who no longer exists, and for being nothing more than an old woman in a child's body. But this man said he hoped his god would regain his former glory, and that he looked forward to seeing the massacre he would wreak. Rory only gave a mischievous smile in response. They continued talking for a while until they went to their rooms. In his room, Issei lay down on the bed after a good shower. "You really conquered them, mate," Drake told him in a mischievous tone. "I only told the truth." The black-haired man defended himself. "Tell me, what do you know about Nidhogg? It's one of the most powerful evil dragons. It has very tough hide and jaws that could easily cut through metal. But as the Valkyrie said, its most lethal weapon is its acid," replied the sealed dragon. "So he's really strong. I can't wait to face him," Issei said before falling asleep. The next morning, Issei, Roswis, Albedo and Rory were having breakfast quietly until they felt many auras approaching the academy. They quickly stood up and went outside while with a magic circle, they changed their clothes into their combat clothes. Issei the trench coat and others, Roswis her Valkyrie armor, Albedo put on a strange black medieval style armor and took out an axe of the same color, and Rory only took out his axe. When they reached the entrance they saw several ice giants and others of fire approaching the academy. Chapter 3. Heavenly Dragon vs Evil Dragon. Issei, Roswis, Albedo and Rory were in front of the entrance of the academy wearing their combat clothes, and on the other side were a large group of ice giants, fire giants, and they could make out a large group of dark elves. Before starting a bloody battle, Issei remembered something and asked Roswis. "Roswis, why aren't there any students here ready to fight?" "From what I know, it's a warrior academy," the black-haired man exclaimed in doubt, to which the Valkyrie sighed. "That's because the third-year students, along with the best second-year students, are out on missions, leaving those without experience here," the silver-haired girl replied. Understanding this, the black-haired man got into a combat stance, ready to launch himself at any moment, initiating a sort of transformation before his astonished companions. From the black-haired man's head emerged two black horns curved backwards, his pupils became slanted like a dragon's, scales appeared on his cheeks, two dark red wings emerged from his back, and his nails lengthened, while his arms and hands became covered in dark red scales, resembling dragon arms. Finally, a tail with the same color of scales emerged from the lower part of his back. Once the transformation was complete, a thin but powerful layer of power could be seen surrounding Issei. This transformation was created by Issei to more easily use his dragon power, without the need for boosted gear, although he could combine both if he wished. Bahamut called it dragon fused with human, but Issei preferred to call it dragonoid shape. Issei shouted once the transformation was complete. Her companions looked at this in surprise, given that in yesterday's conversations, he hadn't mentioned the fact that he was part dragon. But they quickly regrouped only to realize that the boy had shot off in the direction of the enormous army in front of them. They ran towards Issei to help him and, incidentally, to let him see how they fight. When Issei arrived in front of the army, one of the ice giants, who must have been around 2 meters tall, stood in front of him and, in a thick voice, said, "Move out of the way and we'll give you a quick and painless death." But it only made the black-haired man laugh while holding his stomach. In response to this the giant tried to crush him with his fist, but what he did surprised him along with the army and Issei's 3 companions who had just arrived. Issei just charged his fist back and threw it in the direction of the ice giant's fist, causing the impact of the giant's arm to begin to break and be pierced by the black-haired man's fist. Issei continued to break the giant's fist until he ended up losing his arm, and a huge jet of blood came out from where the limb used to be, staining several enemies and the floor. But it didn't end there. Issei climbed onto the giant's shoulder and, with monster strength, ripped off the giant's head, leaving him screaming, motionless, at the loss of his arm. The head grimaced hideously, and a huge jet of blood flowed from its body. But the most terrifying thing was the sadistic smile on Issei's face, who had gained an addiction to battle due to his dragon blood. Her companions were surprised, somewhat disgusted, and a little blushing. Surprised by the black-haired man's enormous power. Disgusted because, while they were somewhat accustomed to killing, this bare-handed killing simply made them want to vomit. And somewhat blushing at such a display of power and skill on Issei's part. Issei immediately threw away the severed head and signaled to the rest of the army saying, "Who's next?" while his companions stood beside him. That was enough to infuriate the army, as he was underestimating them. Both groups immediately charged at each other to begin battle. Issei stood in front of a fire giant, took to the air with his wings, and delivered a right hook to its face, knocking it face down. Taking advantage of this, he dived, delivering a powerful kick that broke the giant's spine, lifting it up and throwing it into a small group of fire giants. He took the opportunity to concentrate a lot of power in his right hand and began to run towards the group of fire giants. Dragon Fist. He said so that his power took the form of a red oriental dragon and it pierced all the giants, leaving them lying on the ground with a huge hole in their chests and a pool of blood forming below. Issei immediately dodged a series of combined magical attacks and arrows from a group of dark elves. Taking advantage of the distance, the black-haired man concentrated light elemental magic in his hand and aimed it at the dark elves. Stardust Revolution. and from his hand came several shots of concentrated light at an incredible speed, which began to eliminate everything in front of Issei. The poor elves couldn't react in time and were battered by the attack, causing some to lose their heads, others an arm or a leg, and others to lose the lower or upper half of their bodies. In short, they were slaughtered. Issei turned his head to the side and saw a group of ice giants with hammers or axes and some dark elves with bows or swords. Issei just made a sadistic smile and decided to eliminate them with his own hands. He approached one of the giants at a lightning speed and delivered a few blows to his torso, causing him to fall from the pain. Issei then proceeded to quickly approach him and pierce his heart with his fist, killing him instantly. He quickly dodged an axe blow aimed at him and saw the other giants eager to avenge their fallen comrades, as well as the elves aiming arrows and sword-wielding creatures at him. With his bare hands he parried 2 more axe blows, but his force caused a crater to form beneath him. With superior strength, Issei snatched the 2 giants' weapons from their grasp, tearing them out of their hands as they were still wielding their axes to cut him down. With great speed, Issei grabbed the weapons and flew up, only to slam the axes into the giants' heads and slice them vertically. Seeing how the last ice giants were approaching him to crush him with their clubs, the black-haired man puffed out his chest and concentrated magic inside him, which he expelled when he exhaled air, causing a powerful flame to emerge from within him that slowly charred the giants. His gaze fell on the dark elves, who fired their arrows in his direction. He only had to flap his wings to deflect them all. But he realized it was a distraction and just barely managed to dodge several sword slashes the elves had made. Issei concentrated elemental magic in his claws and said, "Heavenly claws." And as if swiping, rapid gusts of cutting wind shot out from its claws, slicing through the elves with swords and many trees in the process. He quickly appeared behind the bow-wielding dark elves and began a rapid combo of punches and kicks that crushed the bones of almost all of them, causing them to die a painful death. His gaze fell on the only surviving elf. He grabbed his head and asked, "Who sent them? Tell me, or I'll kill you slowly and painfully." "Nid. Hog. Sent. Us." The elf responded with difficulty, trying to escape the black-haired man's grip. "Thank you. Now die," he said, squeezing the elf's head, causing it to explode, splattering him with blood. Once she was finished with her assigned group, she set out to help the others in case they couldn't. The closest was Roswis. When I arrived, she was flying, dodging attacks from the ice and fire giants. She fired several beams of energy that tore off 1 or 2 limbs from some of the giants, while only wounding others. Then, on either side of the group of giants, 2 enormous magic circles appeared, charged with elemental magic. "Great water shark purgatory serpent," he said, and from the magic circles came out. From the left, an enormous shark composed only of water, but looking more closely it could be seen that it was actually composed of thousands of mini sharks. And from the right came out an enormous serpent of a fire so intense that just the heat had already set fire to a part of the forest. Both attacks collided with the group, causing terrible injuries to everyone due to the water magic, the fire giants, and the fire magic, the ice giants. But Roswis was far from finished. A magic circle larger than the other 2 quickly appeared in the sky, and it began to swirl with lightning. The giants watched in fear as the magic she was about to use reminded them of a certain god of thunder. But due to their injuries and the enormous range of the technique, they were unable to dodge the attack, so they could only beg for mercy and a swift death. Valhalla lightning. I recite so that a powerful lightning bolt with lightning around it comes out of the circle towards the group of giants. When the lightning struck the earth, a tremendous explosion occurred that completely disintegrated the giants. Roswis sighed in relief at having finished off her assigned group, but she didn't notice 2 dark elves appearing behind her with their daggers poised to kill her. She only realized when the daggers were inches from her neck, narrowly dodging them, but only slightly wounding her. Tired from the vast amount of magical power expended, Roswis couldn't defend herself against the elves' attacks, so she closed her eyes and covered herself with her arms, waiting for the pain. But when they lunged again to kill her, 2 red claws grabbed the elves' heads and slammed them into the ground. When the claws released them, they felt their bodies being pierced. When they looked closely, they saw that the same claws that threw them to the ground had pierced their hearts, killing them. Surprised by not feeling pain, the Valkyrie opened her eyes only to see Issei with bloody hands and the 2 elves lying on the floor with holes in their chests, so she didn't have to deduce that it was the black-haired man who saved his life. "Are you okay?" the boy asked, turning to look at her with a serious face. "Why, yes," she said, somewhat nervous by the boy's look. "I'm glad," he said with a trademark smile that made Roswis blush. "I must say you have a very elegant way of fighting." He said the last bit sarcastically when he saw all the destruction the silver-haired girl's spells had caused. Roswis blushed atomically at the boy's comment. "Well, why don't we go see the others?" the boy said, signaling for Roswis to follow him. They quickly arrived at where Albedo and Rory were fighting. But they quickly realized they were surrounded by a large group of dark elves and 1 or 2 giants. While to anyone else this would mean the girls were lost, it was quite the opposite. They simply allowed themselves to be surrounded to get a little excitement out of the battle. Albedo shot forward toward a section of the group surrounding her. Swinging her axe with incredible speed, she reflected several arrows that were aimed at her eyes, the only exposed part of the armor. Closing in on them, she severed the arms of some, severed the legs of others, and even decapitated a few. After that display of skill, only 3 elves and the giant remained. The 3 elves charged at her, but she dodged them by diving to the side and, concentrating demonic power in her hand, fired 2 blasts of power that ripped apart the bodies of 2 elves. She threw her axe, slicing horizontally into the last one. Albedo leaped upwards to dodge an axe blow from the giant, ending up higher than the giant. Concentrating a large amount of demonic power into her right fist, she plummeted down toward the giant being's head. Upon impact, Albedo's demonic power caused the giant's head to be completely crushed and split the great being in 2. Surprised by the scene, Issei remembered that she said that her clan focused more on learning to master demonic power for melee attacks than for magic, which explains its tremendous destructive power. His gaze flicked to Rory, who was still surrounded by the remnants of the army, but instead of looking intimidated, she had an excited look on her face. Then Issei remembered her saying that Emroy was the god of war in her religion, and that every time someone died in a battle involving her, their soul passed through her body, causing an aphrodisiac-like effect. 2 elves with swords jumped in to slash at Rory, who swung his axe around in a very easy manner, disconcerting some because the size of the weapon made it look damn heavy. As they were about to cut her down, she dodged them and with a spinning kick, sent one of them slamming into the other, leaving them on top of each other on the floor. As they were about to get up, Rory leaped up and slashed them with the axe handle. She pulled her axe away from the bodies and leaped toward a few elves who looked at her in awe. When she landed, she immediately cut them down without hesitation as she spun around with the axe horizontally, killing everyone in her path. When she finished, a few elves shot arrows at her, which she easily dodged. She simply threw her axe at the unfortunate victims, who died instantly. When the axe hit the ground, it caused the ground to crack, forming a small crater. But Rory had forgotten about the fire giant, who almost crushed her with his hammer if it weren't for Issei hitting the hammer away from her and Roswas, firing several magic blasts at the giant's head, momentarily stunning him. But that was enough for Issei to concentrate ice elemental magic in his hand to launch his technique. Diamond Dust. He said as he extended his fist into the air, as if punching, in the direction of the fire giant. Immediately, a powerful blast of ice shot out of his fist towards the giant, who was immediately frozen due to the low temperatures of the attack. Taking advantage of this, Rory went to get his axe, and with it hit the frozen giant, causing the ice to break next to the body and explode into several pieces. When the battle ended, the forest had lost a large number of trees, several burned areas could be seen, several craters in the ground, bodies and severed limbs, and the grass had turned a blood-red color. I must say that I like their way of fighting, and from what I saw it didn't cost them anything, so they must be very powerful as well as beautiful, said Issei, making Rory and Albedo blush at the compliments. After that, they returned to the academy, where Tur was informed of everything. When he learned that Nidhugg was the cause of everything, he just sighed and said, he probably did it to see if there was someone powerful here, since dragons seem to like fighting strong people, and this applies even more to evil ones. Afterwards they went to bathe to remove the sweat and blood, and then to sleep. Several days later. It's been about a week since the first attack, and our protagonist is in bed thinking about everything that happened. First, the constant attacks on the academy, which always ended with the forest destroyed and enemies massacred on all sides. Of course, the number of enemies attacking grew larger each time. According to Tur, Nidhugg must be testing their worthiness to face him. They also received a little help from the teachers to defend the academy, although in the end they ended up very injured, and both the black-haired man and the other 3 women had to replace them in their classes, although it did not bother them, since they could teach the newbies good fighting and magic techniques, and they respected them because they saw their incredible displays of power. Finally, before or after each fight, the dark-haired man would eat with his companions, where they would talk about trivial matters or battle strategies. He would also praise them for their beauty, power, or intelligence, earning them blushing faces and mischievous smiles. Rory. He also grew fond of them. Without him having planned it, they fell in love with him, as he saw them as women unlike all the other men they met in their lives. But the black-haired man's thoughts were left aside by an explosion that resonated throughout the place. With incredible speed, he put on his battle clothes and left his room in the direction of the academy courtyard, from where the explosion was heard. When he arrived he saw several students being subdued by dark elves and the occasional giant, but what caught his attention the most was the enormous four-winged black dragon that, although it looks like a snake, has 4 legs with a khaki-colored belly, but the most striking thing was the slime that dripped from its enormous mouth, that when it made contact with the floor, the latter melted. Issei then became angry as he saw how the dragon was holding a dying Albedo and Roswas who were visibly injured. But it was worse when he saw its jaws and saw that Rory was there, being pierced by the dragon's teeth and its slime beginning to burn her skin. "Damn you, release them this moment," shouted Issei furiously as he transformed and headed straight for the dragon. When he noticed it, he took flight and said in a deep voice, "If you want them so much, little dragon, then come for them, but I warn you that you will have to go through my entire army," he said as he walked away from the place towards a distant mountain. Issei hit the ground feeling powerless for not having saved them, but he quickly recovered since he couldn't waste time. He had to save the academy and his classmates. Seeing that he didn't have time, he decided to go all out. The students could swear they saw a red glow coming out of the black-haired man's left hand and the enemies falling at an alarming speed. Somewhere in the woods, Roswas was waking up, looking around, wondering why she wasn't in her room. Then she was reminded of the battle with Nidhogg and a furious Issei before he fainted. She turned her head to find Albedo still unconscious, but part of her armor was destroyed and her helmet was missing. He then turned around to find Rory with her clothes torn to shreds and body parts regenerating, which seemed odd to him. Then he remembered that she had mentioned that one of her abilities was an incredible regenerative factor. He also noticed that they were chained to a huge pillar and that these chains prevented the use of magic or powers. A few minutes after the Valkyrie woke up, the other two started to do the same thing as the silver-haired girl. They soon turned their gaze to the enormous black dragon standing in front of them with an anime-style drop on its head because they didn't notice it. "Nidhogg, I must assume." It was Albedo who spoke, and the seriousness in her voice was noticeable. "That's right, little one, you're probably wondering why I kidnapped you," Nidhogg asked, to which the three nodded. "You see, I brought you here so that little dragon would come and fight you, defeat you and show you desperation by killing you in front of your eyes, without being able to do anything and do the same to the school that you want to protect so much. And you're probably wondering why, simply because I like to show my enemies desperation before killing them," he said with extreme evil in his voice. The girls thought that, given the dragon's power, Issei would have little chance of winning, since they didn't know the full strength of the black-haired man. But those doubts vanished when they heard sounds of explosions approaching, deducing that Issei was facing the army, which increased their fear even more when they thought that Issei would be too tired to fight him. But that became confusion when from among the trees did not come out Issei, but an imposing dark red armor with several green gems embedded in hands, shoulders, knees and chest and eyes of the same color, in addition to having 2 propellers on his back and small yellow horns coming out of the helmet, but 2 black horns curved backwards that came out of the inside of the helmet, so they deduced that they were part of the man's physiognomy. Finally they could notice the huge red wings on the back of the armor and a scaly tail that came out of the lower part of the back of the armor. Well, I didn't expect you to be the Isseixharem, little dragon," said the dragon, who in response opened the helmet of the armor showing Issei. This left the prisoners surprised, since he did not mention the fact that he was the bearer of the celestial dragon wails. "Let them go and I promise not to kill you," Issei offered the dragon, but it just laughed and pounced on him. "If that's how you want." The black-haired man put on his helmet and narrowly dodged Nidhogg's swipe, leaping upward to return the attack by slamming his fist into the evil dragon's skull. This didn't affect the dragon at all, and it simply spun around and whipped Issei's tail, slamming him into a huge rock that was there. The black-haired man stood up and shot down the evil dragon, where he took the opportunity to deliver a combo of punches to the dragon's stomach and then sent it flying. Using his thrusters and wings, Issei positioned himself above Nidhogg and charged dragon power into his fist and using the boosted gears ability. Boost explosion. Dragon fist, said the Isseixharem, so that his energy transformed into a huge eastern dragon that attacked Nidhogg, hitting him hard on the ground. He woke up in pain and with several wounds from the attack. He quickly took flight to be at the same height as the armor. Once in the air, Nidhogg began attacking Issei with punches, tail swipes, and bites. Issei dodged the bites as best he could, having been informed that its teeth could pierce through armor and that its slime wasn't harmless. However, he wasn't so lucky with the other blows, as he took damage due to Nidhogg landing a few blows on his body. Taking advantage of Issei dodging his blow, he used his tail to strike the Isseixharem and send him plummeting to the ground. Upon impact, the ground cracked, creating a crater at the impact site. He only lifted him with minor injuries and some parts of his armor slightly cracked. Using his propulsors, he launched himself to impact Nidhogg's chest, causing him to spit out blood as the attack ruptured some of his internal organs and several bones. Then, in the air, they began an exchange of blows, barely dodging or blocking each other's blows. Small pieces of armor and blood from the evil dragon fell from the sky. The girls watched this impressed and somewhat excited. Impressed because the boy was fighting at a level equal to or superior to an evil dragon of Nidhugg's level, and somewhat excited because, apparently, Issei didn't realize that he deactivated the magic that prevented his pheromones from coming out, since his father explained to him that his pheromones had a very powerful attraction, and that if he released them while fighting, it would cause any woman nearby to enter a state similar to being in heat. The girls were blushing profusely, panting, and their eyes filled with lust as they watched a black-haired man mercilessly attack the evil dragon. Issei gave a powerful hook to the dragon's liver that left him hunched over, and taking advantage of this, he brought his hands together, and as if it were a hammer, he hit Nidhugg, sending him to the ground. The collision of Nidhugg and the ground caused a crater larger than the one Issei made. With much pain, Nidhugg looked up to see Issei, who was rebuilding the armor. "You know, if you hadn't hurt them and kidnapped them, I would have let you live. It's a shame because you put up a good fight, so I wanted to fight you again," Issei said, somewhat satisfied with the fight they had fought. Nidhugg just looked at him with a look full of hatred and said, "Tell me, child, who do you think you are to decide who dies and who doesn't?" "Issei Bahamut," said the black-haired man solemnly. At this, Nidhugg's eyes opened and he unconsciously trembled, something that did not go unnoticed by his prisoners, who could not help but wonder what Issei's name had to do with Nidhugg's fear, since until a few minutes ago his gaze emanated a desire to kill and hatred. "Ell, hi I Jou. Diaba ha mu atsama," said Nidhugg, trembling with fear when Issei nodded, saying yes, causing the dragon to come out of there to hide, but the black-haired man had other plans. Boost explosion. Then Issei's aura increased in masses, and he began to concentrate it all into one of his best techniques. Ryujin's 100 dragons. He said, and from him came out 100 dragons equal to the dragon fist in the direction of Nidhugg, who, due to distraction and his wounds, could not dodge the attack that hit him full on. When he finished, only several parts of Nidhugg's body remained, including half of his head, an arm, and part of a leg. When the fight was over, the black-haired man approached the girls and proceeded to free them. Once free, he proceeded to carry all three of them. Ross was carried bridal style, and Rory and Albedo on her back. It's worth noting that the way he carried the Valkyrie made the other two jealous. Once he had carried them all, he took flight in the direction of the academy, but in the middle of the fight, Rosswis asked him, "Issei, what will you do now that the mission is over?" "I guess I'll go home." The Sekir'Uate replied with some sadness because he was going to separate from them, but what they said surprised him. "Can we go with you?" Albedo and Rory asked from behind him, using the deadliest technique of all. Puppy dog eyes. "May I know why?" Issei asked, causing the three of them to blush and play with their fingers until they had the courage to say it. "Because we love you. You were the only one who saw us as the women we are instead of trophies, and you were so affectionate with us and said all those things about us." The three of them responded in unison. This confession surprised the black-haired man since he hadn't expected to have fallen in love with them, although he couldn't deny that he had grown fond of them, and his instincts told him that he could trust them since he met them. "Okay, but for that I'm going to have to turn them into my servants," said the black-haired man, causing confusion in the three girls. Seeing this, Issei slowly went down with them and on the ground he explained everything about himself. His story, who his parents were, his family, his entry into the supernatural, his first death, the Rias and Raiser Phoenix entourage, his torture and everything that happened after, ignoring the subject of time at. The girls were shocked, sad, and angry. Shocked because their beloved was the son of the most powerful being of all, sad because he lost his mother at a very young age and didn't know who his parents were until recently, and angry because of the way Rias tricked him and almost killed him. But they also realized that the dark-haired man had a wound that prevented him from opening his heart to women due to the betrayal of his first girlfriend in Rias. They then vowed to help him open his heart again and to stay with him for eternity. Issei then asked them if they wanted to be his dear, to which they responded with a loud yes. He then proceeded to choose which pieces he would reincarnate them with. He gave Rory a knight since she focused more on using her axe. He gave Albedo a pawn since she had a good balance between strength, speed, stamina and power, although he would have to teach her some magic attacks to improve her arsenal. And he gave Rosswis a rook since she demonstrated good melee skills and magic attacks, so the rook would literally turn her into a walking tank. After performing the ritual, they proceeded to return to the academy while Issei told them about their pieces, also explaining that they turned them into half-dragons and that they were much better than those of the demons. When they arrived they saw how the academy was being rebuilt, in addition to many bodies of massacred giants and elves, so the women determined that it was their new king who was responsible for this massacre. When they arrived at Tur's office, they told him everything that had happened before, during, and after Nidhog's attack, including the girl's reincarnation. Tur, still shocked, gave them the pay for the mission, and they proceeded to leave through a portal opened by Issei. They said goodbye to Tur and disappeared. I wonder what Auden's reaction will be when he finds out that his bodyguard left him and went with Bahamut's son, said the god laughing, thinking about his leader's reaction. Dragon hunting. When the glow disappeared, the new maids were able to see their king's house, tent. Tiamat and Asia embraced him, causing the new maids to emanate murderous auras toward the girls, who were unfazed. Issei had to explain to Tiamat and Asia everything that happened, but everything went to shit when they said that he reincarnated them because they love each other, causing Tiamat to explode in jealousy and rage. When Bahamut arrived home, he saw a poor Issei who had been the victim of an attack of jealousy and fury from his fiancée, lying mashed on the floor surrounded by a pool of blood, and next to him, he saw Asia who was healing him while scolding him. Also on the armchairs he saw Tiamat arguing with 3 new faces. When his son recovered, he explained how the entire mission went, the encounter with Nidhogg and his 3 new servants. Bahamut only welcomed them to dragon hunting and told them that they were all free to marry his son, causing Tiamat and Asia to look for Issei to correct him and not bring more women, while the new ones blushed atomically. This caused Bahamut to start rolling on the floor laughing. A few days later. It's been a few days since Issei returned, and it seems Tiamat and Asia have begun to get along with their new maids. He sat quietly in his chair while his girls played cards at the table near the couches, having nothing to do, until his old man came to him with some terrible news. Son, I need you and the girls to get ready because you're going back to school, said his father, trying to contain his laughter. This caused Issei to fall off his chair and his girls to be surprised because they would have to go, although in the case of Issei and Asia to return, to the greatest place of torture. School. Chapter 4. Swords and Madmen. Dragon hunting. What? Was the scream that was heard from the house store, which came from the girls and the younger black-haired boy, when they heard that they have to go to the worst prison. Kuo Academy. Dad, why do we have to go to school if everyone here already knows everything? His son asked, shouted, pointing out that his intelligence along with his girls are at a much higher level. Issei and Asia because Bahamut taught them everything, Issei in training and Asia before starting to do missions, Roswis because she was taught everything at the Valkyrie Academy and learned during her time as Auden's escort, Albedo because she was a high-class demon, Tiamat for being a dragon queen, and, like Rory, being older than the previous ones. Because I can't let my son take his position in the dragon faction without having finished school. And your mother would have loved for you to finish school. The dragon god replied, but sadness could be noticed in the final part, so his son didn't say anything to refute. And your girls because I don't want them to stay at home being lazy when they don't have missions, and because it wouldn't hurt them to go to school for a while. Bahamut added. Okay. I guess we'll start tomorrow and that you already have the uniforms for the girls, said Issei, receiving a yes from his father, to which he just sighed and said, well girls, go get ready because tomorrow we get up early. And in response the girls nodded tired and took their clothes and went up to their rooms. Well, I'm going to get ready too. And went up to his room. Why do I have a feeling I'm forgetting something? Okay, I'll remember, said Bahamut, who had forgotten a certain incident involving sacred swords and crazy crows. The next morning. It was already a new day in dragon hunting, and the black-haired man and his entourage were at the door with their uniforms on. Issei, Asia and Rory were wearing the Kuo Academy uniform, although a little varied. Issei had his shirt open with a red short-sleeved t-shirt, Rory had a light black jacket with red details, only Asia was without any change. Tiamat, Albedo and Roswis, as they were teachers, were wearing a long-sleeved white shirt, formal shoes and long white stockings. The only thing that differentiated the outfits was that both the nightgown and the skirt were of different colors. Dark blue for Tiamat, black for Albedo and beige for Roswis. A spell was used on Albedo to hide her wings and horns, and her weapons were stored in a pocket dimension. See you. They said goodbye as they opened a portal and disappeared. Kuo Academy. A portal opened in an alley near the academy, and from there a black-haired man emerged with his group. They walked calmly to the academy, but stopped when they saw 2 figures in front of the academy dressed in white robes with gold details, and one carrying a huge object wrapped in white cloth. We're looking for Ria's grimoire. Is she here? Asked one of the figures in a monotonous feminine voice. I don't know where that woman is, but who's asking? The black-haired man replied, asked, but just as the other figure was about to answer, a firm and authoritative voice was heard. Who are you? Everyone turned their gaze to a brunette with shoulder-length hair, violet eyes, red-rimmed glasses, and small breasts. Next to her was another brunette with hair that reached her lower back, light brown eyes, blue-rimmed glasses, and a hot body. Both were wearing the Kuo Academy girls' uniform. We're sent by the church. Who's asking? The first silhouette that spoke asked. Sona Shitori. The violet-eyed girl identified herself. To what do I owe the fact that 2 envoys from the church are in my school? Sona asked while discreetly looking at the new students and teachers, but stopped when she saw the missing Rias bishop, since she was informed that she was kidnapped by a hooded man. I'm afraid that we'll have to wait. Can we meet after school? The same silhouette asked. Okay, go to the student council room once classes are over. Sona replied, receiving an okay from both figures who prepared to leave. Once they left, she turned to Issei and his group, but more specifically to Asia. So here you are, Argento-san, do you know how worried Rias was when you disappeared? Said the black-haired girl, but was ignored by Asia, so she continued talking to her but was still ignored. When she was about to yell at her, she was interrupted. Aicho, could you please stop bothering Asia? Issei asked her, but she looked at him with a serious expression. And who are you? And how do you know me? The violet-eyed girl asks, or rather interrogates. Kaicho is me, Issei. Said the black-haired man while she and her companion opened their eyes at the revelation. Hey, are you Uhaidu-kun? She asked, still in disbelief, but was even more surprised to receive a yes from him. You're probably wondering, why was Sona Citri so surprised by this? Well, it turns out that some time ago Rias had told her that her pawn, Issei, had died taking care of a stray demon, a clear lie that she only believed the part that he was dead, because that did ring true, but not the reason why. Later, she informed her servants that Isseixharem had died, so they were sad to lose a comrade. But to their surprise, here was Isseixharem, alive and well. Of course, when Sona came out of her shock, she started bombarding the black-haired boy with questions like, how are you alive? Or where were you all the time? And other questions. Kaicho, is it okay if I answer all your questions before the meeting with the church's envoys? We're running late to get in. The dark-haired man said. Indeed, it wasn't long before classes started, so he decided to wait to get answers. When they arrived at Issei's classroom, he and Asia entered while the other 4 women waited outside to introduce themselves. Upon entering the classroom, a rowdy outburst occurred, as Asia had returned after a while, and now had a more developed body than before, and Issei was, to everyone, a new student. Of course, this stopped when he claimed to be Issei and lied about his hair to justify its new color, saying it was fashionable. Once everything was clarified, everyone fell silent, but the girls saw something strange about Issei, since he had a body that any girl would desire, and had a new, somewhat rebellious attitude, although deep down, they thought he was still the perverted beast. Then 4 new girls came into the class and introduced themselves. Hi, I'm Rory Mercury, and I'm a new student. I hope we get along. She said with a mischievous smile. Hello, I'm Tiamat Haidu and I'll be your new math teacher. Said the blue-haired girl with a smile. Hello, my name is Albedo and I will be your geography teacher. Said the black-haired girl also with a smile. Hello, I'm Roswis and I'll be your history teacher. Said the former Valkyrie with a small smile. Immediately the room erupted in shouts and praise to God for having such beauties on his course, but as it was once said, fate can be very cruel. And we currently live in Issei Haidu's house. The 4 said at once, shocking everyone, and you could even swear you heard glass breaking. Then the room erupted again, but in screams of terror from the women, since, according to them, they lived with the biggest pervert in the history of Kuo, and the men only sent looks of hatred and rage to Issei, who completely ignored them, but then one of them asked a question about something that everyone ignored. Why does Tiamat-sensei use Haidu's last name? One of them asked, and everyone immediately turned around, waiting for the answer, since they had forgotten to ask that with the news. Well, that would be normal since we are engaged. Was what Tiamat said, causing the entire room to be stunned upon learning such a thing. After they calmed down and classes started, in which Issei slept since he already knew everything they were taught, and Asia and Rory just ignored what they said, but they couldn't say anything to them either, since when a teacher called them to do an exercise and scold them for making mistakes, they did it so easily and perfectly that they left their teachers with their jaws on the floor, surprising everyone again with the intellectual level of the 3. But more so Issei, since according to everyone he was an idiot. When lunchtime came, Rory and Asia were about to leave before being bombarded with questions from the students, and they agreed to have lunch with the rest of the entourage. Issei, on the other hand, was stopped by his friends Mitsuda and Motohama, who invited him to spy on the girls changing to celebrate their return, causing all their classmates to look at them with disgust, but what the black-haired man said left them shocked. Excuse me, but I don't do that anymore, and what's more, I swear on my word and my pride that I will never do those perverted things again. And that alone was enough for the room to explode with the former brunette's statement. Even with the classroom paralyzed, Issei left but saw how all the male students in the classroom and a large group of students who heard the rumors surrounded him to beat him up for the new girls, to which the black-haired man just smiled. The students in his class and those who were passing by, as well as the now perverted duo, saw how Issei, without even paying attention to his opponents, knocked out all the students who came to beat him, and all in less than a minute. Once the beating was over, Issei went to find his girls, who were talking under a tree, waiting for him to eat. After chatting for a while and eating, Issei went to sleep, although he slept all day in class, under the tree, being imitated by his peerage, who settled down to sleep next to him. It should be said that the men who passed by couldn't help but curse the black-haired man's fate. When classes were over, Issei and his peerage were heading to the student council room, and on the way Issei told the girls that they didn't know that Sona Shitori is actually Sona Sitri, one of the city's leaders and a high-class devil. Upon arriving at the council hall, they were greeted by Saji Genshiro, a short-haired blonde with grey eyes and one of Sona's pawns, who was dazzled by the beauties in front of him. After passing, Issei saw that all of Sona's peerage was gathered there. Momo Hanakai, a white-haired girl with blue eyes and one of Sona's bishops. Ryakusaka, a girl with long brown hair ending in 2 short braids and matching eyes and the other Sona's bishop. Tomo Meguri, a girl with reddish-brown hair and brown eyes and Sona's knight. Tsubasa Yura, a blue-haired girl with eyes of the same color and a handsome boy face and Sona's rook. Haruko Nomura, a student with brown hair tied with 2 long side pigtails and green eyes, and is Sona's other pawn. At the central desk sat Sona Sitri, and next to her was Tsubaki Shinra, her queen, waiting for an explanation from the black-haired man and for the arrival of the 2 Catholics. Issei then explained how his true death at the hands of Rias and Raiser was and how she forced his friends to attack him, his meeting with his real father and his true identity, his training, the rescue of Asia, his meeting with Tiamat and their relationship, dragon hunting, and the missions they do, the mission in Norway, where he met the other 3 members of his entourage until now. To say that Sona and her peerage were stupefied was an understatement. They couldn't believe that the perverted boy from before was actually the son of the most powerful being, and that now he had his entourage. They didn't believe it until he showed his pieces and they were surprised. As they were about to say something, they heard someone knocking on the door, so Tsubaki opened it, revealing the 2 hooded exorcists, so they had to suspend the talk for later. The exorcists sat on one of the armchairs in the room, and in front of them were Sona sitting with her entourage standing behind her, and Issei and his entourage were leaning against one of the walls. The exorcists took off their hoods, revealing that the one wearing the bandaged object was a girl the same age as Issei with short blue hair with a green streak and dark yellow eyes, while the other was a brunette with long hair tied with 2 pigtails on the sides and violet eyes. "My name is Zenobia Quarta, and this is Shidu Arena," said the blue-haired girl, introducing herself and pointing at her partner. "Well, as you know, I am Sona Sitri and these are my entourage," said Sona, pointing to the students behind her, something that surprised the exorcists since it did not include those who were on the wall, so they assumed that they could be servants of Rias or another high-class demon. "To what do I owe the pleasure of having 2 exorcists in my city?" asked the violet-eyed demon. In short, 3 of the 6 sacred swords Excalibur protected by the church were stolen by the fallen angels, and we discovered that the culprit is one of Grigori's leaders, Kakabiel, and that he takes refuge in the city, said the brunette, who kept looking at Issei since he seemed very familiar to her. The same was true for him. At that, Issei remembered his childhood friend, who had the same name as the girl, as well as the same hair and eye color, although back then he'd acted very macho, mistaking her for a boy. Now he felt ashamed for having mistaken her. "That's why the church sent us here, to recover the stolen Excaliburs, or at least destroy them so they don't fall into the wrong hands." Zenobia finished with a serious expression. "I suppose they must have some means to deal with the cadre and 4 Excaliburs." Issei spoke, and in response the girl raised the bandaged object. "This is Excalibur Destruction," said the blue-haired girl, holding the now identified sword. "And this is Excalibur Mimic," Irina said while showing a silver ribbon on her arm. "So, what do you want?" Sona asked again with a serious look. "We want to ask the demons not to interfere in this mission of the church, since we have reasons to believe that they could ally themselves with the fallen angels," said Zenobia, causing Sona to look at them a little annoyed. "But it would be. Without further ado, we are not going," said the blue-haired girl as she stood up next to her partner. When they were about to reach the door, they deviated to stand in front of the black-haired man's entourage, more specifically Asia. "I've been wondering this since we saw you outside the academy. Tell me, are you the witch Asia Argento?" asked the blue-haired girl, narrowing her eyes, causing Asia to sigh, annoyed by what she said, and nod. "Tell me, Asia, do you still believe in God? If so, I'll kill you, and God will forgive your sins," Zenobia sentenced, to which Asia only got a little angrier. When she was about to speak, Issei stood in front of the blue-haired girl. "What right do you have to judge Asia if you don't even know what she went through? She only wanted friends, but you started treating her like a saint, preventing her from making friends," he said while giving the exorcists a challenging look. "Saints only need the love of God. Wanting more love was what took away her title of saint," said the blue-haired girl seriously, increasing the anger of the black-haired boy. "And who are you to defend this witch?" added Zenobia. I am Issei Haidu and I am your leader, your family, your friend. So if you do anything to Asia I will defeat you. The black-haired man said furiously, causing Irina's eyes to widen as she recognized her childhood friend. Interesting. I can take this as a challenge to the church. Zenobia said defiantly as she prepared her sword. Why don't we go outside and settle this? Issei said as he left, followed by the exorcists, his entourage and Sona's. When they reached the back of the occult club, they prepared for battle. The exorcists removed their cloaks, revealing black leather outfits that clung too tightly to their incredible figures, while Issei changed into his battle attire. Issei-kun. That was Irina's shout. I can't believe my childhood friend turned into a demon in the time I was gone. Ah, this is another one of the Lord's tests, but if I pass it, I'll be one step closer to him, so I'm really sorry Issei-kun, but I'm going to have to kill you with this Excalibur. She said as she transformed her ribbon on her arm into a katana, while Issei and the rest of the spectators had a drop of an I'm-style sweat coming out at her obsession with God. At the same time Zenobia removed the bandages from her sword, revealing a large sword with 2 axes on the hilt and the blade ending with 3 points. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not a demon, said Issei, making the 2 exorcists look at him with doubt. If you're not a demon, what are you? Zenobia asked. Let me show you dragonoid shape. He said and immediately entered his humanoid dragon form, astonishing the exorcists, Sona and her entourage. So you're a dragon. As expected of my childhood friend. Irina said happily because her friend wasn't a demon. Interesting. Well, let's begin. Zenobia shouted as she lunged at the black-haired man, making a side slash which he easily dodged, only to see Irina about to make a downward diagonal slash. She managed to dodge that cut easily again and landed a blow in Irina's stomach, who managed to transform her sword into a shield to barely defend herself from the blow. But she was surprised to see that the shield was dented in the shape of Issei's fist. Zenobia kicked Issei in the back, but he didn't even flinch. He quickly grabbed the blue-haired girl's leg and threw it at the brunette, making them fall. Both of them recovered and threw themselves at Issei, making quick and powerful cuts in all directions, while the black-haired man barely dodged them, since although he had great resistance and speed along with incredible reflexes, it was difficult to constantly dodge the sword attacks of both girls. The spectators, except for Issei's girls, were impressed by the former devil's skills, as he easily faced 2 Excalibur wielders, but were brought out of their stupor when a magic circle appeared behind them, recognizable by the logo in the center. From him emerged a Rideed whose hair reached her thighs, with enchanting blue eyes and a stunning body. She was wearing the Kuo Academy girl's uniform, but with a small black cape adorning it. Next up was a girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail and violet eyes. She was also wearing Kuo's female uniform with a cape. Next up was a young man with short blonde hair and green eyes, with a beauty mark under his left eye. He was wearing Kuo's male uniform and carried a western sword in its sheath at his side. The other was a small girl with shoulder-length white hair adorned by a black cat-shaped brooch. She had hazel eyes, but with cat-like pupils. She was also wearing Kuo's female uniform, but without the cloak. The last one was a young woman a little taller than the previous one, with long blonde hair tied in 2 pigtails in the shape of a drill and dark blue eyes. She was wearing an elegant pink dress. Yes, those who appeared were Rias Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Kibayudo, Kaneko Taoju and Ravel Phoenix, but all of them except Rias had a sad look for a certain dead pawn. Some for having been part of the torture and seeing him die without being able to do anything, and the other because she had liked the attitude of never giving up that he showed several times. Rias, what are you doing here? Sona asked since she hadn't appeared since she married Raiser. Hello Sona, we came to finish our studies and also to enroll Ravel since I was curious about the human world. By the way, what is everyone doing here? And who are they? Don't tell me they are your new servants. Rias said, asked when she saw everyone gathered outside and the new faces, but then she turned her gaze, along with her servants and Ravel, to where the fight was taking place, widening her eyes when she recognized the swords. Excalibur. The blonde Gremory said angrily, ready to jump into the fray to avenge his dead friends and vent his frustration at not being able to help his comrade. But a voice they hadn't heard in a long time surprised them. Kiba-san, I recommend that you don't try to join the fight because you might die in the crossfire, said the ex-nun, surprising the Gremorys and Ravel since they hadn't seen her since she was kidnapped and also because she now looked taller with a more developed body. Asia, where have you been? Are you okay? Do you know who kidnapped you? The Rideed asked as she approached but was stopped by the blonde. Rias Gremory, I wish you wouldn't speak to me, he said with disgust in the name of his ex-mistress, surprising everyone who had just arrived, but what he did next left them stunned. Oh well. Hear this, he said while searching his pockets and taking out something that he threw at Rias. Seeing it, he was shocked, as were his entourage and the Phoenix, since what Rias had in her hands was Asia's bishop piece. I appreciate you reviving me, but I decided to leave the Gremory group since now I can be with Issei-san. He said with a happy tone, but what did surprise the newcomers was the name he mentioned. Asia, what do you mean? What do you mean, Issei-kun? The black-haired girl asked sadly, since she remembered Issei's death, but Asia, in response, only pointed out where the battle was taking place. Back with our protagonist, he was standing in front of the two exorcists, who were tired and had superficial wounds. Well, I think it's time to end this. He said as he activated the boosted gear and prepared his attack, charging a little energy into his gauntlet. The Gremories and Ravel were wide-eyed as they recognized the former brunette's voice and the sacred gear he possessed. If it's time to finish, but we'll finish you off. Zenobia shouted as she jumped and put the sword tip down, seeking to defeat the Sekiryuite. But she didn't count on the black-haired man's attack. Rising Dragon. And released the energy in the form of an eastern dragon that hit Zenobia in the stomach, causing her to release Excalibur Destruction and both of them to fall to the ground. When the Excalibur hit the ground, a crater was formed with a sword in the middle, reaffirming why it is called Excalibur Destruction. Irina, you're next. And he disappeared from everyone's sight, except for his entourage, and reappeared in front of Irina, landing a hook in the pit of her stomach, knocking the wind out of her and making her faint. With the battle over, Issei deactivated his dragon human form and called Asia to heal the exorcists. He was greatly surprised to turn around and find his former companions, former mistress and Ravel. It is worth mentioning that both Akeno and Kiba, who had momentarily forgotten his hatred of the Excaliburs, Kaneko and Ravel, were crying small tears seeing the former brunette alive, although they wondered why he had a different hair color and where he got so much power from. But only one had an expression of annoyance and anger, as well as surprise. How are you alive, scum? Yes, the one who shouted that was Ria's Gremory, who was concentrating the power of destruction in her hand, ready to throw it at Issei, but she was stopped by his servants, except for Asia who was healing Zenobia and Irina. Don't even dare touch him, bitch. Was what Tiamat, Albedo, Rory and Roswa said as they expelled their aura, causing everyone present to tremble in fear at how powerful it was. Rias calmed down, but still had an annoyed and furious expression. When Akeno was about to speak to Issei, he ignored her and turned to his maids. Well girls, it's time to go. And immediately all the girls followed him, even Asia who had already healed the two members of the church. See you tomorrow Kaicho. Said Issei as he retreated through a portal. Only the exorcists remained, barely able to stand, the Citri group, who were impressed by the power of Issei and his servants, the Gremory group and Ravel, who were happy because their companion was alive, but sad, because he surely would not forgive them for what they did to him. And further away was Rias firing a blast of power of destruction at a part of the forest, in a clear sign of fury, because her former servant was alive. The next day. After school, the dragon hunting group was walking through the streets of Kuo until they came across a somewhat peculiar scene. There were Zenobia and Irina with their robes on, begging for alms from people passing by, taking a drop from everyone in I'm style. When they saw them, they tried to get into a fighting stance, but their stomachs growled at that moment, making them ashamed of the drop that grew in size. I didn't come here to fight. How about we go somewhere to eat? Issei asked, receiving a somewhat suspicious yes from them. Elsewhere. In a family restaurant, a group of 7 girls and 1 boy could be seen devouring a huge amount of food, making everyone watch in amazement as they quickly devoured all that food. Once finished, Zenobia took the floor. Thank you very much for the food. She said bowing next to Irina. You're welcome. But on to another topic, do you need help with the Excaliburs? The dark-haired man asked, looking seriously at the 2 women. Why? Are you planning to help us? Irina asked, somewhat hopeful, first because the mission success rate was 30% and second, because she could fight for the Lord alongside her childhood friend. Of course, since I have nothing else to do and because I want to face Kakabiel. Said the black-haired man. Very well, we will accept your help Issei Dono. Said Zenobia, but Issei told her to call him Issei without honorifics. As they were about to leave they heard a familiar voice say. I'm going too. And they turned to see Kiba and Saji, although the latter was trying to stop him before he did something stupid. Can I know why you want to help us? Issei asked seriously, although he was not bothered by Kiba's presence, he knew that he could die in this mission, although he was also informed that apparently he has a certain hatred for the Excaliburs. Those swords took my friends from me before I was reincarnated, and I may meet the main culprit of their deaths. He said with a look of melancholy and fury as he said all that. Valper Galilei, the genocidal archbishop. Zenobia said with disgust in her voice when she mentioned that name. How? Was the only thing Kiba said, surprised. Everyone in the church knows about that incident, that it was branded as heresy, and the person primarily responsible was expelled. Irina said this time with a touch of sadness as she recalled what happened with the project. Furthermore, from what we've been told, he's working with Kakabiel. Given this information, Kiba only reaffirmed his determination to avenge his companions and incidentally fight again alongside Issei and see if he can obtain his forgiveness. Meanwhile, Saji was begging the Mao to keep his mistress from finding out, and if she did find out, that the punishment wouldn't be too severe. In the abandoned church. Night. In the abandoned church of the city were Zenobia, Irina, Issei and his entourage, along with Kiba, Saji and Kaneko, who joined to help Kiba and obtain Issei's forgiveness. They all wore the exorcist costume to attract the Excalibur thief. Well, we'll split up. Zenobia and Irina to the north, Albedo and Rory to the south, Tiamat and Roswis to the east and Kiba, Kaneko, Saji, Asia and I to the west. He said and everyone nodded, although Albedo, Rory, Roswis and Tiamat were upset for not going with Issei, but they didn't say anything, since they had decided by rock, paper or scissors, and Asia won. As they were about to leave, Zenobia stops Issei. Issei, before you go you should know that the White One has awakened, said the blue-haired girl seriously. Really? How interesting. He responded with a smile because maybe he would see his brother for the first time. An hour had passed since they separated and Issei and his group arrived at a park, but they were stopped by a voice they knew well. Well. What do we have here? These are some shitty exorcists ready to die. The one who said that was Fried Selzen, a stray exorcist with white hair, red eyes and a psychopathic smile, look and attitude. Seeing him, they took off their robes revealing their identities, alarming Fried and making his smile grow. Wow. I didn't expect it to be the disgusting demons from last time. It seems that Asia-chan turned into a demon too, although I don't know the other blonde and the black-haired one. He said with his typical psychopathic smile pointing at each of those present, without realizing that Asia was informing the others that they found Fried. Imagine I have brown hair. Said Issei, to which the stray exorcist opened his eyes and increased his smile and laughter. Ha 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 ha, so you're Issei, huh? Well, this makes everything easier. Get ready because I'll kill you with this Excalibur-chan. He said while taking out of his robes a sacred sword identified as an Excalibur. I'm sorry but I won't be the one fighting you. He said with a small smile, putting Fried in doubt, but he had to react quickly to block a demonic sword courtesy of Kiba, who was very angry since he saw the sword. So the little prince is going to fight, eh? It's okay that way, ha 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 ha. He said while laughing like a psychopath and exchanging sword blows with Kiba. While they were fighting, Issei and Asia noticed that Fried was much faster than before, which they attributed to the Excalibur he was carrying. But a voice pulled them out of their thoughts. This. Issei-senpai. Said the white-haired girl nervously. What's wrong, Kaneko-chan? He said with a faint cold tone, since he didn't want them to find out that he would save them before planned. This. I wanted. To know. Why don't you help? Yudo-senpai. She asked very nervously because of the look Issei and Asia were giving her, who joined in because she found it funny. But when he was going to answer, the sound of a powerful impact was heard, and he turned to see Zenobia who had hit the ground with her Excalibur and Irina and Kiba at Fried's sides. They also saw that the black-haired girls were next to him, surprising them because they didn't realize they had arrived. Shit. I didn't expect a bitch from the church to show up. Said the stray exorcist with annoyance. Fried, we are at a disadvantage, we better retreat. Said a voice coming from the shadows that, as it approached the moonlight, revealed itself to be an elderly man in a priest suit, with grey hair, glasses, and a mustache. Valper Galilei. Said Kiba with fury and disgust at that name. Shit. I guess I have no choice. He said, throwing a ball of light at the ground, momentarily blinding everyone present, except for Issei and Asia. When the light disappeared, Fried and Valper were nowhere to be seen. They will not escape. Was what Kiba, Zenobia and Irina shouted before going out to look for the Archbishop and the Exorcist. Issei and his group decided to leave the place before Saji and Kaneko's masters arrived, so when they arrived they asked them, after punishing them for having helped the church without informing them, about everything that happened. The next day. Once the school day was over, the Sekiruyute and his entourage headed home. While he was resting at his desk, he received a call via a magic circle from Sona, informing him of the latest developments. Flashback. We see Sona, Ravel and Rias with their entourages except for Kiba, while Lakeno held an unconscious Irina, who was clearly having had a difficult fight due to her injuries. Near them was Fried showing the 4 Excaliburs he stole. Excalibur Rapidly, Excalibur Nightmare, Excalibur Transparency and his most recent acquisition. Excalibur Mimic, which he stole from Irina. Above him was a man with long black hair, red eyes with pointy ears, but the most alarming thing were his 5 pairs of black fallen angel wings, informing that he was a cadre, one of the leaders of the fallen angels. Wow, you must be Rias Gremory, sister of the Mao Surzich's Lucifer. Your red hair reminds me so much of him that it makes me want to vomit. Said the fallen angel to the Retid. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kakabiel, one of the leaders of Grigori. Why do I owe you being in my territory? Rias said elegantly, but it was clear she was annoyed by the appearance of the now identified Kakabiel. I was just out for a walk and thought. What would happen if I attacked Kuo Academy, the command center for the governors of this territory, and killed them in the process? He said with a psychopathic grin. But if you do that you will start a new great war. Was what Rias shouted when she saw Kakabiel's intentions. That's the idea. By the way, I was informed that the Securitate was under your command, but I don't see it. And yet I wanted to offer him to work for me. He said a little bored because his potential subordinate was not there. That trash is no longer under my command, he was nothing but useless. Rias said with disgust, which was noticed by everyone present. Too bad. Well, we'll wait for them at the academy where we're going to fuse the Excaliburs. Come on, Fried. Said Kakabiel as he activated a magic circle and disappeared. At the same time, Fried used another light bomb and escaped. Present. After being informed by Sona about what had happened and corroborating it with his father, who took a few blows for having forgotten something so important, he proceeded to gather his entourage who already had their battle clothes on. Albedo and Roswas had their armor. Rory had her Lolagotica clothes next to her axe. Asia had her nun outfit. Since she said she felt more comfortable with it. And Tiamat was wearing an outfit similar to Irina and Zenovia's, only it was light blue and covered her entire body. In addition to allowing her greater mobility and highlighting her incredible body, she also wore white gloves and heels of the same color. They all met up with Issei, who was already wearing his suit. Are you ready? She asked, receiving a nod from everyone. Then let's go pluck some crows. She said, opening a portal, and they entered. Elsewhere. We see a male silhouette with glowing wings looking down from the air at Kuo Academy, while a huge pillar of light emerged from it. It seems they've already started. The time has come to meet my rival, not Albion. He said while he stared at the academy where a kind of protective dome was formed, waiting for the exact moment to make his appearance. Chapter 5. Time to pluck some birds. Kuo Academy. Citri's entourage could be seen alongside Sona, creating a powerful and enormous barrier to prevent possible damage to the city and its inhabitants. Near them were Rias Gremory and her entourage minus Kiba, and Ravel with her brother's entourage minus him, since she called them to help her in the confrontation with the cadre, and Raiser was busy, apparently. Done, the barrier is now finished. Said Sona, who along with her entourage would maintain the barrier. Have you called your brother yet, Rias? Asked Sona, turning to Rias. In that case, shouldn't you call your sister? Rias asked with a mischievous smile. No. I'm sure your brother loves you. That's why. Said the Citriera sadly while her servants, except for Tsubaki, looked at her intrigued by her reaction. I already called Surzich's Sama. Akeno said. Akeno. Her mistress shouted at her queen's actions. Rias understands, our enemy is one of the leaders of the fallen angels. Even more so, he is the one who survived a battle with God. Without your brother we are lost. Akeno defended herself before the angry look of her mistress. Okay, how long will it take? Rias asked calmer. Reinforcements will take about an hour. Akeno replied. So an hour. Rias muttered to herself, then turned her gaze to Ravel. Ravel, where is Raiser? Rias asked doubtfully. According to the servants, he had some important matters to attend to, so he left in a hurry, and they have no idea where he is. Ravel responded to her sister-in-law's question. Okay. Let's go, my cute servants. Rias said aloud. Yes. But you. Her servant said, but with a more monotonous tone, a tone they used every time they referred to her since the Issei incident. Come on, let's show the majesty of the Phoenix clan. Ravel shouted, receiving an affirmation from Raiser's entourage. But that said, they set out to enter the academy. Inside the academy. When the group arrived at the academy courtyard, they looked in disbelief at a huge pillar of light inside which they saw 4 spinning swords. Nearby was Valper Galilei, who apparently controlled the pillar by the way he moved his hands. Near the latter was the exorcist Fried, looking at the demons with an excessively psychopathic smile. Above them sat Kakabiel, sitting on a floating golden throne. He looked down at them with a smirk of amusement and a psychopathic grin. So who's coming? Will it be Surzich's or Serafal? Kakabiel asked, amused. Instead of my brother or Leviathan Sama, we will be the ones to face you. Rias exclaimed with a loud voice, but was surprised to hear a loud noise. Boo. Turning their heads, they saw that where the academy gym used to be, there was now a huge crater with a large spear of light in the middle of it. TSK, how boring. Said Kakabiel so that everyone would look at him, and they deduced that from the pose he was in, he had thrown the spear into the gym. I guess I'll have to kill them to start the war. He said, and from the ground a magic circle opened from which several giant dogs with 3 heads each came out. Cerberus. Rias shouted upon seeing the beasts. Akeno, Kaneko, let's go. She said, being accompanied by the aforementioned. Come on girls. Said Ravel being followed by her companions. An incredible battle had begun in the courtyard of the academy, where the howls of dogs, explosions, lightning, etc. could be heard. While Rias, Akeno and Ubaluna attacked two Cerberus, one sneaked out to attack Mihi, one of Raiser's bishops. As he was about to kill the bishop, he was mysteriously cut in half. When they looked closely, they saw a blue-haired woman with a green streak holding a holy sword. "I came to help," Zenobia said as she addressed the other Cerberi. Zenovia's appearance surprised them so much that they didn't see another of the Cerberus jump towards Kaneko, with the aim of piercing her with its jaws. Kaneko could only watch as the Cerberus approached and closed her eyes waiting for her end, which never came. Sword birth was heard, and from the ground a number of swords of different shapes and sizes came out of the ground, embedding themselves in the flesh of the Cerberus, killing it. When Kaneko turned her head to the place where the voice was heard from, she smiled happily when she recognized a certain blonde with a mole. "It seems I made it in time," said Kiba, who took care of 3 more Cerberus. With Zenobia and Kiba on their side, it didn't take long for the last of the Cerberus to fall dead. Once finished, Kiba turned his sights to Valper, but a powerful light blinded everyone. When the light disappeared, they saw that in the place where the 4 Excaliburs were, there was now a single sword that emanated an enormous sacred aura. Finally, I managed to finish it," the Archbishop said happily. "I hope you haven't forgotten our agreement," Kakabiel said to Valper. "No problem. You can use the spell's energy however you want," was what Valper said, alerting the demons present. "Very well. Listen, sister of the Mao Lucifer. Thanks to the energy accumulated in the fusion of Excaliburs, I put a spell so that the entire city will be destroyed in 20 minutes, he said, alerting all the demons. "And the only way to stop it is by defeating me. Although that will be impossible," he said, smiling, since his plans for war seemed like they could not be stopped. Rias was about to give the order to attack Kakabiel with everything, but she stopped when she saw Kiba approaching Valper. "Valper Galilei, I am a survivor of the Sacred Swords Project," Kiba said seriously with anger while holding a sword pointing at the old man. "I see. I heard stories about a survivor of the project who had become a demon. Is that you?" the old man said, pointing at the blonde. "Yes. I only survived for the day I could avenge my fallen friends," Kiba said furiously, gripping his sword tighter. "And that day has finally arrived." And he lunged at the Archbishop, but was stopped by the fused Excalibur. "Haven't you forgotten me, pretty boy?" said Fried, who was wielding the Excalibur. He quickly dodged Kiba's attack and with a diagonal slash, broke the sword the Grimoire Knight was carrying. Taking advantage of the blonde's distraction, as he stared at the broken sword, he kicked him in the stomach, knocking him back a few feet. As he recomposed himself and created another sword, an explosion occurred right where he stood, catching him off guard. Boom. The demon saw the smoking crater that had formed where Kiba was and couldn't help but think the worst. Until they heard someone's moan coming from the crater. When the smoke cleared, the wounded blonde could be seen lying on the ground, but still alive. "TSK. The rad is really slippery," said Kakabiel. "I must thank you. Without your help I would never have been able to finish my project," Valper said as he took something out of his clothes. Upon taking it out, they saw that it was a celestial crystal that gave off a peculiar energy. "You're probably wondering what this is," the old man asked. "This is the pinnacle of my research. This is the combined crystallization of the little power the subjects of the Sacred Swords Project had. That is what was given to Irina in the ceremony to wield the Excalibur," said Zenobia as she remembered how Irina was given the crystal. "What?" was all Kiba could say. "You see. Since I was a child I was always fascinated by sacred swords, so much so that I wanted to become a bearer of one. Imagine my sadness when I found out I didn't have what it took to carry one. But then I decided to make it possible for anyone to carry one," Valper recounted as everyone looked on. "That's how the Sacred Swords Project was born. But as I progressed in my research I found out that a certain amount of power is needed to wield a sacred sword, power that was present in everyone, but in most people only a small part was present. After so many years, I came to the conclusion that if I wanted the project not to be a complete waste, I had to remove that power from within the subjects and crystallize it so that it could be used by others, although I'm sure that Michael could have removed it without killing the subjects." "So why did you kill them?" asked Kiba, with small tears coming out of his eyes and looking at Valper with an anger he had contained for a long time. "It's simple, because they were no longer useful to me," he said with a small smile. "You see. They were nothing more than a failed project, and they had nowhere to go, so I preferred to kill them like the failures they were," said Valper while looking at the crystal. "And even when it was branded as heresy, they continued to use my research to create more crystals," said the Archbishop a little angrily. "Ha ha 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 ha. I consumed 3 of those crystals while the other subjects died from excessive power. I'm really amazing, aren't I?" said the lunatic exorcist while he couldn't stop laughing. You can have it, we have the technology to create those crystals en masse. Valper said and threw the crystal he had to Kiba, who grabbed it and looked at it as if it was the last thing keeping him sane. At that moment, Kiba began to remember the happy moments he spent with his friends from the project until they faced the poison and the subjects that released that poison, so he could escape and live. Valper Galilei. How many lives have you taken for your ambitions? She said while crying, but when one of her tears touched the glass, it began to shine brightly. At that, multiple luminous figures appeared next to Kiba, which began to transform into children that Kiba and Valper knew very well. What's going on? The Redita Gremory asked, bewildered. I think that because of the powers that are here, the crystal began to react in that way, showing the souls it has inside. Was Akeno's deduction, who said it with a small tear falling down her cheek. Guys. I always wonder if I was the one who most deserved to survive. Everyone had better dreams than me and… Kiba said through tears, but he felt someone grab him by his clothes. When he looked up, he noticed a girl who, upon seeing him, just smiled at him. At that, all the spirits along with Kiba began to circle around him, reciting a kind of sacred chant that did not affect the demons, but Akeno, Kaneko and Ravel were crying small tears because of the moving scene. Don't worry. If we are all together, there is nothing to fear. I'm not afraid. Even if God doesn't exist. Even if God isn't watching. Our hearts will always be one. Kiba finished reciting as the souls entered his body. Oh. Kakabiel couldn't help but be interested in this event as he felt the blonde's power increasing. I understand. My friends didn't want me to avenge them. But I can't let you live since you're sure to take innocent lives. Kiba exclaimed as a sacred aura enveloped him. But what's happening now? Was what Rias said in response to Kiba's new power. Oh Kiba. Show what you're made of. Said a voice in his head that Kiba identified as Issei's voice, but he didn't bother to wonder why he heard it, he just limited himself to concentrating power in his sword. Just above the academy building, our dark-haired boy and his entourage had arrived to hear Valper's story. It's worth noting that the dark-haired boy's girls were moved by the sight of Kiba with his old friends, while Drake informed Issei that the blonde had succeeded, so with a small spell, he decided to give him a little motivational boost. Back with Kiba, he was raising his sword to the sky, concentrating his power. I swear that I will become the sword that defends justice. I will become the sword that defends my friends and the people important to me. Sword birth balance breaker. He shouted, and a white and a black energy began to cover his sword, transforming it. Now Kiba had a white western sword, but in the center it is black with some strange symbols in the middle in red. A sword that is both holy and demonic. Interesting. Kakabiel muttered at the boy's change. This is sort of betrayal, a holy and demonic sword at the same time. He said while pointing it at Valper, who began to tremble. Freed. He shouted, and immediately the stray exorcist landed between Valper and Kiba, aiming his fused Excalibur at the latter. Ah. So much cheesy stuff made my skin crawl. So I'll have to kill them with this Excalibur chant to calm down. Freed said while making some strange movements. Rias Gremory's knight. Are we still allies? Asked Zenobia, who came out of nowhere and started walking next to Kiba. I guess so. Why? He asked, still staring at his target. Let's work together to destroy that Excalibur. That's no longer a sacred sword. It's an anomalous sword. The blue-haired girl said seriously as she pinned destruction to the ground. Are you sure? Kiba asked as he watched the blue-haired girl nod and move her hand to her side. Saint Peter, Saint Basil, Saint Denis and the Holy Mother Mary. In the name of the saints who reside in this sword I free you. Zenobia recited as a dimensional space opened next to her and the handle of a sword with chains emerged, which broke when the magician grabbed it. Durandal. The blue-haired girl shouted as she pulled the sword out of the dimensional space and revealed a sword with a peculiar blue design with golden edges, but the most alarming thing was the exaggerated sacred aura that it emanated. Impossible. My research didn't discover a way to carry that sword. Valper said, scared when he saw someone wielding that sword. Unlike that stray over there in arena, I am a natural wielder. She said as she pointed the sword at Freed. Now let me show you the power of the holy sword known for its destructive power. And making a vertical slash from bottom to top with the sword, she created a powerful wave of holy power in the direction of the exorcist, who upon seeing the tremendous attack, had no choice but to dodge it by jumping to the side. He quickly recovered and ran towards Zenobia, who looked exhausted, apparently making such a tremendous attack exhausted her resistance. Before it could hit Zenobia, Kiba stepped in and stopped the Excalibur with a horizontal slash. Damn pretty boy. Freed shouted as he tried to cut Kiba with swift slashes courtesy of Excalibur rapidly, but Kiba blocked the attacks easily. Seeing that the effort was useless, Freed moved away from Kiba and transformed his sword into a whip with the Excalibur mimic ability, but the blonde, showing off his speed, approached Freed in the blink of an eye and with a slash, destroyed the fused Excalibur, astonishing everyone present. Impossible, how did I lose? Aw. Fried complained as a deep cut on his shoulder appeared and he fainted. You see friends, our power finally surpassed Excalibur's, said Kiba as he turned to face Valper who was trembling on the floor and retreating. Impossible. Two opposing forces can't merge, said Valper alarmed as Kiba approached, and as if by magic or his incredible intelligence, his mind made a click and he deduced what happened. I see. Everything makes sense if the balance between the sacred and the demonic doesn't exist. Then not only the four Mau, but also, said Valper with a face as if he had discovered the greatest secret in the world, but he couldn't say more when he was pierced by a spear of light courtesy of Kakabiel. There's no doubt that you're someone extraordinary, Valper. Having discovered that on your own and in just a few minutes is certainly commendable, said Kakabiel. Well, I think it's time for me to have some fun. Kakabiel launched himself at Kiba, creating a sword of light. As the two swords clashed, neither broke, but the effort the knight was making to stay ahead of the cadre was evident. Razor's knights appeared from the sides and Zenobia from behind to attack him, but he blocked Zenobia with another light sword and broke the other knight's swords with his wings. The knights then flew towards the trees by the simple push of Kakabiel's wings. He quickly dispatched the remaining two swordsmen and prepared to eliminate them. But as he was about to attack, he blocked some lightning bolts coming from Queen Gremory. So you're going to oppose me, the one who possesses the powers of Baraquiel, said Kakabiel who blocked the attack as if it was nothing. Baraquiel, another of the leaders of the Fallen. What relationship could he have with Akeno? Issei wondered, still waiting for the right moment to enter the battle. Akeno's attack was joined by Ria's power of destruction, Ubaluna's explosive magic and Ravel's flames, but it seemed that they did nothing to Kakabiel. When they stopped attacking they watched in disbelief as Kakabiel kept the attacks they launched at him combined in a sphere as big as the. Then he decided to throw that sphere towards the demons, who would not be able to withstand such a combination of power, even with their best shields. Fortunately, Zenobia and Kiba appeared and blocked the attack with their swords, but they were blown back a few meters as the power was blocked. They eventually managed to dispel the power, but they looked exhausted. I'm surprised you can still fight without your leader, Kakabiel said curiously, referring to Zenobia. What do you mean? She asked. Ha 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 ha. It's true, you don't know, he said while laughing and covering his face with his hand, then looking at the group with a psychopathic smile. In the last Great War not only the four Mau died, but God also died. That's why it's not so strange that anomalies like that sacred demonic sword appear, he said with a big psychopathic smile and pointing at Kiba. At this revelation, Zenobia fell to her knees as she left her sword stuck to her side and looked at the ground in horror. Impossible. That's impossible, said Zenobia who seemed to have lost her mission in life. It seems Michael is doing a good job as leader of heaven, since exorcisms and blessings still work, but not as strongly as before. Kakabiel added. Archangel Michael. Is he the new leader of heaven? Zenobia asked, her eyes losing their sparkle. Just as it seemed Zenobia was about to faint and the battle was about to resume, a voice stopped them. Don't you think you went too far, Kakabiel? Said a certain black-haired man with his girls on the roof of the school building, making everyone wonder why they didn't feel it. I see you stopped being a spectator and decided to act, Kakabiel said looking in Issei's direction. So you already knew I was here, said the black-haired man without stopping looking at Kakabiel. From the beginning. But I was wondering who you are and when you were going to fight, said Kakabiel whose smile grew. When Issei and his girls came down, they provoked different reactions. On one hand Kiba, Kaneko, Ravel, Akeno and Zenobia were happy because he came to help him, while Rias looked at him angrily, and Razor's maids wondered who he was, but what the Gremory and Ravel said left them stunned. Issei-kun, Issei-senpai, Issei-sama, said Kiba, Akeno, Kaneko and Ravel, causing many questions and growing anger to form in Razor's entourage. Although they also wondered how he would fight against Kakabiel, who those girls were and how strong they were, as well as why they were with the former brown-haired boy. As he passed by Zenobia, he said to her. Even if God is dead, the world keeps turning. Don't let this defeat you and find a new reason. And upon hearing this, the light returned to Zenobia's eyes, who now saw the black-haired man differently. So tell me, who are you? Kakabiel asked as he got into a fighting stance, since something told him that boy was a danger with the girls. I am Issei Haidu, the current Sekiruyute and the one who is going to pluck you, you shitty super-developed crow, he said getting into a combat stance while his maids and the others laughed at the nickname he gave to the cadre, whose vein in his forehead was throbbing. Asia, take care of healing them all. Issei ordered Asia who nodded and went straight to heal the demons and Zenobia. I know. Why don't we make this more interesting? Said Kakabiel as a huge magic circle appeared on the floor and beasts already well known to everyone came out. So you still had some Cerberus left? Issei said, nodding to his girls to engage the newly summoned ones. And with that, the battle began. Rory easily dodged the breath of one of the Cerberus beasts and approached at a swift pace. He leaped to stand above the centaur's head and drove the axe handle into its eye. Then he moved onto its back and with a swift swing of the axe, cut the beast in half at the waist, spraying blood in abundance. Roswas, on the other hand, was flying and dodging the fireballs her target was throwing at her. She then created several small magic circles on either side of her and aimed at the Cerberus. As she fired the energy from the circles, they impacted the Cerberus's legs and right between the eyes of the three heads, piercing through the creature's skull and brain, causing it to fall dead. Albedo lunged down at the Cerberus and grabbed one of its legs, spinning it alongside. She then tossed it up into the air, concentrating demonic and dragonic power in her hand, taking flight and slamming it into the beast's stomach, causing it to explode and rain blood down on the Cerberus's flesh and organs. Tiamat simply approached the remaining Cerberus at a slow pace, who began to retreat in fear from the aura the woman emitted. Tiamat, displaying her superior speed, appeared in front of the Cerberus and delivered a powerful, swift blow to each head, causing the heads to explode, splattering blood across the floor and, in the process, traumatizing the demons. Meanwhile, Issei, who had transformed to the surprise of those who didn't know about that form, dealt a right blow to the cadre, who defended himself with his swords, but was forcibly dragged a few meters. Recompassing himself, he threw several spears of light at Issei, who dodged them with great ease. Matrix style. He then created another lightsaber and launched himself at the boy with an upward slash, only to be stopped by the dark-haired man. But he couldn't stop Kakabiel's blow, which sent him flying several meters to the side. Quickly recovering, Issei launched himself at Kakabiel with a sidekick that connected squarely with his stomach. Taking advantage, he slammed his heel into the fallen man's jaw and, spinning around, swiped at him with his tail, pushing him back only a few meters, knocking him off his feet. Rising, he engulfed his right fist in light and lunged at the Sekiryuite, who in response, engulfed his left fist in dragon energy and lunged forward to face the cadre. When their fists collided, a shockwave was generated that created a crater in the ground beneath them. As they walked away, Kakabiel glanced at his Cerberus to see if they'd finished off the news. He was greatly surprised to see all his Cerberus dead and slaughtered, but a voice made him focus his attention on the boy. "Wow. You really are strong, Kakabiel," said Issei while wiping some blood from his lips. "I guess I'll have to get more serious boosted gear." And the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet made an appearance, and Issei began to accumulate air in his lungs. Boost transfer. And immediately the gauntlet transferred its power to Issei, more specifically to his lungs. As he exhaled, an incredibly huge flame came out of Issei's mouth, which ended up engulfing Kakabiel, who protected himself with his wings to withstand the attack, and a large part of the academy. When the blaze ended, Kakabiel could be seen somewhat burned, his clothes torn and with small flames on them. But the most surprising thing was that Kakabiel had lost 4 wings due to the attack. One plucked wing could even be seen lying a little far away. "Don't you think you've seen enough?" "White," Issei said, and, as if it had been a summoning spell, the barrier made by Sona and her group broke, letting in a bright being. This being was covered in silver armor encrusted with blue jewels. "Kakabiel. How pathetic you look," said the armor pointing at the fallen man. "What are you doing here, White Emperor Dragon? Did the red one attract you?" said Kakabiel, tired from the fight he just had. "Not really. I'm just coming for you." And with astonishing speed he ripped off another pair of Kakabiel's wings. What horrible wings. Azazel's are darker, like eternal night. And moving as fast as before, he hooked Kakabiel in the stomach, causing him to cough blood and fall unconscious. He carried Kakabiel on his shoulder and headed towards the stray exorcist. "Just in case I'll take him too," he said as he carried him and prepared to fly away, but a voice stopped him. "You ignore me, White," said Drake from the boosted gear, but everyone could hear him. "Red. So he's awake," said a voice as the armor's wings glowed. "I didn't expect us to find ourselves in this situation. It's okay. We're meant to fight. These encounters are just coincidences." "Could be. By the way, Red. I noticed that your hostility towards me is very low," said the dragon intrigued. "Hehehe. If you only knew what I know," Drake said laughing, intriguing the white man even more. "Well. See you, Red." "Yes. See you, White." "Wait," said Issei, stopping the bearer of the target. "If that is all your power, we will crush you without mercy," he exclaimed with a confident smile. "I hope you don't disappoint me, rival Kun," said the person inside the armor and left the academy with Kakabiel and freed. Shortly after, Citri's entourage arrived, asking what had happened. It's worth mentioning that Sona was furious at the sight of the state our protagonist had left the academy in, even attempting to kill him. Fortunately, she was calmed by the combined efforts of everyone else. 1 hour later, a magic circle appeared in the academy courtyard, revealing Surziches, Graphia, and about 30 armored devils belonging to the Gremory clan. When he stepped out of the circle, he saw a rather curious scene. The Grimoire and Phoenix entourage could be seen talking to Kiba, but Rias and the Phoenix servants were seen looking annoyed at the black-haired man who was talking to his entourage, and a blue-haired woman with a sword that radiated sacred energy. But the strangest thing was seeing Sona Citri kneeling on the ground staring into space, while her servants did everything they could to make her react. Noticing the Redeed and the group of demons, everyone stopped what they were doing and went to inform the Mayu about the events, but Issei stopped when he felt a certain presence in the group of demons, and his doubts were right when he heard their horrible voice. "Rias, Ravel, are you alright?" said a blonde man in a burgundy high-class suit. "Raiser," Rias said, seeing her husband here. "What are you doing here?" "I came when I heard that they were facing a cadre, but I was informed too late and arrived with Lucifer Sama's group," Raiser replied. "Now that I look, where is Kakabiel?" Serziches asked. Then Rias and her group explained everything that happened to the amazement of Serziches, Raiser and Grafia, since they did not expect the Kiba could create a holy demonic sword, but when they were going to move on to the part of the battle against Kakabiel, the black-haired man joined the conversation and explained everything else. "Well, that explains a lot, but who are you?" asked Amayu with a small smile because he sensed who it could be. "I am Issei Haidu, current Secretary," he said while showing the long eyes on his arm, causing Grafia and Raiser to open their eyes when they saw the former brunette alive, but the blonde's face turned angry. "How are you alive?" the blonde shouted furiously, pointing at Issei. "And what do you care?" Issei said, but had to deflect a fireball that Raiser threw at him. "What are you trying to do?" "Obviously finish what was started," said Raiser, being supported by his entourage and Rias, while Ravel and the Grimoire entourage watched this worriedly. "What do you think if we settle this in a rating game?" "Me against all of you," said the black-haired man, pointing at those on Raiser's side, but they looked at him with a confused expression. "If you win, you kill me, but if I win, I get whatever I want. Did you hit your head or go crazy? You couldn't defeat me with the dragon's power, much less can you defeat me and them at the same time," Raiser said with his arrogant attitude. "But if you want to die so badly, we accept your conditions." "Perfect," said Issei as he approached the Mayu to whisper something that Raiser and the others couldn't hear. After whispering that to him, the Mayu had a small smile on his face. "As you wish, Issei-kun. We will immediately prepare the stadium." Battle dimension. It's the same as when he interrupted the wedding. In the battle zone was Issei already transformed, and in front of him was Raiser, his entourage without Ravel and Rias. In the stands were Serziches, Grafia, Ravel, Zenobia, Ria's entourage, Issei's entourage and Bahamut, who was informed by Tiamat that Issei was going to torture Yakitori, so he brought popcorn, drinks and a camera. Obviously Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko were worried that Issei would die again without them being able to prevent it, so they asked the Mayu to stop them, but he said not to worry. Serziches also decided to tell Ravel the truth, leaving her stunned to learn that her beloved brother had tried to kill his love interest. And at the request of both sides, the dimension no longer had automatic expulsion of pieces when they fell unconscious or were about to die. "Prepare to die, scum," who said that was Ria's shooting power of destruction directly at the black-haired man, who easily dodged it and approached the Redeed in a blink of an eye. Once close, I hit her with a hook to the stomach, causing her to double over, and finishing her off with a right cross to the face, throwing her to the side. He immediately set his sights on Raiser's entourage, who watched in astonishment as Issei got rid of Rias. The pawns quickly surrounded him. The first to attack were the chainsaw-wielding twins, who lunged forward trying to cut the black-haired man down, followed by the others, who also wanted to kill the black-haired man. But to their surprise, he stopped the chainsaws with his bare hands, destroying them and knocking the twins to the ground. He then faced the rest of the farmhands and hit them hard enough to keep them from getting up. He turned to see how the two rooks and the two knights surrounded him, and a little further away the bishop charged its spell, and the queen looked at them from above. First he decided to finish off the rook, starting a short exchange of blows, where the phoenix were badly wounded, and he prepared to dodge the sword slashes of the knights. When the bishop finished charging her spell, she fired it directly at Issei, but she didn't realize that he had gathered the knights and the rooks in a single point, so she dodged the magic, hitting the phoenix group, defeating them. The bishop was so shocked at having attacked her companion that she couldn't do anything when Issei kicked her in the face, sending her flying against a wall, leaving her unconscious. The queen, unable to bear this happening to her companions and her master's wife any longer, attacked Issei with several explosions, raising a cloud of dust that obscured his vision. Panting, she went down thinking she had defeated the Secretary, but the last thing she saw was a red gauntlet striking her in the stomach and a heel, knocking her unconscious. "Damn it," Raiser shouted, throwing a huge sphere of fire at him, but Issei deflected it again. Seeing how strong Issei had become, Raiser had to resort to his last card. "I recognize that you have become strong trash, but you are still far from defeating me," and engulfed himself in his own flames, changing form. As the flames disappeared, a giant bird about 5 meters long could be seen, but its feathers seemed to be made of fire. "That's it," Ravel said, drawing the attention of those who didn't know about that form. "What is that form, Ravel?" the Kendo asked as the blonde stared at the battle in astonishment. "That is the forbidden transformation of the Phoenix clan. It consists of accumulating your demonic energy to transform into a phoenix bird, but it is forbidden, since you cannot use your regeneration for a while after using it, and you do not last long," said Ravel without taking her eyes off Issei. Back in the battle, Issei watched Raiser's transformation board. "Is that all?" he asked while scratching his ear, but became intrigued when a magic circle covered the bird. That same circle appeared in Raiser's entourage, including Ravel, Rias and her entourage, leaving them exhausted wondering what happened. What Raiser-kun just did was steal their powers with a forbidden spell. Just using that spell is punishable by death. "That's why I let Issei-kun have the battle with him, to confirm my sources," said the Mayu, surprising everyone who didn't know. After absorbing the powers, the phoenix was larger, while its flames became multicolored due to the different types of energies. "Why, you're finished, scum," Ria said with a small smile as she recognized the spell Raiser used. Issei just kept looking at Raiser monotonously, although inside he was excited because he could fight with everything now. Raiser lunged at Issei, who jumped to avoid the bird. But Raiser took advantage of the situation to fire a fireball fused with lightning, explosive power and destruction, which engulfed Issei completely. Raiser thought he had already won until he heard a voice that boded ill. "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker Boosted Gear Scale Male." And from the fireball came out an imposing red armor with green jewels. The armor flew straight at the bird, hitting it with his fist on the head, causing it to lose its balance and fall, without noticing that Issei left a magical connection with it. Raiser stood up and began firing a variety of attacks, from slashing with his wings as if they were swords, to the same spheres as before. But Issei easily dodged them and fired Dragon Shoot at him, wounding him, but he regenerated at a faster rate than before. "Ahahaha, you damn trash, you won't be able to do anything to me. When I kill you, I'll keep those women who were with you, and I'll turn them into my personal toys, or I'll simply give them to some servants," said Raiser, causing the black-haired girls to want to go in there and dismember him, but a movement of Bahamut's hand stopped them. Issei, on the other hand, was furious at everything Raiser had said and done. "Listen, Yakitori. I was going to let you live so the underworld could judge you for your crimes. But just because of what you just said, you got a direct path to death," Issei said, shouted, but many were wondering what crimes Raiser had committed. "Cossetus claws," Issei said, and from the ground beneath Raiser, several ice chains came out that tied him to the floor, preventing him from moving. Boost 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 explosion. The sound of the sacred gear was heard announcing the increase in power, scaring Raiser a little because of what the black-haired man wanted to do. To the surprise of many, several spheres of dragonic energy, similar to Dragon Shoot, came out of each of the jewels on the armor, which began to grow to different sizes, from as large as the black-haired man's torso, to as large as him. "Omega Force," he said, and both on the gem of his right gauntlet and on Raiser's body and symbol appeared, which caused Raiser to lose the power he took and his phoenix form. "Prepare to feel one of my most powerful techniques," he said while retracting his left arm. Galaxy Explosion. And extending his arm in the direction of the blonde phoenix, the weights were quickly launched at their target. Because Raiser was bound by the chains, he couldn't dodge the attack, taking it full force. But the horrifying part was when the first sphere struck him, setting off a chain reaction that ended in an explosion so powerful it nearly destroyed the battle dimension. When the explosion ended, it could be seen that where Raiser Phoenix used to be, there was now only a huge crater with no trace of the Phoenix air, causing the Phoenix entourage as well as Rias to think the worst. Raiser Phoenix is dead, Isseixharem is the winner. Brafi announced, corroborating the fears of the aforementioned. The release of all the pieces of the Grimoire retinue as well as Ravel Phoenix is approved. But that last announcement could only end in a single reaction. "Why, was the scream that was heard throughout the dimension as it fell apart. Chapter 6. New Servants, the Dance of the Dragons, and the Second Bride. What was heard throughout the place, while the black-haired man crossed a portal towards the stands. Once he left the portal, Issei saw how the former Grimoire entourage and Ravel looked at him surprised and happy, so much so that tears even came out of their eyes. "Are you serious, Issei-kun, Issei-senpai, Issei-sama?" the four asked, approaching Issei. "I couldn't leave you guys near the shitty Yakitori and that crimson bitch, so I opted for this method," said Issei, who felt a little guilty for not telling them about this, since he wanted to keep it as a surprise. "Are you upset?" "Not at all," the four said in unison with a smile, which the black-haired man reciprocated with another and hugged them, all this before the gaze of the Mayu and his wife, Bahamut, who smiled at the scene, Issei's entourage, who also smiled, and Zenobia. But once they separated, Akeno had a worried look on her face. But what will we do now? I mean, we won't be with the Gremory family anymore. And that question generated doubts in Kaneko, Kiba and Ravel, who would surely lose ties with her family. Well, if you want you can join my entourage, you will have food and a place to live, but you will have to work very hard. Issei proposed, but Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko and Ravel only had one doubt. Entourage? They asked again in unison, with notable incredulity. You see, I recently received my dragon pieces, and they, pointing to Tiamat, Asia, Albedo, Roswis, and Rory, are part of my entourage. And I have no problem with them wanting to be part of it. Really? They asked hopefully. Of course. Issei said with a big smile. He then proceeded to give them to Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko, Ravel and Zenobia, who after learning of God's death and being saved by the black-haired man, asked him if she could be part of his group. He gave Kiba a knight since he focused on speed, he gave Zenobia a rook so she would have greater resistance when using Durandal, and he gave Akeno, Kaneko, and Ravel a pawn each so they could learn other fighting styles. In the name of Issei Bahamut, you, Akeno Himejima, Kiba Udo, Kaneko Taoju, Ravel Phoenix and Zenobia Quarta will become my servants of the end and will fight by my side for eternity. Recited the black-haired man and the pieces entered the named ones, making the circle of Issei's entourage appear under each one, but from all of them, except Zenobia, some red, Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko, and orange, Ravel, chess pieces came out that were collected by Surziches. And with this you are part of the Bahamut family. Issei said and was immediately knocked down by a hug from Akeno, Kaneko and Ravel. It should be said that Kiba saw this with a nervous smile, Bahamut and Surziches laughed. Issei's girls were jealous. When they separated, Surziches spoke. Okay Issei-kun, let's go, there's still one more member missing. But what he said caused doubts in everyone except the original Gremory entourage. What do you mean Surziches? The black-haired man expressed his doubt. You see Issei-kun, you said to release all the pieces. To which the black-haired man nodded. Well, Rias had a piece sealed in the club room because she couldn't handle its power. Said the Mayu as he activated a transport circle and everyone disappeared. Occult club room. In the old school building everyone was, except Bahamut who went who knows where, in front of a large door with many seals. Is this the other piece? The black-haired man asked. Yes. Here is my sister's other bishop, or rather ex-bishop. Said Surziches as he deactivated all the seals and proceeded to open the door. Nuo. A female voice was heard from inside the dark room. Once they turned on the lights, they saw a room that, based on the decor and other details, they deduced belonged to a little girl. But the most surprising thing was seeing the coffin in the middle of the room. Gasper, come on. It's time to go out. Said Akeno as she removed the lid revealing a red-eyed blonde with sharp fangs. No. Leave me here, I don't want to come out. Said the blonde trying to take the lid off Akeno's coffin. For a moment Issei and his girls thought it was a girl, but when they noticed the essence emanating from it, their eyes opened wide. Surziches. Don't tell me. What is it? Said the black-haired man pointing at the blonde and looking at the Mayu. Yes, Issei-kun. His name is Gasper Vladi, he is a damper, a half-human half-vampire, and he is a boy. Said the Mayu with a small smile, leaving the others stunned. After coming out of shock, Surziches explained to them that Gasper was the one who fulfilled the most contracts of the former Gremory entourage, since he did them through the computer. Well. But that doesn't explain why he dresses like a girl. Issei asked. It's just. These clothes are prettier. Said Gasper making a cute face. So he mentally promised himself to transform Gasper from a transvestite into a self-respecting man, even if he died trying. Well. I'm going to introduce myself. Hello Gasper, yes Issei Bahamut, your new El said Issei as he approached Gasper and extended his hand, but he got scared and his eyes shone. A second later Gasper was in a cardboard box far from where he was before, to the surprise of those who didn't know about his power, thinking he could teleport. He possesses a sacred gear. Forbidden Baylor View. It can momentarily stop the time of the target that is in its range of vision. Explained Surziches. Gasper-kun, this is Issei Bahamut and his entourage, to which you belong now. Said Surziches causing Gasper's fear to increase. What do you mean by that? Gasper asked, trembling. Afterwards Issei explained everything that happened to Gasper. His past, his entry into the supernatural, Asia, the battles against Raiser Phoenix, the torture at the hands of Rias and Raiser, his meeting with his father, his return and how he met his entourage, skipping the part where they confessed their love or their engagement to Tiamat, the arrival of the exorcists in Kakabiel, the battle against him, and then against Raiser and Rias, where he won the right to free them from her. Gasper was shocked, but he only had one question. Do you hate Rias-sama? He asked, a little startled by her reaction. It's worth noting that this question caught everyone's attention. To tell the truth, I don't feel anything for her, in fact I don't give a shit what she does or doesn't do, as long as she doesn't mess with the people who are important to me," said the boy calmly, surprising everyone by not holding a great anger towards her. "So Gasper, do you want to be part of my entourage?" asked Issei. Gasper, after analyzing everything Issei said and coming to the conclusion that if he stayed with Rias he could do something to him, decided to accept Issei's proposal, to which he gave Gasper a bishop so he could use his power better. "In the name of Issei Bahamut, you, Gasper Vladi, will become my bishop of the end and fight by my side for eternity," recited the black-haired man, and the bishop entered Gasper's interior, while Issei's magic circle appeared beneath him and a red bishop fell to the ground, which Isseixharem picked up. "Well, I think that's all, Issei-kun. Later I have to talk to you about some things since now I have to go back to work," said the Redeed with a nervous smile when he saw his wife telling him that there is work. "Okay. See you Isseixharem." Issei said goodbye as the Redeed and the maid disappeared in a magic circle. "And now what do we do, Issei-kun?" asked Akeno. "Well. Now let's go home," said the black-haired man as he opened the portal to take everyone. Dragon hunting. Issei and company appeared at the dragon hunting, surprising the newcomers, who didn't know this was the former Issei's new home. What struck them as odd, though, was seeing a large sign that read, "Welcome to Issei Bahamut's entourage," and a bunch of delicious dishes right underneath. At that moment Bahamut appeared coming out of the kitchen explaining what he did all this. "It is an honor to meet you Bahamut-sama," said the newcomers bowing, to which Bahamut explained to them that there was no need for so much formality and that they could just call him Bahamut, although he told the girls that they could call him father, making them blush with embarrassment. Of course, when Issei explained to Bahamut that Gasper was a man, he fell to his knees and ended up in a depressed state with his son and Kiba patting him on the back, while the older black-haired man repeated life is so cruel. Although later he swore, along with his son and Kiba, to transform Gasper into a man. Then I explained to the new members where their rooms were, although the women would surely sleep with Issei, and what their new job consisted of. A few days later. A week has passed since Kakabiel's defeat, and the new members quickly adapted to their life as mercenaries, although they all continued to attend Kuo Academy, which was quickly repaired after the battle. It's Saturday and we see our black-haired man sitting thinking about his relationship with Tiamat. "You seem a bit pensive, son. What's wrong?" Bahamut asked his son. "I was thinking about my relationship with Tiamat," said Issei, but his father saw what he was really thinking. "She, like the others, is not like Rias Gremory who used you. They truly love you so you can open your heart to them without any problems," said Bahamut serenely while his son put on a smile and went to look for Tiamat, who was apparently in the kitchen eating some cake. "Tiamat, would you like to go out on a date with me?" Issei asked somewhat nervously, since he didn't know what answer the dragon might give him. She was so happy that she literally threw the cake and pounced on Issei saying yes, 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 yes. After that they agreed that the date would be tomorrow, since Issei had to plan it. Sunday. In the hallway was Issei, wearing a long-sleeved black shirt with a red jacket, stylish dark blue jeans, and black shoes. Tiamat was dressed in a short-sleeved blue t-shirt with a light black jacket, a blue skirt that reached mid-thigh, and white sneakers. "See you." They both greeted, disappearing into a doorway. Once they left, Bahamut turned to look at the others, who were releasing a murderous aura filled with jealousy as they too wanted to go on dates with Issei. Bahamut promised them that Issei would go on dates with all of them, but inside, he was proud that his son had so many women who loved him. Back to the couple, Issei had planned the date meticulously. First they went to the mall, where he bought Tiamat a beautiful evening dress, while she bought some special lingerie for herself, which she planned to wear hopefully at the end of the day. After that, they walked around the place a bit until they stopped for lunch at a nearby restaurant. Of course, when Issei got up for a while to go get something, some idiots approached Tiamat to flirt. "Hey babe, why don't you leave that baby and come have some fun with us?" said one of them, who had unknowingly sealed his fate. To this Tiamat responded civilly. "Look, you piece of shit, why don't you shove your proposition up your ass and leave me alone? Can't you see I'm enjoying my date with my boyfriend?" Tiamat said, holding back the urge to kill the son of a bitch who intervened in the date. The boy didn't take what Tiamat said well at all, so he proceeded to hit her so that, according to him, she would know her place. But he didn't count on Issei stopping his hand and, squeezing it, breaking it along with his entire arm. "If you know what's good for you, you leave my wife alone, understood?" said Issei with an emotionless voice and a look of contempt towards the boy who was crying on the floor. He proceeded to take Tiamat, who was with little hearts in her eyes seeing Issei defending her, and they left there. After walking for a while, they entered an arcade, where Issei lost every game against Tiamat, wondering why he always lost every time he played against a woman. He then played the game where you catch plushies with a hook, where he won a blue dragon plushie and a red one from Tiamat. After that they went clothes shopping, where Issei had to carry all the clothes Tiamat bought and sent them, along with the stuffed animals, through a portal to Tiamat's room. After leaving the place, Issei opened another portal to take Tiamat to the last meeting place. Forest of Relatives. A portal opened in the Forest of Relatives, and the black-haired man and the blue-haired woman emerged from it. "Ice, what are we doing in the Familiar's Forest?" Tiamat asked, a little puzzled, as she expected to be in Paris or somewhere else. "This place is special to me, since this is where we met again," Issei said with a melancholic and happy smile, making Tiamat blush. But to his surprise, Issei turned around and knelt with one leg on the ground, taking a small box out of his bag and placing it in front of Tiamat. "Tiamat, since we met when I was a child, you earned a very special place in my heart," said the black-haired man with a smile. "I know I'm not the perfect man and that I'm a bit of an idiot, but you could make this idiot a happy man," he said while slowly opening the little box and remembering a certain promise from his childhood. Flashback. The little brown-haired boy could be seen crying next to a beautiful blue-haired girl who was holding some suitcases. "It's not fair. Why do you have to go, Tiamat-san?" the little brown-haired boy asked. "Ice. You know I have to go for work reasons, but I'm sure we'll see each other again someday," said the blue-haired girl with a small smile. "And you shouldn't cry over this. But I love you, Tiamat-san," the little one confessed, blushing at the blue-haired girl. "You have always been there for me and you have helped me a lot." "Ice," the blue-haired girl murmured. "If it's true that we'll meet again in the future." Issei then raised his head, showing a look of determination that surprised Tiamat and made her blush more. "Then you and I will." "Present. Tiamat. Do you want to marry me?" And he opened the box, showing a ring with a diamond attached to it by the head of a dragon. Tiamat, who remembered Issei's promise as a child, began to shed tears of happiness, since Issei still remembered that promise. "Yes, yes, yes, yes," starting as a murmur. "Yes, yes, 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 yes," and ending up shouting it from the rooftops. Issei proceeded to put the ring on her ring finger and stood up to be hugged by her and given a kiss, which reflected all the love she had for him. At that they took out their wings and began to rise, separating and flying in different directions, without losing sight of each other, and releasing a little power in the form of a trail of dark red, Issei, and blue, Tiamat energy. At first you might think they were random movements, but when they were almost finished you could see what they were doing. Issei and Tiamat hugged and kissed again, but they were falling and continued releasing the energy trail. Already a few meters from the ground, they turned around and ended up in the same position as before they began to fly, but now there was a drawing in the sky of two dragons, one red and the other blue, joining their foreheads and forming a heart with their wings protecting it. This is known as the Dance of the Dragons, which occurs when one dragon confesses its feelings to another and draws a pattern in the sky with its energy that reflects its love. While they were kissing, Issei used a spell to seal the drawing on the diamond of Tiamat's ring. When they broke apart for lack of air and looked at each other, a curious glint could be seen in both of their eyes before a portal opened and took them away. Dragon hunting. In Issei's room he appeared next to Tiamat, but she had her eyes covered by her hair. At this, Issei became worried but became more alarmed when he was pushed by Tiamat onto the bed and she climbed on top of him. But what surprised him most was her gaze, which was filled with happiness and desire and lust. "But what's wrong with Tiamat?" Issei mentally asked Drake. "Partner, this is called synchronization, and it happens after the Dance of the Dragons and causes both of their instincts to rise to alarming levels," said Drake. "In other words, the moment that every man your age dreams of has arrived. So enjoy it." "Wait Drake, I don't know if I'm ready for this." "Calm down, partner, you'll do fine." "Oh, my popcorn is ready." "Why fucking lizard?" But the black-haired man's thought stopped when he saw that both he and Tiamat no longer had clothes, being amazed by the speed with which he did it. "Ice," said Tiamat with a voice full of lust. "Prepare for the best night of our lives." And with that last thing the action began. And so began Issei and Tiamat's Luong night, where thankfully they had sealed themselves so they wouldn't be heard. But it didn't stop the other girls, while they slept, from feeling like something was being taken away from them, and for some reason, Bahamut felt his chest swell with pride. Next morning. The girls and Bahamut could be seen in the kitchen having breakfast, but they were wondering why Issei and Tiamat didn't come down, or if they had arrived last night. "I'll go see if they're in their room," Asia said before getting up and going upstairs. They continued eating until they heard a scream that alarmed them. "Kai!" And everyone ran to the blonde who was in front of Issei's room with the door open. Upon seeing inside, they were shocked to see Issei and Tiamat sleeping naked and hugging each other with a smile, along with the ring Tiamat had. But what truly alarmed them was feeling Issei's energy inside Tiamat, but stronger than that of the room itself. Asia's scream woke the two lovers, who when they looked at the door, saw Bahamut crying in I'm style with pride and with his thumbs up, causing the two to blush when they were caught, but that blush turned into a face of fear when they saw the others with a murderous aura surrounding them and with their weapons and spells appearing. Outside dragon hunting were Kiba and Gasper returning from a mission, but upon entering they were shocked to see the peculiar scene. You could see Tiamat fighting with the others over something they didn't understand, but you could see they were furious, and Bahamut on one of the couches eating popcorn next to a beaten-up Issei who was apparently unconscious. The newcomers did what anyone would do. Sit with Bahamut, eating popcorn and watching the catfight that was breaking out, while betting on who would win. Outside the store you could see a woman with long black hair and grey eyes wearing a black-purple Oligotica set. "See you soon, Ice." And disappeared. Several days later. Some time has passed since Issei's confession, and his relationship with Tiamat was going better than ever, making the others jealous, since they also wanted to be so affectionate with Issei and have their nights of fun with him. Although Issei felt like he was being watched by someone, but every time he looked he only saw a clump of black hair. Currently Issei and his entourage finished helping the student council, as payment for creating the barrier in the Kakabial incident, to clean the pool of the old swimming club. Once they cleaned it completely they began to enjoy it, although Issei taught Kaneko and Asia how to swim. Momo and Raruko also blushed when they saw Saji in a swimsuit, and he almost got a nosebleed when he saw Momo, Raruko and Sona in swimsuits. Tsubaki, on the other hand, was embarrassed to be in a swimsuit in front of Kiba. This did not go unnoticed by Bahamut, who arrived when they finished and promised to give the girls advice on how to win the hearts of their loved ones. Of course, when Tiamat asked Issei to put sunscreen on her, all hell broke loose as the others got jealous and started fighting over who Issei would put sunscreen on. He, on the other hand, hid in the locker room hoping they wouldn't destroy the pool. But he ran into the only one who wasn't there. "Zenobia, what happened that took you so long? Is it because bathing suits aren't customary in the church?" her king asked. "Something like that, but I was actually thinking about how to ask you something," said the blue-haired girl. "Sure, ask me for anything, if it's within my power, I'll do it," he said with a smile. "Okay. Issei Bahamut. I want you to give me a child," she said seriously. "Huh?" was all he could say before being dragged by her to the local warehouse. "You see, ever since I found out about God's death and you told me to find another purpose in life, I asked Bahamut what dragons do and he told me, dragons do what they want, where they want, when they want and how they want, they are free spirits, so do what your heart tells you. And I decided to follow a more feminine dream. Having a child," she said while taking off the top of her swimsuit, leaving her breasts free. "But why me?" he asked, still dismayed. "Besides being the Sekiruyute, you're the son of the most powerful being, so it would be stupid to pass up the opportunity," she said as she climbed on top of him. "You don't have to take responsibility. As long as you give me a son, I won't refute anything you say." But when it seemed that things were going to get good, some people destroyed the door. "Ice." A dark voice was heard, revealing itself as Tiamat and the rest of the group, along with Sona's entourage. It's worth mentioning that they all heard only the part about giving her a child, which made them think 1,001 things that made them furious. Saji, on the other hand, was crying in I'm style for Issei and Bahamut's fate, while Kiba and Gasper were laughing at Issei's luck. To save himself, he blew up the nearest wall and flew out of there at full speed, dodging all kinds of attacks from his girls and Sona's entourage, including her. It should be said that instead of being angry because they almost had sex on student territory, what she wanted was to vent the fury she had been pent up since Issei destroyed a large part of the academy. A few hours passed where Issei had to hide from everyone, which he failed due to his girl's enhanced senses. After dodging an attack from Albedo, he ran off through the cloud of smoke, but stopped when he collided with something. When he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman with black hair and grey eyes, but that seemed empty, a body that had nothing to envy that of Tiamat or Akeno, dressed in a black Loligotica set with violet details, but her breasts were covered by ribbons that formed an X on each one. "Are you okay?" Issei asked as he helped her up, but to his surprise, she hugged him tightly. "Ice." Tiamat's scream was heard approaching, so he tried to break free from the black-haired girl's grip, but she was stronger than him, so he couldn't break free until the others arrived. "Ice, you better." "Who is she?" Tiamat asked along with the rest of the group, pointing at the brunette hugging Issei. "Tiamat. Before you start speculating." Issei tried to defend himself, to see if he could reduce the dragon's fury a little, but he was interrupted by his father. "Office, what are you doing here?" Bahamut asked the new brunette. "I wanted to be with Ice," said in a monotonous voice the one now identified as Office. "Office? But what about that form?" Tiamat asked. "As far as I remember, you had a child form." "I changed my form because I thought it would make Ice happier," the black-haired girl replied. Dad, do you know who she is?" His son asked, pointing at the beautiful woman. Of course I know her. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity. Said Bahamut, introducing the gothic black-haired girl. And Issa's second fiancé. He said in his monotonous voice but with a triumphant smile. Of course what he said left everyone in shock except for Tiamat and Bahamut, who watched everything with a smile. 3, 2, 1. What? Everyone shouted, even Drake, who woke up before his carrier ran away from his girls and saw everything. Darling. In heaven, a man in his 20s with long blonde hair wearing clothes similar to Isseixharem's but golden with 12 angel wings on his back could be seen talking animatedly with a beautiful woman with a figure that can only be classified as divine, with long curly blonde hair, with the iris of her eyes in the shape of a cross, a white robe and 12 angel wings. These were Michael, the leader of heaven, and his sister Gabriel, the most powerful and beautiful woman in heaven, and they were talking about a dragon and an engagement until they heard a mighty scream. Wow. Brother, what's that? Gabriel asked, somewhat startled by the sudden scream. Surely Issei-kun has already found out who his other fiancé is. Said the leader of the angels calmly. Well Gabriel, let's continue. Are you okay with this engagement? He asked, but he already knew the answer. Of course. To be honest, he really caught my attention. The woman said happily. By the way, are you going to give him this when you go? And Gabriel gave her a box that radiated a powerful sacred aura. No problem. He said with a smile, waiting for the day he would have to visit him. Chapter 7. Unexpected Revelations. Dragon Hunting. In dragon hunting, Issei Bahamut and his entourage were present, along with Bahamut, Sona Citri and her entourage, and Issei's recently discovered second fiancé, Office Ouroboros, dragon goddess of infinity. It must be said that Sona and her group were amazed to see the black-haired man's new home, although they were even more surprised by the enormous painting and the framed photo. Well, who can explain to me about Office being my second fiancé? The one who spoke was Issei, who still hadn't digested that about second fiancé. It should be said that he was held by almost all the female members of his group, except for Tiamat, who seemed somewhat happy to be reunited with Office, although she had slight doubts about her new form. Let me explain it to you, son. Said his father, drawing everyone's attention. As you may remember, I told you that your mother had engaged you to 2 dragons. His son nodded. Well, Office is the second fiancé I mentioned to you. Maybe you remember her since she also spent time with you before, but in another form. Issei began to remember a girl with exactly the same hair, eye and clothing color, who used to play a lot with him in arena as children, although the black-haired girl never left his side. By the way, Office. What have you been doing up until now? Because I don't think that change and the fact that you're now more expressive will happen overnight. Bahamut expressed his doubt. Well. Office said, playing with her fingers and looking away from the rest. To be honest. I accidentally created a terrorist group. She said in a whisper, but due to everyone's enhanced senses, it could be heard perfectly, leaving them all stunned and Bahamut with a vein throbbing on his forehead. After 5 minutes, everyone recovered, only to see Office lying on the ground with a huge bump on her head, and Bahamut angry, as a vein in his head was throbbing, smoke coming out of his fist. The fuck? You created a terrorist group, are you kidding me? Bahamut yelled loudly as he prepared to land another blow on Office, while she covered herself with her hands. But when he was about to strike her, he was stopped by his son, who looked at him with murderous eyes that said, "You better not do that." He quickly calmed down and sat down, waiting for Office's response. Already more recovered, she began to relate. Okay. After separating from Issei, I decided to found a special group to help me defeat Great Red and get him out of the dimensional rift, so I would have a place to spend the rest of eternity in peace and tranquility with Ice. At that moment a small pink tint appeared on her cheeks as she imagined a life like that with Issei. But since I was too innocent at the time, I didn't realize that I ended up creating a group whose objective was very different from the one I had set out. There were several years in which I gave them power with the false promise they gave me that they would help me defeat Great Red, but not long ago a very good friend asked me why I had formed such a group. When I told her about Ice and everything, she recommended that I learn how to be a good wife. Even if I had lived for so long, I had no idea about absolutely anything about the world, so I locked myself away for a while in the large library we had to learn about everything about the world. Of course there I learned about terrorism and how they deceived me, although I put it aside to get away from them and disassociate myself, coming to Kuo to be with my Ice. The brunette finished telling, although she said the last part with a big smile, as she jumped in the direction of the black-haired man to hug him, a hug that was reciprocated by him. But that doesn't answer how you express yourself better and your new appearance. Said Tiamat, making everyone focus their gaze on the brunette again. Apparently, when I absorbed all that knowledge, I learned to express myself more fluently, and the new body is because I read that Ice would be happier that way. Said the brunette. Bahamut then noticed a detail he hadn't noticed. "Office, why is your power so weak?" asked the dragon god. At the question, Office became sad and said, "Before I could escape, they stopped me and summoned Samuel. And with him they took away more than half of my power, leaving the one I have now unstable." And a few small tears came out of her eyes, which were wiped away by Issei, who raised his head to look into her eyes. "Don't worry, Office, I'll make sure you recover the power that was stolen from you," Issei said with determination without stopping looking at Office's beautiful grey eyes, who blushed at what he said. After that scene, Office announced that from now on she would be living in dragon hunting, to which no one present complained. Of course, the others, especially Kaneko and Ravel, were jealous when Office sat on the black-haired boy's lap after the conversation and during dinner. The next day, the black-haired man woke up but realized that for some reason he couldn't move. Looking around, he could see all the female members of his group plus Office sleeping happily, cuddled up to one of his members. It was at times like these that he was grateful his bed was big enough for everyone. It took him about an hour to get out of bed and go downstairs. As he went down, he saw a man who appeared to be in his 20s, with hair that was half black in the back and blonde in the front, and violet eyes. He was wearing a burgundy trench coat with nothing underneath, black pants, and shoes that matched the trench coat. What alarmed Issei, however, was the energy the man gave off, which was similar to Kakabiel's. "How can I help you?" the black-haired man asked as he sat down in his chair. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ryujin, son of Bahamut. I am Azazel, leader of Grigori." The man introduced himself, spreading 12 fallen angel wings. "And what brings you here?" Issei said smoothly, although he was surprised that they knew about his father. "Wow. I must say I was surprised that you weren't alarmed by my presence, and if you're wondering how I know about you, your father told me a few days ago," said Azazel. "I see. Wait, you sent the white guy to ruin my fight," said Issei a little angrily. "Ah. Yes, about that, I thought that the matters of the fallen angels should be resolved by the fallen angels," said Azazel. "It's okay," Issei said, not quite believing it. "Well, I just came to introduce myself and let you know that you might receive a very tempting proposal at the three factions meeting," said Azazel as he left. Issei was curious about the proposal, but he was even more surprised about the meeting, since he hadn't been told anything. Just then, Bahamut came out of the kitchen with a Mediterranean breakfast. "Dad, do you know anything about a meeting between the three factions?" Issei asked. "Oh, yeah. Didn't I tell you?" said his father, making Issei full in I'm style at how carefree Bahamut can be. Azazel's room. We see the fallen black-haired man entering his room, but he noticed that he is apparently not alone. "So?" a female voice asked. "I already told him about the proposal. But I still can't believe you were interested in a man," Azazel exclaimed. "He's just very different from the rest," said the woman. "If you say so. Penemu," said Azazel as he went to pour himself a glass of whiskey. Dragon hunting. Once Issei had recovered, Bahamut told him that the meeting was to sign a peace treaty between the three biblical factions. "And why do we have to go?" Issei asked lazily. "It's just that we need an arbitrary mediator who doesn't prefer one faction over another," exclaimed his father, making Issei sigh in defeat. "Right. We just got this job," he said while taking a paper out of his jacket and handing it to Issei. As he read the paper, a smile formed on the younger black-haired boy's face. "Well, if the girls ask, tell them I went to do some work and that I'll be back tonight," said Issei as he put on his black trench coat and left. Soon after, Issei's entire entourage plus Office came down to have breakfast, although they were wondering where Issei was. "Father, where is Issei?" The one who asked was Tiamat, who, at Bahamut's request, had started calling him that way. "I think she went whoring," Bahamut said, holding back a small laugh as he saw how all the women in the place began to raise their power in a clear sign that they were very angry. "Eee." A powerful scream was heard that scared all the animals in the area. Somewhere in the world, Issei landed in a village on the Asian continent, surrounded by an immense forest and several mountains. When he arrived, all the inhabitants were scared, thinking another monster was coming to kill them. "Calm down. I'm the guy they asked to eliminate a creature," said the black-haired man so that everyone calmed down a little, but they still looked at the boy with some fear. At that moment, a short old man approached the boy. "Thank you for coming. I am Gars, chief of this humble village. As you surely read in the request, we need you to take care of a terrible creature that has terrorized the town for a long time," said the old man, bowing as he asked to be taken care of the problem. "No problem, I live off this. Just tell me where I can find it," said Issei as they pointed out on a map of the area a mountain not far from the village, saying that the creature lives in a cave in the mountain. But the information obtained, Issei spread his wings and flew towards the creature, but along the way Drake could feel an energy that seemed very familiar to him. Upon reaching the cave, the black-haired man went inside to look for the creature, but an imposing voice stopped him. "Who dares disturb my sleep?" said a powerful and feminine voice. "By any chance, are you the creature that is terrorizing the nearby village?" Issei said, looking into large emerald eyes. "What if it were?" the voice said. "Then I'll have to defeat you," said Issei as he changed into his dragon humanoid form. "Interesting trick, Larvish," the voice said as it hit the black-haired boy with its tail, knocking him out of the cave. Outside the cave, the black-haired man recomposed himself and launched a dragon shoot at the beast in the cave, generating a loud explosion. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, a 20-meter-tall, blood-red dragon with imposing emerald eyes could be seen. Its appearance gave the dark-haired man a sense of déjà vu, as if he had already seen the dragon. At that, the dragon began to make a very familiar sound to Issei and the boosted gear dragon. "Boost boost 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 explosion dragon shoot," exclaimed the dragon as she increased her power and fired a powerful blast of energy. Due to the surprise, the black-haired man couldn't dodge the attack and received it full-on, dragging him several meters into the forest. When he recovered, he asked the celestial dragon. "Drake, how is it that that dragon can use your power?" Issei asked, somewhat bewildered. "I don't know, partner, but I recommend you use my power to fight this time. Since I have a feeling she won't be an easy opponent," said the dragon while Issei activated the sacred gear. Issei flew out of the forest and headed towards the dragon, who upon seeing the red gauntlet, opened her eyes in surprise and could only say one thing, which left Issei petrified. "Brother?" asked the dragon, causing Issei to lose focus and deviate straight into the mountain, crashing heavily. When he recovered, he saw the dragon looking at him expectantly and happily. "I finally found you, brother Drake," exclaimed the dragon, jumping towards the black-haired man, who rolled to avoid the dragon. "Wait. What's that, brother Drake?" the black-haired man asked in surprise, while the boosted gear dragon's eyes were wide open and his jaw was hitting the floor. "Don't you remember me?" the dragon said, using the most terrifying of all techniques. Puppy eyes. Recovered from the shock. "And no way. It's you, Scarlet?" asked Drake from the boosted gear. "Drake, do you want to tell me who she is?" Issei asked, pointing at the dragon who was jumping happily, repeating, "She reminds me," over and over again. Hearing the question, the dragon stopped. "It's true. My name is Scarlet Gotch, the Red Emperor Dragon and younger sister of Drake Gotch, the Red Emperor Dragon, although I don't reach his level," the dragon exclaimed proudly, although with some sadness at the last part. Issei, although it seemed very common to him that these surprises in his life were happening, did not expect his partner to have a sister, although what would happen next no one would have imagined. "My little sister, your brother is very proud of you, look at the powerful dragon you have become," said Drake, making Scarlet blush a little and making Issei say something he didn't expect to say to his partner. "Siskin," he said monotonously. This caused Drake to fall to his knees and form a very depressed state, all of course within the boosted gear. "Okay Scarlet, can you explain to me why you attack an innocent village?" asked the black-haired man. "I'm not attacking them, they started it by trying to attack me while I was sleeping," the dragon said angrily, releasing some of her power. "Calm down. How about you go somewhere else peacefully?" the black-haired man asked, while the dragon thoughtfully placed a finger on her chin. "Okay. But I'll go with you," Scarlet said determinedly. "I finally found my brother after so long, so." But she couldn't finish because she was interrupted by Issei. "Okay. I have no problem, but we're going to have to do something with your dragon form," said Issei but was blinded by a very intense light. As the light faded, a girl with blood-red hair tipped with yellow tips and emerald eyes could be seen, with a body similar to Zenobia's. She was wearing a simple red dress that reached her knees and white sandals. Drake's happiness increased when he saw how beautiful his sister was in her human form. "Well, let's go," Issei shouted as he spread his wings next to the Redeed. Upon arriving at the village, Issei informed the village leader that they no longer had to worry about the creature. He gave him his pay and left with Scarlet. Dragon hunting. At the house shop, the black-haired man and the Redeed had just arrived, but when he opened the door, he was knocked down by all the females in his group and office, who were hitting and shaking him as much as they could. After an hour, it could be seen that what was Issei was now a lump of flesh, bones, and blood. Some time later, with a recovered Issei and a Bahamut who was laughing at the joke he made along with Kiba and Gasper who were laughing but more secretly, the younger black-haired boy explained to them that he went on a mission and that he met Drake's younger sister. "Drake has a sister?" shouted everyone who didn't know about it. "That's what I said," Issei said amused. After that point, Scarlet was accepted and given a room and agreed to work in the house shop. "By the way, son, when were you planning to tell me about tomorrow's event?" his father asked with a mischievous smile. "It can't be. How did you find out?" Issei asked, alarmed, while most of his entourage wondered what was so special about that day. Tomorrow is class observation day, a day where parents go to school to observe their children during school hours. Although I've heard it's usually torture. Kiba replied while the rest, including himself, felt a chill that didn't bode well. After that, everyone introduced themselves to Scarlet. It's worth mentioning her surprise when she discovered that her brother's bearer is the son of the supreme dragon god Bahamut, and that in his group was the strongest dragon queen and the one who hated her brother to death. It almost gave her a heart attack. She was also surprised to see how Tiamat placed a powerful and soundproof seal on Issei's room, wondering why she did all that. The next day, Issei and his team were already arriving at Kuo Academy, although the former was wondering why he hadn't seen Officer Scarlet before leaving. But those questions were put aside when he saw in front of the academy a young platinum-haired man with bright blue eyes dressed in a green t-shirt, a black leather jacket, burgundy jeans with leather pants with a silver chain falling down, and black shoes. Upon seeing Issei, he began to approach while Issei and his entire group recognized the subject's aura. "It's a pleasure to finally meet my rival. Welsh Dragon, Sekiryute Haidu Issei. I am Vali the Hakuryuku Vanishing Dragon," said the one now identified as Vali. "And to what do I owe the honor of meeting you?" Issei asked as his team prepared to fight. "Don't bother, if you couldn't even beat Kakabiel, you'll be even less able to beat me," said Vali so that everyone would stop their battle poses. "Tell me Haidu Issei, what position do you think you have in the world?" asked the platinum-haired man. "What are you trying to tell me?" the black-haired man asked. "Your balance breaker, although incomplete, places you between 1st and 1500th place, although depending on the strength of the wielder even less," said the platinum-haired man. "I'm sure I'm higher than you," Issei said somewhat confidently. "We are both existences that are destined to fight. Anyway, I just came to talk a little, now I must return with Azazel," said Vali as he left, but a little far from there he realized something. Wasn't the Chaos Dragon Queen Karma Tiamat with him? I thought she hated the Sekiryute to death. Thought the bearer of Albion confused. Issei's class. After that encounter with Vali, Issei and his girls entered the academy. But while talking to Rory, Asia and Zenobia, who had recently joined the academy, he heard a very strange announcement. "Okay students, I know this is weird, but apparently we have 2 new students. Come in and introduce yourselves please," said the teacher so the door could open and 2 girls very familiar to the black-haired boy and his group could appear. "Hello, my name is Office Haidu, it's a pleasure to meet you," said the black-haired girl bowing. "Hello, my name is Scarlet Gotch, I'm a foreigner and I hope we can get along," said the redhead, waving. The classroom erupted with whistles and shouts from the boys and shouts and praises from the girls as they saw 2 new beauties coming to their classroom and the boys saw an opportunity to hook up with them. But as previously stated, but like one Mad Titan once said, reality is often disappointing. And we currently live with Issei Haidu and I'm also his fiancé. They both said, but only Office said the last part. At that moment all the boys were petrified to then see the black-haired man with looks full of hatred, while the girls were jealous, given that Issei's new attitude along with his physique, which they could see in the physical education class, made him a very handsome boy in their eyes, but they could not get close because he was always with his girls and they sent them looks of hatred. But one of the boys, who was the same one from the other time, realized something. "Excuse me Office-an, but doesn't Issei already have Tiamat-sensei as his fiancé?" the boy asked incredulously, drawing the attention of the rest. "Yes, he is engaged to Tiamat, but I am his second fiancé," Office said with a small blush. The students began to spread the rumor that Issei Haidu had 2 fiancés, a rumor that began to turn into something worse, as it also included the black-haired man's other girls. Once that was over, the parents' observation visit began, where Issei saw his father with a video camera and a big evil smile recording them. "Okay class, I want you to take the clay in front of you and create a sculpture according to what you want most," the teacher ordered so the students could start working. Issei didn't know what to do until he followed what the teacher said and started thinking about something he really liked, which in this case was Tiamat. He kept thinking about her until the teacher's voice brought him out of his trance. "Haidu-kun." "Oh, what?" the black-haired man asked, somewhat confused. "That's a very nice sculpture. But can you tell me what it's about?" the professor asked, pointing to where the clay block should have been, since there was now a very well-crafted sculpture. The sculpture was of Tiamat, although she was naked, to everyone's surprise. Of course, the reactions were immediate. "That's Tiamat-sensei," pointed out one of the girls. "I'll give you 5,000 yen for it," added another. "I'll give you 12,000 for it, my dad collects things like this," another student added. "Sorry, but it's not for sale," Issei said as he asked for another block to make a different one. When he was given another one, Issei went back to his thoughts, looking for something else he likes, in this case battles, and he thought about the incredible battle he would have with his brother. When he opened his eyes he saw a sculpture of two subjects, one of whom recognized them as Issei, with somewhat strange armor for students fighting. This sculpture caused an even bigger stir, and someone was heard offering a large sum of money for the statue. Obviously Issei refused to sell it and, taking advantage of the fact that it was recess, he quickly left with his girls, in search of a certain dragon. When they found her, Issei gave her the figurine he made, making her extremely happy and she hugged Issei, but she was smothering him between her breasts without realizing it. The others were jealous since they also wanted Issei to make them a figurine, but they noticed that Issei was turning blue, so they had to force Tiamat to let go of him. After Issei recovered, they could see many male students heading towards the gym. "A magical girl," one of them shouted. "They also say she's a beauty," exclaimed another. Team Issei headed in the direction the students were headed. Upon arriving, they found a large crowd surrounding a beautiful brunette with long pigtailed hair like Irina and violet eyes. She was dressed in a pink magical girl outfit and carrying a pink wand. They could also see how Saji struggled to push all the men away. After the crowd left, Saji focused on the brunette. "Okay. Are you related to anyone at school?" the blonde asked. "Yes," said the brunette. "Well, let's go look for." But she couldn't finish since her gaze focused on Issei. "Oh Issei, how are you?" "Okay, I guess. What's going on here?" the black-haired man asked, but at that moment the brunette approached him and stood very close to his face. "So you're the little dragon," said the brunette with a mischievous smile, alarming everyone. "So you're Serafal," said a powerful voice that most, except the blonde, immediately recognized. "Dad," Issei said, surprising Saji because in front of him was the most powerful being of all. "It's good to see you again Bahamut," said the brunette making a strange pose making the P symbol, taking out an anime style drop from everyone. "Dad, do you know who she is?" said the younger black-haired boy. "Of course son. She is Serafal Leviathan, one of the 4 great Mau," said Bahamut making everyone surprised since in front of him was the Mau Leviathan. "So he's your son. Not bad at all," Serafal said, looking flirtatiously at Issei, triggering a kind of alarm in Issei's girls. At that moment, the gym doors opened, admitting Sona Citri and her trusted queen. The former was surprised to see Serafal. "Sister," Sona said as a light blush covered her cheeks. "So tan," Serafal said as she hugged Sona, who was apparently holding back from doing anything. "I see you're still the same as always, Serafal," Bahamut said with an amused smile. At that, the older brunette separated from Sona and turned to Bahamut. "Can you believe how cruel Sotan is? She didn't tell me about the day of observations. She was so angry that she was going to attack the angels," she said while twirling her wand, giving out anime-style drops to everyone present. Sona, who could no longer stand her sister's attitude, did something unexpected. "Oh, sister," she said and ran out of the place, being followed by Serafal, her queen and Saji. "Don't be so surprised, son. All the current Mau are a bit strange and private," said Bahamut seeing everyone's surprised faces. "Now let's go, I have to introduce you to some people." And everyone followed him. After walking a bit, they met 4 people. One was a blonde adult with a stylish mustache and a monocle over his right eye. He was wearing an elegant navy blue formal suit and had a symbol Issei was very familiar with. Another was a woman with long blonde hair and dark blue eyes. She was wearing an elegant pink cocktail dress. The curious thing is that she looked just like Ravel, although older. Another was a brown-haired man with red-tinted glasses and brown eyes. He was wearing a black formal suit. The last one was a brunette woman with green eyes. She was also wearing a formal suit, but it was beige. "Mother, father," Ravel said surprised. At that, the 2 blondes turned to look at Ravel. Upon seeing her, they ran to hug her. "I'm glad you're okay, daughter," said the blonde. "When we heard about Raiser's death and the fact that you didn't come back, we were worried. Fortunately, Bahamut-sama informed us that you were safe," exclaimed the blonde without stopping hugging Ravel. "Son, this is Lord and Lady Phoenix, Ravel's parents," said the older black-haired man. "It's a pleasure to meet you Lord Phoenix, Lady Phoenix, I am Issei Bahamut, son of Bahamut and the king of Ravel," said the black-haired man formally. "We're glad to finally meet you. Thank you for taking care of Ravel," said Lord Phoenix bowing. "I suppose you are aware of your son's actions," Issei said seriously. "Yes. We were informed about his crimes, so we're not going to be angry because you killed him," Lord Phoenix said seriously, then changed to a smile and shook the younger black-haired boy's hand. "And I hope Ravel doesn't cause any problems." "There's no problem at all, she was one of those who didn't betray me, so I have no problem with her staying with me," said Issei. "And I also hope you didn't force my daughter to do certain things," said the blonde as an aura of fury surrounded him, but it stopped with the blow of his wife. "Honey, if they do it, it's probably Ravel's decision," said Lady Phoenix with a small smile, making Ravel and Issei blush with embarrassment. At that Issei focused on the other couple who were talking with his father, so he approached them. "Ah Issei. Let me introduce you to George Kiryu." Pointing at the man. "And Anna Kiryu." Pointing at the woman. "This may surprise you, but they are your uncles from your mother's side of the family. It's a pleasure to meet you," said Issei, a little nervous to see his uncles for the first time. "The pleasure is ours," said George. "Look how you've grown, you're quite a handsome boy now. And I can say your package is a good size," said Anna, but that made Issei even more nervous and blush. At that moment a very familiar voice for Issei and those in his class was heard. "Dad, Mom, I finally found them," said a girl with brown hair tied in 2 braids and green eyes, who was wearing the female uniform of the academy. "Ika, come here, I want to introduce you to your uncle and cousin," said the woman, beckoning her with her hand. "But here I only see Haidu-kun and this man I've never seen before," said Ika. "Let me introduce you. He is the supreme dragon god Bahamut, leader of the dragons and husband of your aunt Samantha." Anna introduced the older black-haired man. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bahamut-sama," Ika said as she bowed. "I don't think so much formality is necessary, Ika, after all we are family," said Bahamut. "And this handsome boy here is Issei Bahamut, your cousin," said Anna, leaving both Issei and Ika in shock. "Are we cousins?" the two shouted in unison, pointing at each other. It's worth mentioning that the shout was heard throughout the academy, surprising many. "You see Issei, my wife is your mother's sister, so she also belongs to the same clan, and therefore, she also knows about the supernatural world. Obviously she showed it to me and Ika too," George explained. "But why didn't you tell me anything, Dad?" the black-haired man asked his father. "It's true. Why didn't you tell me anything?" Ika asked. "You see, son, I wanted to keep it as a surprise to see your reaction," said Bahamut, amused. "And in our case, we didn't know you were studying with Issei, so we couldn't tell you anything," Anna defended herself. "Well, why don't we all go home and chat more relaxed?" Bahamut said as he invited the Kiryu, Lord and Lady Phoenix. But that proposal made all the young people's hair stand on end, warning them that they would go through something truly embarrassing, and it got worse when they remembered Bahamut's trollish personality and his malicious smile. After that, Issei and his entourage along with Office and Scarlet, Bahamut, Lord and Lady Phoenix and George, Anna and Ika, walked towards an alley where no one would see them to open a portal to take them to dragon hunting. Chapter 8. The Daughter of the Crescent Moon, and the meeting begins. Dragon hunting. From a portal you could see Issei's entourage coming out with him, Bahamut, Lord and Lady Phoenix and the Kiryu family. At the same time, a magic circle with a rather familiar emblem appeared. From it emerged Seraphol Leviathan, Sona Citri, and Tsubaki Shinra. It's worth mentioning that those who didn't know about the black-haired man's house shop were impressed when they saw Issei's house shop. Of course, they were even more surprised when they saw the interior, including the giant painting behind the desk and the framed photo above it, which brought a nostalgic smile to Anna's face. "Well, make yourselves comfortable, we'll bring you food soon, and we'll begin the torture," said Bahamut with a malicious smile, which was reciprocated by the adults and caused a terrible chill in the young people. A few hours later. In the living room were Bahamut, Lord and Lady Phoenix, George and Anna Kiryu and Seraphol talking and laughing while eating some snacks and drinking, while watching the videos of the young people's classes recorded by the host. In the kitchen, however, everyone else could be seen blushing at the comments the older ones were making. They even managed to embarrass Tiamat, Roswis and Albedo by talking about how pretty they looked teaching. "How embarrassing," Queen Citri said, her face red, but at that moment she felt a hand grabbing hers. Turning her head, she saw the blonde knight giving her a gentle smile and a little embarrassed, since Issei told him to take her hand and smile at her to help her, not knowing the hidden intentions. Tsubaki had turned even redder and smiled back at Kiba, who blushed even more. "Bahamut, how did you manage to record them all?" George asked, drawing the young men's attention. "You see, I just put cameras in everyone's living rooms," the dragon simply replied. Sona, unable to bear it any longer, ran out of the kitchen and headed for the 3rd floor. A short time later, the rest of the family also ran up to the 3rd floor, avoiding the comments of their parents and Mao. Upon opening the door, they watched in disbelief as Sona drank from a bottle of sake on the bar in the hall. Issei then called Saji to comfort his king during this difficult time. About 2 hours later, those who were watching the class videos went up to have fun with the young people. When they opened the door, they saw Issei and Gasper playing video games, Kiba chatting amusingly with Tsubaki, Issei's girls talking to Ika, who had her typical perverted smile, and Sona drinking next to Saji, who was trying to stop her. Obviously they didn't ask anything and left the apartment. After an hour, the guests were preparing to leave, along with a half-drunk Sona. All the tenants said their goodbyes, but the most surprising thing was that Tsubaki kissed Kiba on the cheek, leaving him petrified as he watched her leave with a smile and a deep blush. Of course, Serafal also kissed Issei goodbye, but it was very close to the corner of his lips, alerting the Bahamut girls. After that, everyone went to sleep. The next day, Issei was alone with Akeno, since the others had to go out to do some quick work. The black-haired man was relaxing at his desk, waiting for Akeno to bring him his coffee, but when she was about to arrive, a light temporarily blinded them. As the light disappeared, they saw a man apparently in his 20s, with blonde hair and light green eyes, wearing a suit similar to Serzich's, but golden and with 12 golden wings on his back. "Who are you?" the black-haired man asked. "Good morning. Let me introduce myself. I'm Michael, leader of heaven," said the one now identified as Michael. "And what brings the leader of heaven to my humble home?" Issei asked. At that moment, another bright light temporarily blinded Issei and Akeno. When they were able to open their eyes, they saw in front of them a European sword with a reddish-purple hilt and a golden grip with stylized crosses on the edges of the guard. But the most curious thing was that it emitted an aura that made both young people's hair stand on end. "This is Ascalon, one of the 4 sacred swords created by my father, the biblical god. It is also known as the most powerful dragon slayer sword," exclaimed the blonde. "And why are you introducing me to her?" Issei asked. "Because I want to give it to you as a sign of peace with you," said the blonde with a smile. "I think it would be best to unite it with your boosted gear. Drake, can we attach the boosted gear to a sword designed to kill us?" Issei asked while looking at his left hand, which at that moment materialized into the gauntlet. "It's possible. Sacred gears evolve according to the wielder's will. It wouldn't be strange if we could assimilate a sword like that," the dragon replied. At that, Issei brought the gauntlet closer to the sword, allowing a powerful flash of light to blind him. When he opened his eyes, he saw the blade of Ascalon emerge from the gauntlet. "I hope you like the gift. But rest assured it won't be the only one. Just wait for the meeting at Kuo Academy," Michael said with a smile, but it caused Issei to look at him in disbelief along with the brunette. "What do you mean, Kuo Academy?" the 2 young men asked. "You weren't informed that the meeting would be there," said the angel with confusion, making Issei mentally curse how forgetful his father could be. "Well, without further ado, see you at the meeting. Oh, and I'll bring someone who really wants to meet you." And with another powerful light, Michael disappeared. Michael's last words left Issei very confused, given that it was the second time he'd heard something similar. But his attention was drawn to his sword when he heard a voice. "So you are my new carrier?" Yes, the one who spoke was none other than Ascalon. "You should be grateful that he didn't kill you," although what he said didn't please Issei at all, since he was very arrogant and didn't even know who his carrier was. "Akeno, is it too late to return Michael's sword?" Issei asked a half-angel. "Yes, Issei-kun, why?" I asked a little confused. "Because this sword thinks it's such a big deal," said Issei, making Ascalon furious. "Listen kid, don't think you're a big deal just because you're the Sekiryuite," said the sword annoyed. "Ascalon, do you even know who he is?" Drake asked. "What? Isn't it just the new Sekiryuite? Who is it?" the sword asked intrigued. "I am Issei Bahamut," said the black-haired man, tensing his sword. How? the sword asked incredulously. "Let me explain a few things to you, Ascalon," Drake proposed, making the sword blade disappear along with the boosted gear. "I hope that changes things a bit," said Issei. "By the way, Akeno, I wanted to wait until we were alone to ask you something." "What is it you want to ask me, Issei-kun?" the brunette asked, confused. "What's your relationship with Baraquiel?" the dark-haired man asked, causing Akeno's expression to turn sad. At that, Akeno turned around and started to remove the top of her garment, making Issei blush. As she removed the garment, Issei saw in surprise how the black-haired girl extended a red dragon wing and a fallen angel wing. "You see, Issei-kun. A long time ago, a fallen angel fell injured in the temple where my mother lived. Upon seeing him, my mother took it upon herself to heal him and hide him for a while, but that fallen angel seduced my mother, giving birth to a girl. The name of that fallen angel was Baraquiel and therefore, I was that girl." Akeno recounted, but Issei could tell that her servant only told her a small part of the story. "You surely hate fallen angels, don't you, Issei-kun? After all, they caused you a lot of pain and problems." She finished speaking with a sad face. Hearing that, Issei remembered Rainer and Kakabiel. And his only action was to turn the brunette to face her and hug her. "It's true that I'm bothered by the fallen angels, but I know that not all of them are the same, so I don't have to judge an entire race by the actions of one. Besides, Akeno is Akeno and I could never hate her," said the black-haired man while looking into the brunette's eyes. She began to shed tears of happiness at what the boy had said, and her only action was to throw the black-haired boy to the floor and climb on top of him. "Thank you very much, Issei-kun. Maybe I should thank you in a special way," she said sensually to the black-haired boy while stripping Issei of his clothes, even though he refused. But at that moment a furious voice alerted them. "What do you think you're doing?" And when they turned around they saw Tiamat and the rest of the girls, releasing a large amount of energy in a clear sign of anger. Ara Tiamat-sensei is very stingy. I just want some time alone with Issei-kun to get to know each other better. Said Akeno with her typical smile while releasing an aura wrapped in lightning. And does that require taking off your clothes? Tiamat asked, increasing her aura. Issei, to avoid suffering the female fury, escaped from the man, taking advantage of the fact that his father was coming with a job, grabbed him and flew away. Bahamut wondered why his son was leaving in such a hurry, but upon hearing the explosions coming from the shop, he could only laugh a little at his son's fate. Somewhere in Europe. Issei had just arrived at the mission site, which was apparently a snow-covered mountain village. Upon descending, he set his course for the town hall. Curiously, he didn't notice any signs of life, and there were no lights on. Upon arriving, he opened the doors and saw a strange figure fleeing into the shadows, so he decided to follow it. As he followed the silhouette, he noticed the place was severely damaged, as everywhere he looked, there was only destruction and blood. The figure went down to the basement, followed by Issei. The black-haired man watched as he desperately tried to open a door. As he got closer, he saw the figure was an 11-year-old boy with torn clothes and several bandages. The boy watched a dark-haired boy approach while trembling, since there was no light down there, all he could see was a shadowy figure approaching. But he was greatly confused when he saw that the figure wasn't attacking him, but rather ruffling his hair. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a black-haired teenager wearing odd clothes. "Tell me, kid, where are the other villagers?" Issei asked in a kind and confident tone. The boy hesitated to tell him the truth or not, but for some reason he felt he could trust him, so he guided him to a room in the basement. Upon entering, Issei saw children, women, and elderly people, all slightly injured and bandaged. They all looked at him, trembling, thinking he was coming to kill them. "Calm down, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here because you requested a mercenary for a monster extermination," said the black-haired man, calming everyone down. At that, a short elderly man with a somewhat long beard and grey hair approached. "Thank you very much for coming to our aid. I am the mayor of the town. Tell me, what happened here?" Issei asked. "Very young man. A few days ago a group of strange creatures came out of the shadows and attacked the village. Because we are a peaceful people, we could not defend ourselves from them, and most died. I managed to save the mothers, children and elderly, but I fear it is only a matter of time before they find us," said the old man. "Do you have any idea where these creatures gather, or where there are more of them?" The dark-haired man asked, prompting the old man to pull out a map of the town and show it to him. "Before we locked ourselves in, I was able to find out that there is apparently a higher concentration of those monsters on the east side of town, more specifically near this abandoned mackerel," said the mayor while pointing at a spot on the map. "Thank you very much," Issei replied, bowing and proceeding to leave. "Surely your partner must already be there," said the mayor, confusing the black-haired man, since he was the only one who took the request. "Which classmate are you talking about?" Issei asked, puzzled. "The black-haired girl with heterochromia and a gothic outfit," the mayor replied. "Okay," Issei said before leaving. "How strange. I don't know any girl with that description," was what Issei wondered. As he left the town hall, he headed to the abandoned house the old man had pointed out. Upon arriving, he saw a large crowd of humanoid beings, but they were completely black like shadows. But the strangest thing was that in front of the large group of beings, there was a black-haired woman the same age as Issei, with long hair tied in two pigtails like Arena, with her right eye red and the left eye golden, and she was wearing a gothic outfit of black and bright red. But the most striking thing, besides the two old pistols he was carrying, was the aura he emanated, since that was the aura of a dragon. Now, it looks like you want to play a little. So let's have some fun," said the black-haired girl with a smile as she charged light energy into her weapons and fired. One would think that such weapons wouldn't be accurate, but in the case of the black-haired woman, it was just the opposite, as she demonstrated incredible aim, hitting each of the creatures in the head. After a few minutes of shooting, the black-haired woman stopped, as all the creatures had died and vanished. But what she didn't notice was three of those beings appearing behind her, turning their arms into swords. Realizing it too late, she simply shielded herself with her arms, waiting for the worst, which never came. That's because Issei transformed and moved quickly to stand between the three beings and the black-haired girl. He stopped two of them with Ascalon and the other with his bare hand. I pushed the three beings and, concentrating power in Ascalon, I launch a horizontal slash towards the beings, destroying them. The black-haired girl was surprised, as she hadn't expected someone to appear and help her. Issei turned to the brunette and extended his hand to help her up, which the brunette gladly accepted. "Excuse me, but could you tell me who you are and what you're doing here?" the brunette asked. "My name is Issei and I'm here because I agreed to fulfill the mission the mayor gave me," said Issei. "By the way, who are you?" He asked, but when she was going to answer, the sound of the doors of the abandoned house was heard. Wow, I didn't expect young people to be able to take on my shadow clones. The person who said this was a man, apparently in his 30s, with shoulder-length brown hair and black eyes, wearing medieval armor with a symbol printed on it. But the most striking thing was the demonic aura he emanated. Let me guess. You're the one who summoned these creatures and you did it because being a stray you like to kill people. Said the black-haired man looking seriously at the demon. Wow. I see you're up to date. My name is Issei and, as you mentioned, I'm a stray demon in possession of a sacred gear. The Shadow Maker. Said the now identified Issei as he created more creatures, cornering Issei and the black-haired girl. Looks like some unwanted guests have arrived at the party. The brunette murmured, his back to the black-haired girl. Yes. The girl replied. Would you grant me this dance piece? Said the black-haired man. Yes. The brunette shouted as they both separated and headed towards the creatures. Issei quickly got rid of them by slicing them with Ascalon or firing the occasional dragon shoot, while the black-haired girl showed off her hand-to-hand combat skills, throwing energy charge punches and shooting at any of the beings. 10 minutes later, the shadow creatures had been annihilated by the dark-haired duo as they watched the rogue demon gasp for air. Apparently, using his sacred gear cost him stamina and magical power. Without wasting any time, they both launched themselves straight at him, both hitting him with their energy-charged fists, sending the demon crashing into the house, collapsing it in the process. The demon emerged wounded from the rubble, and his armor had been destroyed, leaving only the shoulder pads. The black-haired girl quickly loaded her weapons and shot the demon, severing its arms, while Issei cut its legs with Ascalon. Having been deprived of his limbs, the demon begged for his life, but was ignored by both black-haired men, who jumped and then joined forces to deliver a combined kick from both of them, which pierced his chest. Well, that was fast. Said Issei, but had to dodge a kick from the black-haired girl. What do you think you're doing? Asked the black-haired girl curiously. You know. I have a little problem regarding my blood. And that is that when I meet a powerful opponent, I feel like fighting him. The black-haired woman roared as she lunged at the black-haired man. Issei stopped the fist aimed at him and threw the brunette into the rubble. She quickly recovered and began firing at him with her weapons. The black-haired man narrowly dodged the shots as they traveled much faster than regular bullets and were terrifyingly accurate. While dodging, he managed to get close to the black-haired woman and disarmed her with a kick. Taking advantage of this, he kicked her again, but right in her stomach, dragging her a few meters. When she recovered, she saw Issei standing in front of her, his left arm charged with energy. Rising Dragon. And throwing the blow, the Eastern Dragon was formed that went straight to the sky, vanishing. But the attack didn't hit the girl, but passed right in front of her, scaring her and causing her to fall to the ground. Are you calmed down now? The black-haired man asked, receiving a nod from the black-haired woman. Right. You didn't tell me your name. The black-haired man reminded as he helped the girl up. My name is Kurumi Takasaki, daughter of Krom Kruich, the dark dragon of the crescent moon. Said the one now identified as Kurumi. I see. The dark-haired man said, somewhat disoriented. Drag. Who is Krom Kruich? He asked his tenant. Krom Kruich is the most powerful evil dragon of all, but unlike the others he is calmer and more peaceful, and he is called an evil dragon because of his bloodthirsty way of fighting. Although I am surprised that this girl is his daughter, but it makes sense since I feel an aura very similar to his in her. Answered the dragon, clearing up the black-haired man's doubts. After that, they both headed to the mayor's office, but on the way Issei thought of asking something. Kurumi, why do you carry guns? The black-haired man asked. These guns are my sacred gear, elemental shoot. Basically it allows me to shoot as if they were bullets, my power fused with some element, be it fire, water, earth, air, light, darkness or electricity, but I still don't know what it will do when it reaches balance breaker. Explained Kurumi. Although it is nothing compared to your boosted gear. Causing the black-haired man to look at him in surprise. Didn't you think I wouldn't recognize a sacred gear that has one of the most powerful dragons sealed inside it? Said Kurumi with a small smile, embarrassing the black-haired man. Upon arriving, they were informed that it was all the fault of a rogue demon and his sacred gear. The mayor, happy that they no longer had to hide, paid them both. Issei and Kurumi then proceeded to leave, revealing their wings, surprising the townspeople. While flying towards his home, Issei noticed Kurumi following him. Why are you following me, Kurumi? The black-haired man asked, somewhat surprised. It's just that I feel that if I go with you I will become more powerful and achieve my goal. Kurumi said at first with a smile, but it transformed into a melancholic look in the last part. It is worth mentioning that Kurumi hid the detail that she had become interested in Issei upon seeing his power. Dragon hunting. Issei and Kurumi had just arrived at dragon hunting, but the black-haired girl was surprised to see Issei being knocked down by several girls, who hugged the boy affectionately. But when they saw the new girl, they began to release a murderous aura that headed in the direction of the poor black-haired boy. It's worth mentioning that Scarlet had joined them, as she was also beginning to take a slight interest in the boy. Before they proceeded to attack Issei, they were stopped by Kiba and Gasper, although the latter was hiding behind the blonde since he was afraid of them when they were angry. After they managed to calm them down and Bahamut entered, they all sat down on the couches. There, Issei explained the mission, the encounter with Kurumi, and the battle against the demon and then the brunette. But when he mentioned the part about her being Crom Cruach's daughter, several people became upset. Crom Cruach had a daughter. Tiamat, Office, and Scarlet shouted, while Bahamut just opened his eyes in surprise, baffling the rest. After explaining who Kurumi's father was, Bahamut called his son. Issei, do you think it's a good idea to let him stay here? His father asked. It doesn't matter, Pa. Besides, my instincts tell me I can trust her, and they've never failed me, said her son in response. They then proceeded to tell Kurumi everything. Her jaw was on the floor, as the older black-haired man was the leader of the Bahamut dragons, and the younger black-haired man was his son, the prince. Of course, they then told her that she didn't need to be respectful to them, and that they would let her stay in the house, shop, but that she would have to work, which didn't bother Kurumi. A few days later. It was the long-awaited day, it was the day of the meeting of the three great factions. Issei, along with his team, were already dressed in their combat gear to escort Bahamut to the meeting, though they did so mostly because they sensed it wasn't going to be a peaceful meeting. Scarlet and Kurumi also volunteered to escort Bahamut, to which neither of them complained. Issei, Tiamat, Roswas, Albedo, Rory, and Asia were wearing their combat outfits. Akeno was wearing her Japanese priestess outfit. Kiba was wearing a leather vest over a blue short-sleeved shirt, dark blue cargo pants, and black sneakers. Ravel was wearing her pink dress, which had apparently been modified for combat. Kaneko and Gasper were wearing Kuo's female uniform, though Issei, Kiba, and Bahamut tried to burn all of Gasper's women's clothing, failing as he kept pulling more out of who knows where. Scarlet was wearing a red blazer over a yellow sleeveless shirt, beige shorts that reached mid-thigh, and red sneakers, and Kurumi was wearing her gothic ensemble. Office, who decided not to go to avoid possible problems, said goodbye to them, giving Issei a loving kiss to the jealousy of the others. Well, we're leaving, Issei shouted as a portal opened and they disappeared. The office, taking advantage of the delay in returning, decided to prepare a good dinner for everyone, as a good wife would do. Kuo Academy. Issei and company appeared at the entrance of the academy, observing how it was protected by a large army composed of devils, fallen, and angels. They headed to the meeting room but, seeing how trembling Gasper was, since although they had taken away a bit of his fear of being in front of many people, he still had it, and he did not want to see his former master, they decided to leave him at the Occult Research Club, being accompanied by Kaneko. Upon arriving at the meeting room, they opened the doors, inspecting those present. At one end of the table were Serziches and Serafal, the latter in her formal attire. At the other end was Michael, alongside a long curly blonde with cross-shaped eyes and a long silk dress that didn't hide her divine figure. Between the demons and angels stood Azazel, alongside a brown-eyed, purple-haired woman wearing a black business suit that didn't hide her figure, almost rivaling that of the blonde next to Michael. Behind the angels was Irina, who was happy to see Zenobia. Behind Azazel was Vali, leaning against the wall, looking very "this is so boring." Something the newcomers agreed on. Behind the devils were Grafia, Sona, and her entourage, and next to her was Rias and Raiser's former entourage. You're probably wondering, what is Raiser's former entourage doing there? Well, after Raiser's death, Rias offered the former maids to join her entourage, since she was left without a group because of a certain black-haired man. Most of them accepted, except for the pawn who used a long wooden staff, since he decided to stay as a servant of the Phoenix. Obviously, the new Grimoire maids had to go to the academy, with Ubaluna and Isabella the Rook as teachers and the other students. Rias is currently missing a bishop and a pawn. It's worth mentioning how much they wanted to attack the black-haired man, but they didn't, or they might end up dead. Returning to the meeting, Azazel was the first to speak. I see the intermediary has arrived. Let me introduce you to Penemu, a cadre of Grigori, pointing to the purple-haired girl. And Gabriel, one of the seraphim of heaven and the most beautiful and powerful angel, pointing to the blonde, although Azazel could be seen putting on a perverted smile and blood coming out of his nose. After the introductions, the meeting began, starting with the Kakabiel incident being recounted by Rias. Kakabiel's actions had nothing to do with Grigori, Azazel said, crossing his arms. And you, being the leader, couldn't stop him. Serafal said seriously, surprising those who didn't know about that side of her. Of course Issei and Vali noticed the furious looks the Mau was subtly sending the Seraph, wondering if there was some rivalry or something between them. I may be the leader, but many don't listen to me, the fallen man exclaimed. They'd listen to you if you focused more on work instead of going out to parties and whores. said Bahamut, getting small laughs from those present. You are the least likely to speak, said Azazel. Calm down. We didn't come here to fight, Michael exclaimed, trying to stop them. It's true. Let's sign the peace, after all that's why we came, said Azazel. It is true that the former leaders of the three factions are no longer among us, said Michael, making Arena sad, so the Bahamut deduced that he already knew about the death of the biblical god. Besides, both angels and demons are in serious trouble, since without Father, more angels cannot be created, and the demons are having problems regarding maintaining pure blood, added Gabriel. For these reasons, there is no longer any need for disputes between the three sides to continue, said Isseixharem. Although it would be best to ask those who have nothing to do with the disputes, said Azazel, pointing at Bahamut, Issei and Vali. You already know the answer to me, said Bahamut while crossing his arms. The only thing that interests me is fighting with powerful beings, said Vali. You can do it even when there is peace, Azazel added. If you say so, Vali muttered. I also really like fighting with powerful beings. But I think it would be better if there was peace, Issei replied. Well. Now. But Azazel couldn't finish because the entire room had turned purple, while Sona, Rias and their entourages were also dyed purple and showed no signs of being able to move. However, the rest could see how Kiba's sacred demonic sword, Durandal and Excalibur mimic appeared while releasing aura. What's going on? Gabriel asked worriedly. Apparently it's the half-vampire's ability that stops time, said Azazel while Issei and his group worried that something would happen to Gasper. It seems that we weren't affected by the power levels of the leaders, the black-haired man, his swords and our dragons. Although I wonder why those women weren't affected, explained Vali, intrigued by the response he might receive. They were not affected because they are my servants, said Issei. Whatever. Things are getting worse out there, said Azazel, and they all headed towards the windows. There they could see how the joint army of the three factions was also affected by the freezing of time, at the same time that many magic circles appeared in the sky, from which women emerged with robes that covered their faces and had a symbol of an eye on them. Looks like they've already made their move. Vali, why don't you go play with them for a while? Azazel suggested. And I'll eliminate the half-vampire along the way, Vali asked. Tiamat and I will take care of Gasper, Issei said seriously. Accepting what his rival had said, Vali rose into the sky as he activated his sacred gear. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker dividing scale mail. And an imposing silver armor with blue inlays was created around Vali. Girls. You guys go out and have fun too, and I'll give you permission to commit a massacre, ordered the black-haired man as his girls rushed towards the hooded women. Very well. Issei, take this, said Azazel as he gave him a kind of bracelet. This is an inhibitor that will keep Gasper's power under control. Also, just in case, give him a little of your blood, since it will apparently enhance his power. And with that said, Issei and his fiancée disappeared into a portal. Okay, well they. But again Azazel couldn't finish when a magic transportation circle appeared above the table. A tanned woman with long brown hair tied in a bun, purple eyes, and red glasses emerged. She was wearing a very low-cut purple dress. Kateria Leviathan, Seraphal said seriously, looking at the woman. Wow, but it's the fake Leviathan, Kateria said with disgust. What brings one of the descendants of the original Mayu here? Azazel asked, his hand on his chin. It's actually quite simple. Exterminate them all, the woman shouted as she unleashed massive amounts of demonic power. Chapter 9. Sekiryute vs Hacker Yuku. Occult Club. Issei and Tiamat appeared outside the club room. They exchanged glances and nodded, as if they already knew what they had to do. They opened the doors and what they saw was Gasper crucified in a magic circle next to Kaneko in the same conditions, but upside down. Issei-senpai, please kill me, so this will end, said Gasper while crying. What are you saying, Gasper? You're part of my family, as if I could do that, Issei replied, taking a step forward. If I were you, I wouldn't take another step. Otherwise we'd kill them, said one of the magicians. There's no need for me to take a step, Issei said as he pulled the Ascalon blade from his gauntlet and cut his hand slightly, but enough for a little blood to bathe the edge. Gasper here, he shouted as he threw the blood from the blade at the half-vampire. The blood ended up on the side of Gasper's mouth. You are a servant of Issei Bahamut, show them the reason why you deserve to be one, show them the power of Gasper Vladi, exclaimed Tiamat to encourage the damper. Gasper then licked the blood that was near his mouth, which caused his eyes to shine more intensely. The second Kaneko was next to Issei and Tiamat, but there was no sign of Gasper. The witches, alarmed because the magic circles were disappearing, didn't notice the huge group of bats flying above them. Black hands emerged from the ground and grabbed them, but these, along with the bats, did something special. They're sucking our blood, one of the sorceresses shouted. Our magic power too, said another. One of them managed to slip out of her grasp and tried to flee, only to be defeated by a kick from Kaneko. Within a minute, the magicians fell dead to the ground from loss of blood. "I did it, Issei-senpai," said one of the bats that was fluttering near Issei. "Well done," he said with a smile and a thumbs up. "Now you're back to normal." The bats began to gather, and within seconds the bats disappeared, revealing Gasper. "Here, this will control your power." And he put the bracelet that Azazel gave him on his arm. "Good. Let's go back," shouted Issei. "Yes," shouted the other three. Academy courtyard. Issei, Gasper, Kaneko and Tiamat flying towards the main building where the meeting was taking place, killing several mages along the way. But as they got closer they noticed a loud sound. Boom. Looking up, they saw Azazel with his 12 wings spread out in front of a bronzed woman carrying a centerpiece. Below were the other leaders forming a barrier to protect those who were still frozen. Issei's group could also be seen massacring the magicians, but the most curious thing is that Bali didn't move from his place in the sky, he didn't even attack. Issei and company rushed forward with the others to confront the magicians. "Wow, I must say that Leviathan's descendant is indeed powerful, enough to amuse me for a while," said Azazel as he created many spears of light and threw them at her. But the woman only created a magic shield, with which she deflected the spears of light. "Don't think you're such a big deal, rulers of Grigori. I'll show you my power," the woman exclaimed as her power shot up, generating snakes that wrapped around her. With a magic spell, he launched a powerful torrent of demonic energy directly at the fallen angel, but to his surprise it appeared behind him. The woman immediately wrapped her fist in demonic power, trying to hit Azazel, but he simply stopped it. "That power is not the power of a descendant of Amau." "I wonder who gave you so much power," Azazel said curiously. "I don't think you have time to find out. Because everyone's going to die here," the woman screamed as the power in her hand exploded, creating a smoke screen. As the smoke cleared, Azazel could be seen holding a small golden spear with a purple gem. "Well, you should feel honored, you're the first one I'm going to use this on, and I hope you don't die too quickly," she said as she raised the mini spear. "Come on Fafnir, down fall dragon spear," she shouted as a glow came out of the gem. But he and Kateria were shocked to see that the shine disappeared and nothing happened. Hello, Fafnir. I need you," said Azazel as he lightly tapped the gem, but nothing happened. "Shit. Asia, call him." They heard a scream, and when they looked down, they saw Issei facing several magicians with relative ease, as well as Tiamat, Kiba, Akeno, Roswis, Albedo, Rory, Zenobia and Arena, but Karumi, Scarlet, Kaneko, Ravel and Asia were being surrounded and cornered by the magicians. "It's okay, Issei-san," Asia shouted and joined her hands as if praying. "Answer my call and come, O powerful golden dragon king, Gigantus Fafnir." And behind her the dragon gate opened, but the curious thing is that it is a golden color. From the dragon gate came out a huge golden western dragon about 10 meters long with a horn on its nose, but it lacked wings. "Asia Tan needs me, I'm looking forward to the pay," said the dragon, but a perverted tone could be noticed in the last part. Yes. I'll give it to you later, but first, take care of those magicians and pass me a sword," Asia ordered, so that a western sword came out of Fafnir's mouth, and she passed it to him. Unfortunately, the wizards kept coming, so Gasper gathered his courage and said, "Issei-senpai. I know I'm weak and scared, but I can still become a man," Gasper shouted as he tore off his bracelet, his eyes shining. At that, the remaining troops were able to move again, as were the frozen retinues, while the mages froze and the portals closed. "We won't waste your manhood, Gasper," Issei shouted as he saw Gasper faint, encouraging his group. "Exactly," they shouted and rushed at the magicians again. While all this was happening, Azazel watched it all with his eyes wide open, they even seemed like they were going to pop out of their sockets. "This can't be," said the governor of the fallen angels in disbelief as the purple jewel fell. "Wow, it seems your pet went with another owner, ha, said Kateria laughing a little. "Although that boy does look powerful." Looking at Issei. "He won't listen to you, he already said he preferred peace," said Azazel trying to sound with his typical relaxed tone, but it was noticeable that he was still nervous. "Whatever. Die," he said as he fired a torrent of demonic energy much more powerful than the previous one. Azazel defended himself from the attack, but the torrent was more powerful and wounded Azazel. "You seem to be tough, but that ends now," said Kateria as she charged another attack, but stopped when she saw someone hit Azazel and sent him to the ground. Issei was transformed and was piercing two magicians with his blood-stained hands, when at that moment something crashed into the ground creating a crater and raising a smoke screen. As he approached, he saw the governor of the fallen angels with several wounds on his body, his clothes torn and panting. "So you betrayed us, Vali," he said as everyone turned to see the hacker Yuiku where Azazel used to be. "This side is more fun," he said with Vali. At that Issei looked surreptitiously at Bahamut, who kept his expression serious, but he knew that inside he was angry because his son became a terrorist. I've been gathering information, Chaos Brigade is called your group isn't it? Azazel said. Led by Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity. And with that those who didn't know the truth gasped. She doesn't care about these things. Said Vali. I'm surprised you two work together, although knowing your ancestors it's not that much. Azazel exclaimed, generating doubts in some. Who is Azazel Sama descended from? Sona asked the fallen angel. My name is Vali Lucifer, grandson of Lucifer's son. Said Vali as 10 demon wings came out of his back. No. Way. It could be. Said Michael, next to a stunned Gabriel. So he's the strongest hacker Yuiku of all. Surzicha said equally astonished. Isseixharem, fate can be very curious. Said Vali calling Issei. It's true. Issei said with a half smile. I'm a descendant of one of the original Mau, well you're the son of humans without anything special, even looking back there's nothing. We're both destined to be natural enemies, but the difference in power is like heaven and earth. Vali said. If you only knew. Issei murmured so no one would hear him. I wonder what would happen if I killed your parents. Would your rage increase your power and you'd be able to stand up to me? Vali said, trying to provoke Issei. You know Vali. I'm sick of listening to you. Issei shouted as he took out Ascalon and held it in one hand, while his power increased. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker boosted gear scale mail. And the red armor made an appearance. Look Albion. Isseixharem's power has increased. Said Vali thinking that his provocation worked. Dragons increase our power depending on emotions. Albion said so everyone could hear him. In that case he's a better dragon wielder than I am. Said Vali. So Ascalon. I'd better take out my weapon too. And from a portal next to him came a large black double-edged sword with gold on the edge, pommel, and a mini version of the blade in the center of the larger blade. The handle was long and had no guard. It can't be. Ascalon shouted, drawing Issei and Drake's attention. What's going on Ascalon? Issei asked his sword. That's Ryujin, a holy sword like me said Ascalon alarming Issei. But weren't there only 4? I ask again, but more nervously. Actually. God's anger towards dragons was such that he created 2 sacred swords with dragon slayer magic, but that one didn't choose any bearer, so it was forgotten. To think that he has it explained the sword. While Issei saw that Vali was apparently talking to his sword as he moved his lips and looked at it. It seems Ryujin is happy to see Ascalon again. Said the platinum-haired man. Kateria, don't interfere. He said, while the descendant of Leviathan nodded and pleaded. Whatever. Let's get this over with. Issei said as he activated the thrusters on his back and flew straight for Vali. Standing in front of the silver-haired man, the black-haired man raised his sword to slash vertically, being stopped by the silver-haired man's horizontal sword. In response, Issei concentrated power in his free fist and tried to hit Vali, but Vali dodged it and grabbed Issei by the hand and threw him to the ground. The black-haired man recovered quickly and attacked Vali with several dragon shoot that were cut by his sword. That sword will be a pain. Issei exclaimed. Vali dived at an alarming speed at Issei, trying to run him through with his sword, but the black-haired man dodged in time. Issei then launched a kick at Vali's helmet, which managed to connect and send him flying several meters. Issei lunged at him again, trying to slash Vali diagonally. But Vali managed to dodge them by doing backflips. After dodging one of the slashes, Vali spun around and tried to slash the black-haired man horizontally, but he put Ascalon in the middle to block the attack. Taking advantage of the proximity, Issei grabbed Vali's helmet and headbutted him, destroying both helmets in the process. He then kneed him in the stomach and kicked him to send him flying. Vali recovered and watched with pleasure as a thin trickle of blood ran from his mouth. So the angrier you get the more powerful you become. I wonder what would happen if I killed the girls who were with you, especially Tiamat who seems to be very close to you. Said Vali while charging power into his sword. Then he launched a slash of energy fused with Dragon Slayer power that went at an incredible speed directly at Scarlet and Karumi, who could only watch as that attack approached them, so they chose to close their eyes and cross their arms and hope to withstand the attack, which never came. When they opened their eyes, they saw that Issei received the attack for them, but they were alarmed that he might be damaged by it, which happened since he was bleeding from his mouth and a little from his forehead. Over here. However, they didn't realize that their true target was Tiamat, who, upon seeing them, crossed her arms to cushion the sword's attack. But Issei did notice, so putting all his power into the thrusters, he tackled Vali upwards. You're a bastard. Issei shouted. That's it, hate me, turn that hatred into power and use it to entertain me, Isseixharem. Vali exclaimed with a smile. They both retracted their power-filled fists and unleashed them on the gem in each other's chest, destroying their armor in the process. While the armor was being repaired, both, like twins, had the same idea. Looks like we're not that good with the sword. Said Vali. It's true. I'd better do this. Said Issei as Ascalon hid in his gauntlet. Then I'll do the same. Said Volley while, like Issei, he kept his sword in one of his gauntlets. They both resumed their fight, with Issei starting it by landing a hook to Volley's jaw. He didn't stay behind and hit Issei in the side, knocking him off balance. The black-haired man recovered and hit him in the face with his knee, but he held it back and tried to throw him, but failed when Issei hit him with his other leg. The platinum-haired man hit him with his heel and took advantage of it, landing across to his face. That unsettled Issei a bit, but he quickly recovered and landed a hook to the stomach, followed by another to the face. It should be noted that both were using the Dragon Slayer energy from their swords in their blows, so the attacks caused significant damage. Issei began to concentrate power. Boost, 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 boost. And I concentrate all that energy into a dragon shoot that was going to shoot at Volley, but he had other plans. Divide, divide, divide. Albion was heard saying, and Issei's dragon shoot shrank until it disappeared. But Issei could notice that Volley's wings were releasing small energy spores. What's wrong? I asked Drake. You see, my friend, when dividing the power, the divided part goes to Albion's host, but to avoid an overload, it releases the excess in this way. Explained the Welsh dragon. That gives me an idea. Issei said as he propelled himself directly towards Volley. They both collided while still flying, but then. Boost, 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 transfer. To everyone's surprise, Issei transferred his increased power to Volley, causing his wings to turn green. Volley, we're going into overload. Albion warned his carrier. Issei then concentrated more power into his left gauntlet where Ascalon resided, fusing the two energies as he saw an orange aura covering his fist. He swung that fist at Volley's helmet, shattering it. Taking advantage, he kneed him in the center jewel, destroying the armor except for his gauntlets. But Volley grabbed Issei's foot and brought him closer, hitting him in his center jewel, destroying his armor along with Volley's gauntlets. They both went down to the ground looking serious and exhausted. The spectators were stunned, except for the black-haired man's companions, by the fight they had witnessed. Even Kateria was surprised by the fight that the weakest Sekiryuite in history was putting up. But the fight had entered the final phase. You are indeed strong, Issei Haidu. But all good things must come to an end. Said Volley as he rebuilt his armor and took to the sky. Half dimension. And a powerful aura began to surround him. What are you trying to do? Issei asked alertly as his armor was also rebuilt. That technique allows him to bend matter itself. Azazel warned. As if I'd let you. Issei exclaimed as he propelled himself at full speed towards Volley. But when he was about to hit him, the platinum-haired man disappeared and appeared behind Issei, putting his hands together and hitting him with a hammer blow, sending him to the ground creating a crater. I'll show you one of my most powerful techniques. Said Volley on the ground and placed his hands parallel above him, beginning to concentrate energy. It seems we think alike, since I will also use one of my most powerful techniques. Said Issei. Boost, 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 explosion. And with the increase in power, several spheres of dragonic power of different sizes came out of the black-haired man's armor. Both dragons were charging their techniques before the eyes of all the spectators, waiting for the brutal outcome of this epic fight. Take this. Gaia Force. Said the platinum-haired man, throwing the sphere of power, which was twice his size, at the black-haired man. Let's see who's stronger. Galaxy Blast. And the energy sphere shot out towards the one Volley threw. Both energies collided, causing strong waves that caused the spectators, except for the most experienced, to cover their eyes with their arms. Volley's enormous sphere matched the power of the multiple spheres launched by Issei. They both looked at each other seriously, while holding their hands outstretched towards the spheres, as if they could push them. Greyaya. Issei shouted. Greyaya. Volley shouted. Both attacks were holding their own, until Volley came up with something. Divide, 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 divide. And the spheres began to lose energy and ground, but Issei was not far behind. Boost, 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 transfer. And transferred all his energy into the attack, matching Volley's again. Both attacks returned to how they were at the beginning, but both dragons began to concentrate energy in their hands to finish this. Dragon shoot. They both shouted as two torrents of energy shot out of their hands directly at the attacks, to see if that boost would make them gain ground. But the attack caused both attacks to merge, generating an explosion that engulfed the two Longinus wielders, and alarmed the rest. As the explosion subsided, Issei and Volley could be seen severely injured without their armor. But at that moment, the dome protecting the academy was destroyed, giving way to a man with dark hair and dark complexion, wearing Chinese armor. Very well, Volley, But what happened to you? Shouted the newcomer upon seeing the state of the hacker Yuiku. Who is that? The black-haired man panted. That's Biku, the descendant of Sun Wukong, better known as Son Goku, the monkey from Journey to the West. explained Azazel. I must say that the monkey and white dragon make a good combination. Hakakaka. I'm not like those old men, I like to fight with powerful beings. Exclaimed Biku. Me too, but I'm not joining terrorist groups. Issei said. Well, let's go, volley. Said Biku as he activated a transport magic circle, but unfortunately Issei was much faster. Where do you think you're going, bro? Issei muttered in front of Volley so only he could hear. The black-haired man grabbed Volley and pulled him into a portal with him, leaving Biku stunned, who didn't see when he approached him. The poor descendant of Sun Wukong watched as the faction leaders except for Bahamut who disappeared at the same time as Volley and Issei, the Gremory team, the Citri team and Team Bahamut approached him. He looked for the descendant of Leviathan to ask for help, but unfortunately she had escaped taking advantage of the explosion caused by the attacks of both dragons. Jinduyan. And a golden cloud appeared next to him. See you. And he climbed onto the cloud to disappear into the sky. Should we follow him? Sona asked. It's not necessary. Now the most important thing is to sign that peace. Said Azazel as he re-entered the main building with the other leaders, while the Bahamut team disappeared. Dragon hunting. A portal opened in dragon hunting, allowing Volley and Issei to pass through, but the former was still perplexed by what the black-haired man had said. What do you mean, brother? Volley asked incredulously, as did his dragon. Which means, we're both brothers. Issei said. Don't tell me you're a descendant of Lucifer too. Albion said from a glow in Volley's right hand. No, Albion. The thing is that your wielder is not Lucifer's son. Said Drake from a glow in Issei's left hand. What are you talking about? Volley shouted incredulously. You saw my wings, you saw my power. I am a clear descendant of Lucifer. He said as he was about to leave, but a voice stopped him. You're wrong, son. Said Bahamut who was sitting in Issei's chair. You're the dark-haired guy from the meeting. But now that I look, where are we? The platinum-haired guy points, asks. You're in my house. Said Issei. And about not being the Morningstar son, it's true, since you are my son. Said Bahamut as he approached and placed his left hand on the chest of a shocked Volley. Instantly a strong light blinded them, and when it disappeared they saw how Volley's hair had turned pure white, and 2 white wings were growing out of his back. But what? Volley asked into the air. Volley. Your power stopped being demonic, now it is dragonic and much more powerful. Albion pointed out, still surprised. If that surprises you. Wait until you find out who the being in front of you is. Said Drake. Who is it? Volley asked, pointing at Bahamut. He is the supreme dragon god Bahamut, our father. Said Issei while Albion almost fainted and Volley looked at him confused. Who? The albino asked. Let me explain, son. Exclaimed Bahamut. The dragon god began to tell him the same story he told Issei, mainly telling him why he left him with Lucifer's descendant. After finishing the story, Volley looked at him in disbelief. You then? Volley said as his father smiled. Yes. You are that little white dragon and you were never related to Lucifer, but to me, someone much more powerful. Said Bahamut as he watched Volley stagger and faint. Issei, being the good brother he is, started laughing as he rolled on the floor. He then proceeded to pin his brother down on one of the chairs. Okay son, I have to do something quick, so in a little while. And opening a portal he left. Seconds later, Office burst into the living room, sensing her man's energy and that of someone else. At the same time, the rest of the team arrived at dragon hunting, only to see Office giving Issei a welcoming kiss. Of course the others got angry and kissed him too. While everyone was going to the kitchen to eat, the black-haired man was stopped by Scarlet and Kurumi, who looked at him blushing, Scarlet, and mischievously, Kurumi. What's wrong? The black-haired man asked. We want to be part of your entourage. They both said, surprising the black-haired man. Can I ask why? I ask again. Why you see? It's just that. Scarlet was very nervous and played with her fingers, but Kurumi got there first. We like you. Said Kurumi making Scarlet blush even more than possible. What? Was all Issei could say, but Drake was starting to get angry. You see. We've seen how you act with others, meaning you're kind, loving, but when it comes to fighting you're determined, strong, serious and… With each word she said, Scarlet overcame the red in her hair. And the icing on the cake was you saving us from Volley's attack. So we accepted our feelings and wanted to be part of your group. Well if you agree. Phew. Issei said until he was stopped by a blow from the boosted gear. What do you think you're doing to my sister? Drake shouted as he used the gauntlet to hit its wearer and try to choke him. After 5 minutes, where Kurumi and Scarlet tried to stop the raging dragon, Issei gave each of them a pawn. In the name of Issei Bahamut, you, Scarlet Gotch and Kurumi Takasaki, will become my pawns of the end and fight by my side for eternity. And the pawns entered the interior of both girls, at the same time that Issei's magic circle appeared under each one. They started jumping with happiness and hugging Issei tightly, who got a little happy and nervous when he felt a certain part of the girl's anatomy on him. Because of the noise they made, they caught the attention of those in the kitchen, who asked the three what was going on. Meeting room. The faction leaders could be seen sitting at the table waiting for a certain dark-haired man. At that moment, a portal opened, leading out of the Bahamut. "I hope you haven't waited too long for me," Bahamut said as he sat down. "Calm down, we just sat down," said Azazel as he relaxed. "But I must say I didn't expect one of your son's girls to take Fafnir away from me," said Azazel, remembering the surprise. "Well, she needed someone to protect her during the fight, so she made a pact with a powerful one, but we didn't know, or I forgot that you had made a deal with him," Bahamut said. "You should have told me before. I almost died there," said Azazel, a little annoyed. "Anyway, let's get to the most important topic," said Bahamut, showing a serious expression. "Peace with the dragons," Isseixharem said calmly. "And what do you offer?" asked Bahamut, who already had an idea of what they were offering. "The demons offer Seraphol Leviathan, one of their Mau," said Isseixharem, pointing at Seraphol. "We, the fallen angels, offer one of our cadres, Penemu," said Azazel, while Penemu gave a flirtatious smile. "Heaven offers Gabriel, the most beautiful and powerful female angel, and one of the seraphim," Michael said, while Gabriel made a smile that reflected innocence. "Wow. Those are some very strong offers," said Bahamut. "So you can see we're serious about this," Isseixharem said with a small smile. "Something to say?" the black-haired man asked, watching Seraphol raise her hand. "Why does Heaven's bitch have to be part of this?" Seraphol said, her voice clearly filled with annoyance. "Do you have a problem, you useless dwarf?" Gabriel said, surprising everyone with his attitude. Yeah, calm down both of you." Penemu tried to calm them down, but it didn't work. "Shut your mouth, you second-rate crow," the two said, starting a verbal fight between the three of them, where insults were hurled left and right. "This is going to be good," Bahamut said with a malicious smile, being greeted by Isseixharem, Azazel and Michael, who also made that smile. The only thing that could be heard were the insults the three leaders were hurling at each other, and evil smiles from the leaders and the black-haired man. Dragon hunting. Vali was slowly coming back to her senses. Looking around, she could see her newly discovered brother and a group made up mostly of women, but only one surprised her greatly. "Oh, office?" Vali asked incredulously, looking at the dragon goddess of infinity. "Vali?" Office asked, confused. "I see you're awake now," Issei said, approaching his brother. "You have to admit that being told all that all at once isn't something you can take lightly," Vali said as he stood up. "Who are they?" he asked, pointing at the group. "Yeah. These are my group. Tiamat, the Chaos Dragon Queen, Karma, and my queen," pointing to the dragon. "Asia Argento, my bishop," pointing to the blonde ex-nun. "Gaspar Vladi, my other bishop," pointing to the transvestite. "Rory Mercury, my knight," pointing to the black-haired Loligotica. "Kibayudo, my other knight," pointing to the blonde. "Roswis, my rook," pointing to the Valkyrie. "Zenobia Quarta, my other rook," pointing to the blue-haired girl with green hair. "Albedo, my pawn," pointing to the black-haired girl with horns. "Akeno Himajima, my other pawn," pointing to the priestess. "Kaneko Taoju, another pawn," pointing to the albino. "Ravel Phoenix, another pawn," pointing to the blonde with braids. "Scarlet Gotch, Drake's sister and my other pawn," pointing to the Redeed. "And Kurumi Takasaki, daughter of Krom Kruichin, my last pawn so far," pointing at the black-haired girl with heterochromia. Vali analyzed each of them and found energy from demons, Valkyries, fallen angels, yokai, humans, and dragons. He was surprised by the sheer variety his brother's team possessed. "Girls and boys, I present to you Vali Bahamut, my twin brother," Issei said with a smile. "Twin brother?" Kiba and Gaspar asked in surprise, since just 15 minutes ago they had tried to kill each other. The women, on the other hand, shouted, "Brother-in-law." Of course Tiamat had another reaction. "Look how much you've grown, little Vali," she said happily while squeezing his cheeks. No one, except Vali, found this strange, because they already knew that Tiamat knew the children of Bahamut since they were newborns. "I see you've already introduced yourself," Bahamut said, walking through the front door. "So you finished what you had to do?" Issei asked. "Yes," he replied simply. "Well, how about we go out for lunch?" he suggested, to which everyone nodded and went into the kitchen. There Vali, seeing everyone chatting about fun things while eating or other topics, could feel something he hadn't felt for a long time, or probably never felt. "Yes, I felt the love and happiness of a family." He was happy, of course, until he and Issei grabbed the last piece of meat at the same time. That's when hell broke loose. Issei could be seen facing Vali, suddenly unleashing their auras, ready to fight to see who would eat the meat. But someone got there first. They stopped dead in their tracks as they watched Bahamut grab the meat and eat it, something they didn't take too kindly to. Issei and Office's servants could swear they saw a reddish-black dragon alongside a white one facing off against a much larger black one. Metaphorically speaking. After that fight, where Vali and Issei were left lying on the ground with huge bumps on their heads, Bahamut said to his albino son. Vali, I want you to sleep well today, because tomorrow we will start your training. Everyone could see how Bahamut put an evil and sadistic smile on his face, maybe because he was very angry that his son had wanted to become a terrorist. Vali, on the other hand, was sweating profusely and trembling as he watched his father's smile. Why did I ever think of joining the Cows Brigade? He mentally wondered, while Albion was laughing his head off. Chapter 10. Reunions, Entry into the Academy and Unexpected Vacation. 3 days have passed since the three factions meeting, where the Kuo Treaty was signed, which was the first step toward the peace sought by the three biblical factions. At the same time, 3 days have passed since Vali was told the truth, and 3 days since Bahamut left with Vali for the training dimension. Though when they saw Bahamut's evil smile, they knew nothing good was going to happen to Vali. Issei can currently be seen sitting in his chair with his feet up on the table, eating toast the girls had prepared. He was relaxing, thinking about the training his brother would have to go through when, at that moment, a portal opened in front of him. Bahamut emerged from it, along with Vali, whose clothes were torn, his wound severed, and he was staggering, but he had a strange gauntlet on his right arm. When Issei approached to help him, the albino fainted while the gauntlet disappeared and fell face down to the ground, making a dry noise that alarmed all of dragon hunting. When they went to see what happened, they saw Issei trying to lift up a Vali who looked like he came from hell. WH. What did you do to him? Also, why did they come back so soon if my training lasted longer? Asked the younger black-haired boy. As for why I lasted less. It's because Vali has been in the supernatural longer than you, so it took me less time for him to reach your level. The dragon god answered. As for what I did to him. Well, I had to punish him for wanting to join a terrorist group. Bahamut said. I understand that, but was it necessary to go through so much trouble? His son asked again. Yes. Bahamut replied. Afterwards they put Vali to bed in his room and left to let him rest. A few hours later. Vali was beginning to wake up. He looked closely at the room he was in, determining that he was in his room at dragon hunting. He left the room and went downstairs. In the living room, he found the rest of his family engaged in various activities. Issei, Kiba and Gasper were playing billiards, while Ravel, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Roswis and Rory were watching television and Office, Albedo, Tiamat, Karumi, Scarlet and Akeno were playing poker. At that, everyone turned to see the newcomer and went to greet him, but Issei asked him an interesting question. Vali, I've been wondering. What was that gauntlet you were wearing when you arrived? His brother asked, earning everyone's attention. That was the new form I gave to dividing. Divide gear. The black-haired man answered as a silver gauntlet with claw-like fingers of the same color and a blue gem embedded in the back of the hand appeared. I based it on the boosted gear to do it. But why did you change your form? Office asked this time. It's just that since I'm his twin. Pointing at Issei. I saw that it didn't look very good that my sacred gear were wings and his were glove, so I transformed them into this gauntlet, but on the opposite hand of my brother's. Answered the albino. By the way, what about Dad? He said he was going to look for a job for you to do. Issei said. They then set a time, realizing it was dinner time, so this time they ordered takeout, although they had to go get it somewhere else, since they didn't think anyone would come all the way here. While they were eating, Vali watched somewhat sadly as Issei and Tiamat romantically ate pizza together, and that was because during the time he was in it, he thought about how nice it would be to have a girlfriend or more like his brother. But then a drop of an I'm-style sweat came out of him when he saw how the others were fighting, because they wanted Issei to eat the same way with them. At that moment Bahamut entered with a bigger smile than usual. Vali 10. He said while handing him a paper. It's a mission I got that only you can do. He said, leaving everyone intrigued. Okay. I'll be back in a few hours. And with that, he left. Ha, what was that mission that only Vali could do? Issei asked. Let's just say you'll find out when I get back. He said with a Wonderland cat grin. That smile only caused Issei to make a similar one, since he knew when his father put on a smile like that. Some time later, Underworld. Vali could be seen flying through the artificial sky of the Underworld. He had just finished his assignment and wanted to fly for a while to think. What are you thinking, Vali? Asked the vanishing dragon. I was thinking about how everything changed in just a few days. Now I have a twin brother, a father and a big family. Said Vali as he remembered Bahamut, Issei and his group. I must say I didn't expect your father to actually be the supreme dragon god Bahamut and your brother to be Drake's bearer, or that his bearer had a relationship with Tiamat, or that Drake had a sister and was a Siskin. Albion said, but with a bit of surprise and disappointment in the last part. In dragon hunting, a certain red dragon and his sister sneezed. It's true, said Vali, but then he felt a very powerful energy coming from a nearby forest. You felt it too. Yes, and I must say it is very powerful. Let's go. Vali shouted, overcome by his desire to fight. 10 minutes later, I arrive at a huge forest with trees that reached 7 meters high. But he focused on a huge being that was knocking down some trees. It was a western dragon about 13 meters tall, with orange scales, 2 forward-pointing horns, and spikes on its tail. The dragon, sensing the unknown energy, turned to see an albino man dressed in a white trench coat that reached his ankles over a blue t-shirt, white combat pants, and military boots of the same color. Vali, I don't think this is a good idea, warned the Albion. Come on Albion, where's your sense of fun? Vali joked. And since when do you make jokes? The dragon counterattacked. Good point, Vali said as he lunged at the dragon. This one exhaled a powerful tornado. Straight at Vali, who was able to dodge it. At that Vali decides to transform. Dragonoid shape. Note. It is the same as Issei's, only the horns are white and the scales are light silver, and attacks the dragon with an energy attack. He dodges it and flies towards Vali. He dodges a swipe but is struck by the tail, falling to the ground. When he recovered, he saw how the dragon concentrated a great amount of power. Ice whirlwind, said the dragon in a feminine voice. And a tornado came out of his mouth again, but this one froze everything around it. Seeing the power of the attack, Vali opted for one thing. Divide gear. And the gauntlet appeared, facing the tornado. Divide, divide, divide. And the tornado was reducing its power until it became a soft blizzard. At this, the now identified dragon opened her eyes. Tell me who you are, ordered the dragon. My name is Vali Bahamut, son of the supreme dragon god Bahamut. The albino replied while the dragon opened her eyes wider. Do you have anything to do with Vali Lucifer? The dragon asked again. That was my previous name, until I discovered the truth, Vali said as the dragon approached him. Vali, said the dragon approaching the albino, getting nervous. Excuse me, do we know each other? Because your voice sounds familiar, the albino asked. Actually yes. My name is Lori and I am known as the legendary dragon who controls the wind, said the dragon, identifying herself as Lori. But you surely know me better as. And the dragon began to shine. As the glow faded, there was a gorgeous 22-year-old girl with long orange hair tied in a ponytail that reached her lower back and yellow eyes with slanted pupils. She had a killer body, similar in size to Albedo's, and was wearing an orange blouse that exposed her midriff, white shorts that highlighted her legs, and blue sandals. One of Lucifer's former servants, the woman said. Vali was momentarily stunned by the figure in front of him, but when he said that, certain memories came back to Vali. I remember you now. You were the only servant who played with me when I was little and took care of me. You even took me out of Lucifer Castle and took me to Azazel, said Vali, happy to have met his rescuer. But to his delight or surprise, Lori grabbed him and pressed him against her breasts with a very powerful grip. My Vali, look how much you've grown. I can't believe we're finally reunited, my husband. Lori shouted at the top of her lungs, but a huge doubt formed in Vali. What do you mean, husband? Asked Vali, who managed to escape the orange-haired girl's grasp. They didn't tell you. I'm your fiancé, she said with a big smile, making Vali blush, but internally she wondered who didn't tell her. I see you guys met. Vali heard a very familiar voice, and turning his head he could see his father coming out from between some trees, but the curious thing was that he had a malicious smile. Dad, can you explain that to me? Asked the albino. Just like with Issei, your mother betrothed you to one of her dragon friends, although in your case it was only to one because she didn't manage to betroth you to another, said Bahamut, although a hint of sadness could be noticed in the last words. Bahamut-sama, the orange-haired girl shouted upon seeing her leader. I told you it's not necessary to call me that. Call me dad, father or father-in-law as you prefer, said the black-haired man with a big smile, making Vali blush. Yes, dad, said Lori, increasing Bahamut's happiness and Vali's blush. Well, how about we go back? Bahamut asked, receiving a yes from the couple. Bahamut opened a portal and they disappeared. Dragon hunting. A portal opened in dragon hunting, drawing the attention of its tenants who were in the living room. Bahamut and Vali came out of it, but hugging Vali's arm was an orange-haired girl they had never seen before, with an aura of hearts around her. Dad, who is she? Asked Issei, who had an idea of who she was. She, son, is Lori, the legendary dragon of the wind and your brother's fiancé, said Bahamut, making Vali blush, making Lori's smile increase, and those who didn't know her had their jaws on the floor except for Issei, who laughed at Vali's embarrassment. After explaining their past relationship and how they reunited, she accepted her into dragon hunting and also agreed to work there. But no one noticed how Bahamut put on a malicious smile and hid some school clothes. The next day, Kuo Academy. In Issei's classroom, he was chatting animatedly with Asia, Rory, Zenobia, Scarlet, Office and Kiryu, but that stopped when the teacher made an announcement. "Okay class, I know it's strange, but we have 2 new students and a new teacher. Come in," said the teacher as the door opened. First came a brunette with long hair tied in 2 pigtails that fell on the sides of her face and a lock of hair covering her left eye. "Good morning everyone, my name is Kurumi Takasaki." The black-haired girl introduced herself while her companions, with the exception of Issei and his group, shouted for having a beauty like her in the group, but as always, reality is cruel. "And I currently live with Isseixharem," said the black-haired girl, leaving everyone screaming in shock, then sending looks of hatred to Issei and jealousy from the girls. At that moment, an albino man with his uniform shirt unbuttoned entered. "Hello, my name is Vali Haidu, and I am Isseixharem's twin brother." Vali introduced himself, once again leaving everyone speechless. When they recovered, they looked between the albino and the black-haired man, coming to a conclusion. They don't look alike at all, but they're both very handsome. Everyone thought, but only the women thought the last thing. But then an orange-haired woman walked in, wearing formal clothes like the other teachers, but orange. "Hello, I'm your new philosophy teacher, my name is Lori Haidu," said the brunette while one raised his hand at the last point. "Is she another of Haidu-san's fiancés?" the boy said, pointing at the black-haired man. No. That was a relief to the boys. Or so they thought. "I'm Vali's fiancé." And as always happens in these kinds of situations, the boy sent Vali hateful looks, while he completely ignored them. "Well Vali-kun, you can sit on Kiryu-san's left, and Takasaki-san can sit on Kiryu's right," said the teacher, pointing to the empty seats. During classes, Vali and Kurumi, like Issei and his group, did not pay attention in class, and the teachers could not refute them for the same reasons as with Issei and company. As the recess bell rang, Issei decided to introduce Vali and Kurumi to Kiryu. "Vali, Kurumi, this is Ika Kiryu. She is our cousin Vali," said Issei while Vali bowed, as did Kurumi and Kiryu. "It's a pleasure to meet you, cousin Vali. And I can tell that Lori-sensei will have a lot of fun at night," he said while his glasses shone and Vali reflexively covered his privates. Of course, Issei later explained to her that the female side of his mother's family was very perverted, so she shouldn't be surprised if he made a comment like that. But a few minutes later, Issei received a message from a certain lazy crow, so he looked for Vali, Lori and their group to head to the occult club. Upon arriving at the club, they could see Sona, Rias and their entourage, though they all had somewhat angry looks toward them and their group. They could also spot Azazel lying in Rias' chair. "It's good that you're finally here." But he froze with his jaw on the floor, just like the demons, and it was for a simple reason. Vali Lucifer was at the academy. "What is Vali doing here?" asked a very upset Azazel upon seeing his former subordinate in the room. "He's my blood brother, is there a problem?" Issei asked, leaving the demons with their eyes wide open. "SOSES is another son of Bahamut?" asked Azazel, still reeling from his surprise. "Yes," said the black-haired man simply. "Another day I'll tell you in detail." "Well, putting aside the unexpected event, I would like to make a few statements," said Azazel as he sat back in his chair. "Why did you call us Azazel?" Rias asked seriously. "You see, I am called the instructor of the 3 most powerful groups of supernatural beings in the academy, or rather of you and your groups, so you can call me Azazel-sensei," said the black-haired and blonde man. "First, I will never call you that. Second, why do we need an instructor?" Issei asked. "Because of my vast knowledge of sacred gears, I can help their possessors reach their full potential." "If not," asked Vali, pointing at the albino. "It's true, when I was in Grigori he helped me master my sacred gear." This made Azazel happy. "It doesn't matter, how we develop our sacred gear is our problem, so don't get involved," said the younger black-haired boy. "As if I would let such subjects go for my research," said Azazel, pointing at Issei's group. And on a separate topic, it was determined that for the younger sisters of the Mau, who can be a target of the Cows Brigade, it was decided that they along with their servants, would go to live at your house, said Azazel, but in less than a second he wished he had never said that. Now he was surrounded by Issei and his group as follows. Issei was holding Ascalon aiming at the Fallen's neck, Tiamat was aiming at his head with a spell, as were Roswis and Akeno, Albedo, Kaneko and Ravel, had their fists charged with aura, ready to be released in a certain important area for the Fallen. Kurumi and Scarlet were aiming at the same area, one with their guns and the other with a dragon shoot. Rory and Kiba were aiming at his legs with their guns, and Gasper was preparing to freeze him and Asia to summon Fafnir. The demons watched this in amazement, as they didn't see when they moved, while Vali watched in amusement as Azazel trembled in fear, mainly because they were aiming for his special part. "If that happens, you die," Issei said, scaring Azazel. Fine, I'll talk to the chiefs to have them withdraw the order," said Azazel, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Seeing this, Issei and company released Azazel, drawing a sigh of relief from him as they prepared to leave the place and return to classes. Several days later, the entire dragon hunting party, including Office, who had already reached 25% of her power, could be seen hiding in the trees and bushes, stalking a being that, in the words of several warriors, Valkyries, and even some gods, was a divine being on the level of Great Red, the legendary cat Tora. You're probably wondering, how can a simple cat be so powerful? Is it a god hiding in a cat's body? Or something else? The truth is, this animal is more than meets the eye. A mysterious person offered a huge sum of money to catch the cat. Of course, the gods were interested, as they could increase their funds for various projects or repairs. But surprisingly, no one they sent could catch him. In fact, they even said they attacked him with weapons and magic attacks, but the cat dodged them ridiculously, or they simply didn't do anything to him. He even easily punched through the most powerful magic shields. Some gods of the Japanese pantheon, along with the Greeks and even Shiva, tried in vain to capture him. The quest reached dragon hunting, and the descriptions of its difficulty got them excited, given that they haven't had difficult quests in a while. Returning to the protagonists, they all pounced on the cat with divine speed, but to their surprise, the cat was already on a tree when they reached the ground. The girls flew towards the cat as it jumped from tree to tree, but it was stopped in mid-air courtesy of Gasper's eyes. At that, Issei, along with Volley, took advantage and grabbed the cat so it couldn't escape and told Gasper to continue maintaining the freeze. But to their surprise, the cat broke free and scratched both dragons' faces, escaping again. They spent 5 hours trying to catch him, until to their shock and surprise, Bahamut appeared and the cat, upon seeing him, ran straight into his arms, starting to purr. "Is this an illusion?" Issei said, unable to believe it. "Why?" his father asked with a discreet smile. "What you have in your arms is the fearsome cat Tora," said Volley as if he was seeing the most powerful being. "But it's a cute kitten," said Bahamut, petting the cat to his delight. This left the entire dragon hunting with their eyes wide open and their jaws on the floor, since they were watching the cat that not even Shiva could catch acting affectionately towards Bahamut. Dragon hunting. After Bahamut took Tora to her owner, Issei, Volley and company returned to the house, shop, being greeted by Azazel. "What's up?" the fallen angel said nonchalantly. "What are you doing here?" Issei asked. "I let him come so he could continue his investigation," said Bahamut, who had just entered. "It's okay, as long as it doesn't bother anyone," said Issei, and everyone dispersed to pass the time. You might be wondering if anything interesting happened these days. After Volley, Kurumi and Lori entered Kuo Academy, Issei and Tiamat took Volley and Lori to Ajuka Beelzebub to give them their pieces. While waiting for the pieces, Issei and Volley got to know each other better, talking about their lives before they met. Of course, Volley also got to know Lori better. When Ajuka showed them his pieces, they were identical to Issei's, but white with silver details. Volley's retinue's magic circle was also white, with the same colored dragon symbol inside an alpha symbol. With his pieces delivered, Volley proposed to Lori that she become his queen, which she accepted, hugging Volley to her chest, turning him blue from lack of air. Of course, she wouldn't have let go if Issei and Tiamat hadn't managed to separate them. Volley also befriended Saji, later discovering that he is the bearer of one of the parts of Vritra. What no one noticed is how Bahamut made some kind of deal with Sona related to the other parts of Vritra. Something else worth noting is that the group seeking to beat up Issei, which had grown to 65% of the academy's male student body as the rumors spread, was joined by many more, and they all had the same goal. To finish off the trio of handsome guys, Issei, Volley and Kiba, who were called that because they were often found talking animatedly among themselves, due to the fact that they had the most beautiful girls with them. Issei with his group. Volley with Lori and Kiba was seen many times talking with Tsubaki, the vice president of the student council, in addition to the fact that almost the entire female student body always looked at them with eyes of desire, which made men worse. The only ones who were not in this group were Mitsuda and Motohama, who although they continued doing perverted things, got along well with Issei, Volley and surprisingly Kiba, since when they got to know him better, they saw that he was not what they expected. If you're wondering if Kiba and Tsubaki's relationship improved, well now Tsubaki didn't blush as much as before, and Kiba now saw her as a girl. They even shared their lunches, where Kiba praised Tsubaki's culinary talent, making her so red that she fainted with a big smile. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the help that Issei and Bahamut gave Kiba, and in Tsubaki's case, Sona helped her, even though she had no experience in that matter. Well, leaving the past aside, let's focus on the present. We see how Bahamut appears with a paper and a big smile, and next to him was Azazel with the same smile. "Children, I have a mission for you that will apparently last a long time," said their father. "Well, since it's summer vacation, we have a lot of free time," said Issei, being supported by the others. Everyone, except for Bahamut and Azazel, put on their battle suits. Issei and Volley their trench coats. Tiamat wore her battle suit, and Lori wore the same one, only it was light orange with black gloves and heels. Albedo and Roswis wore their armor. Asia her nun outfit. Akeno her priestess outfit. Zenobia her exorcist outfit. Kaneko and Gasper the Kuo girl uniforms. Scarlet and Kiba their outfits. And Rory, Kurumi and Office their gothic outfits. Although Office had changed it so that now it covered her chest. "Well. Now let's go to the arcade," said Issei, although he said it slower and slower until he stopped while the rest looked at the application. "Another academy, really?" Issei shouted along with everyone else. "Let's just say this academy is a bit special, son," said Bahamut with an amused smile, being accompanied by Azazel. "Also, don't worry, you won't have to go to classes." Okay. We're leaving," they said as they disappeared into a doorway. "Why do I have a feeling I forgot to tell you something?" Bahamut asked Azazel. "I don't know," Azazel said, forgetting a certain meeting in the underworld in 2 months and a certain topic about rating games. Unknown location. Issei and company stepped out of the portal and stood in front of the entrance to a city. But they were immediately surrounded by guards mounted on dragons. "Stay still and don't try anything suspicious," one of the guards ordered, but in response, the dragon hunting members began to expel their auras, alarming the guards, and even more so the dragons. "Tell me, is this Anne Sullivan Academy?" Issei asked. "Why yes, why?" Another guard answered. "We came from dragon hunting for a request you made," Volley said this time. "How do we know they're not spies or members of that terrorist group?" Another guard asked, preparing to attack. But surprisingly the dragons knelt before the newcomers, mainly before Issei and Volley. This did not surprise dragon hunting much, since when they expelled their power, the dragons that were with the guards recognized them as dragons of a Dragon King category, perhaps Celestial Dragon, so they chose to respectfully salute their superiors. "Roar." The dragons roared at Issei and Volley. "I see, so you've been targeted by multiple attacks from the Cows Brigade," Issei said. "And since they don't have the military forces to confront them, they hired mercenaries to protect the city," Volley concluded. This left the guard surprised, as they apparently understood their dragons. "See, can you talk to them?" a guard asked. "Of course," the twins answered simply. After confirming that they were the ones hired and sending a message to the academy director announcing their arrival, they were escorted to the academy. Upon arriving, they saw a huge academy, but the most curious thing was that each student had a dragon. There was a wide variety of dragons of different sizes and colors. But the strange thing was when they set foot in the academy, since they were unconsciously expelling a part of their power, which alerted the dragons, and they separated from the boys to do something unexpected. All the dragons were forming a path, kneeling before the powerful presences. "Is this normal?" Volley asked the guards, who were also surprised. "What's happening, honey, is that they're letting go of some of their power without realizing it," Lori said, pointing at the twins. "Oops," they both said as they stopped expelling their power, relaxing the dragons. After the dragons calmed down, the guards showed them where the headmistress's office was and said they couldn't accompany them as they had to return to guard duty. As they walked through the academy, they could see students caring for their dragons, feeding them, practicing battles, and playing with them. The students watched curiously as strangers wearing clothing other than the academy uniform walked up to the headmaster's office while the dragons bowed to them. Although they had stopped emitting their auras, they knew that the dragons were far more powerful than them. After walking for half an hour, dragon hunting arrived at the principal's office. When they knocked on the door, they heard a pass from inside and opened it. Upon seeing the interior, they found a couple of black-haired women, a pink-haired woman, 2 blondes, an orange-haired woman, a light-haired woman, an albino woman, a brunette woman, a black-haired man with a pompadour, a muscular man with a mask, and a young man with long white hair tied in a ponytail and red eyes, who also wore glasses and was sitting behind a desk. "I'm glad you're here, dragon hunting," said the albino with glasses. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Master Bible, the director of the Anne Sullivan Academy, and I welcome you, young dragons." Chapter 11. Dragon Academy and Parenthood. "I'm glad you're here, dragon hunting," said the albino with glasses. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Master Bible, the director of Anne Sullivan Academy, and I welcome you, young dragons." The albino raised his arms as if presenting something. The academy known for having the sexiest students. But as he said that, he was hit by one of the blondes present, leaving him dying on the floor. "What are you saying, perverted director?" the blonde yelled. At that moment, the door opened, admitting a brunette with 2 braids, green eyes, and pink glasses. She was wearing a priestess's outfit, but the top half was black and the bottom half was white, and on the back was a drawing of a fire-breathing dragon. But she was immediately recognized by all the members of dragon hunting. "I'm sorry for the delay," said the brunette who had just entered. "Kiryu," said the former newcomer, surprising Kiryu. Issei, Bali. What are you doing here? She asked. We're here because we were sent a request. The question is, why are you here? The black-haired man asked. This place has a good relationship with the clan, so they sent me, since I was the only one available, to help them with their problem. Kiryu answered. And that suit? The black-haired man asked again. It's the official priestess outfit of the clan, and it's also very good for combat. The brunette replied. This? Because we didn't introduce ourselves. Suggested the same blonde who had hit the director. With this, Issei and company began to analyze each of those present. The blonde who hit the principal had long hair that reached her lower back and blue eyes. She was wearing the Anne Sullivan Academy girls' uniform, as they had seen while walking to the principal's office, though she also had a white beret. But one thing they noticed was that she gave off an aura of elegance, almost princess-like. The orange-haired girl had a full head of hair that reached her thighs, and a pair of green eyes. She also wore the Anne Sullivan Academy uniform, though she had white gloves as an extra. Something that alarmed the black-haired girls was that she looked at him with a look of interest. The pink-haired girl had long hair tied in two pigtails and matching eyes. She wore a pink dress very similar to Ravel's, but what surprised them was seeing a kind of cannon on her back. One of the brunettes has long hair reaching her legs, with two strands falling down the sides of her face, and crimson eyes. She was wearing a sleeveless black one-piece dress with a red tie and a miniskirt tied with a red belt with a guard on the left side. She also had red kendo-like guards covering her forearms and part of the back of her hands, and black boots. The most curious thing was the sheathed katana on her left side. The second brunette had short hair that didn't reach her shoulders and black eyes. She wore a similar outfit to the previous one, but instead of a dress, it was a black sailor uniform. She also wore the same protective gear as the previous one and a sheathed katana. The other blonde had short messy hair with two long strands falling down the sides of her face, reaching her breasts, and amber eyes. She was wearing a black top that exposed her midriff, with sleeves on both arms held up by gold bracelets near her shoulders and wrists, cowboy-style pants held up by a belt, and black boots. The brunette, who upon closer inspection revealed orange hair, had long hair reaching down to her lower back, headphones on her head, and red eyes. Her clothing consisted of a long-sleeved white shirt with a red plaid collar tied with a red ribbon under a black vest, a red plaid miniskirt, and black leather boots that fell below the knee. She also had a makeup box and a lollipop in her mouth. The light blue-haired woman had long hair reaching down to her legs and blue eyes. She wore a sort of black and white military uniform open at the chest, revealing them along with a strange marking above them, along with high heels and a fencing sword. The white-haired woman had short hair and purple eyes. She was wearing a black suit that left her breasts exposed and military boots. The black-haired man with a pompadour had blue eyes. He wore a long-sleeved leather vest with spikes on the shoulders, and underneath it was green armor, black pants, and combat boots. The last man was wearing a white gas mask, obscuring his eyes and hair. His torso was bare, revealing his muscles and scars. He wore white sleeves tied with black ribbons around his arms, white pants with the same ribbons, and black boots. He also wore a kind of tank on his back. They also noticed that everyone, except for the first blonde, gave off an air of experience. "My name is Sylvia Lautremont, the fourth princess of the Knights of Lautremont country," said the first blonde bowing. "My name is Rebecca Randall, the most powerful archdragoner in the academy," said the orange-haired woman introducing herself, although the archdragoner thing raised a doubt in those who didn't know about the subject. "I'm a member of Night Raid," said the pink-haired girl. "My name is Ikame, and this is my younger sister Kuram, also a member of Night Raid," said the long-haired brunette pointing first at herself and then at the short-haired girl, who just nodded. "Hi, I'm Leon, another member of Night Raid," said the short-haired blonde. "Good morning, I'm Chelsea, another member of Night Raid," said the brunette while eating a lollipop. "My name is Esdeeth, one of the leaders of Night Raid," said the light blue-haired girl. "I'm Najenda, the other leader of Night Raid," said the albino smoking a cigarette. "I'm Bullet, another member of Night Raid," said the black-haired man with a quiff. "And I am Bowles, the last member of Night Raid," said the one with the mask. After they introduced themselves, it was our protagonist's turn. "My name is Aika Kiryu, a member of the Elix clan, a clan that loves dragons." Kiryu introduced herself. "My name is Issei Bahamut, one of the leaders of dragon hunting, and these are my team. Tiamat, Asia, Gasper, who if you're wondering is a man, Kiba, Rory, Roswis, Zenobia, Albedo, Kaneko, Akeno, Ravel, Scarlet, Kurumi, and Office," said the black-haired man while pointing to his entire group. "I am Vali Bahamut, another of the dragon hunting leaders, and she is part of my team, Lori," said the albino while pointing at the orange-haired girl. But something curious happened when those names were mentioned, as the director quickly recovered and stared at them with wide eyes, along with Rebecca. SOYUR. The director tried to articulate but, "I'll explain later," said Kiryu. They then proceeded to leave the office, being guided by Rebecca and Sylvia to where they would sleep until the mission was accomplished. "By the way, what's the mission about?" Esdeath asked the orange-haired girl. "You see, we've recently been targeted by the Cows Brigade, the notorious terrorist group, losing many knights and dragons. The king, in an attempt to save his country, signed a peace treaty with the Angel, Fallen, and Demon factions to secure the necessary defenses to prevent further attacks, but apparently they can't send troops to our location for another month, so the director enlisted the help of the Elix clan, in addition to calling in the two most renowned mercenary groups," Rebecca explained. Upon arriving, they saw that it was a kind of hotel, located within the academy grounds, where all those summoned could stay. It also had a very large dining room and large hot springs. After an hour of settling into their rooms, the groups headed downstairs to explore the academy. Apparently they arrived just in time for some kind of duel between many dragons, since many students, including Sylvia, were riding dragons. "What are you doing?" the black-haired man asked, interested, a man who was apparently the teacher. "They will practice the art of battle so they can defend themselves in the future," replied the professor. "It looks fun, can I join?" the black-haired man asked again, surprising the members of Night Raid. "If you have a dragon, I don't see the problem," the professor said again, but his eyes widened suddenly, as did many other people, when they saw the black-haired man and a white-haired man rushing towards the dragons. Issei and Vali proceeded to transform, leaving the spectators even more astonished. While Vali was taking care of one group, Issei was playing with another of the dragons, destroying the magic shields they created with their hands. Then I noticed how Sylvia, who was riding a white-winged dragon, used strong magic to defeat several of the riders. But in a careless moment to see Sylvia, Issei was thrown by a tail whip from one of the dragons, accidentally colliding with Sylvia's dragon. "This is bad," some students shouted. "I'm running into Lancelot," said others. "The princess is going to kill him," others said. "Come on Lancelot. Calm down," said Sylvia as she tried to calm her dragon, who was growling as he turned towards Issei. "Sorry," the black-haired man apologized. "Watch where you're going, idiot," Sylvia said, but when she turned around she was surprised, since in front of her was the boy from the principal's office, but with horns and scales. "And you, dragon?" she asked intrigued. "I am the dragon," said the black-haired boy pointing at himself, surprising the blonde even more, but she was stunned when she saw Lancelot kneel before the boy. "Roar," growled the dragon. "No, I apologize for bumping into you, but I must say you're strong for your level, your rider must have trained you very well," Issei said, making Sylvia blush slightly but still asked. "Can you talk to Lancelot?" "Of course I can, you can too someday," said the black-haired man, but when he turned around he realized that all the dragons had been beaten up by Vali. "You went too far, brother." After that they separated from Sylvia, walking again through the academy, ending up meeting Rebecca riding on a huge red dragon standing on two legs, but the orange-haired girl was wearing a strange blue suit with red armor parts, while an energy was felt that connected Rebecca and the dragon. "Wow," the newcomers said as they watched Rebecca defeat several opponents, but then they heard a very familiar voice. "And finally, Issei and Vali are my cousins." They turned their heads to see Kiryu and Biblia, while nodding their heads in understanding. "Wow, I didn't expect that." "Oh hi again," he said when he realized they had run into the group. "What are you doing?" "We were just taking a walk around the place," Issei said. "By the way, what is that?" pointing at Rebecca. "That's an arch, a special armor made by the dragon for its rider," Master Bible explained. "This allows a better astral connection between both. It also has a weapon created by the dragon so the rider can fight," the albino finished saying. "That doesn't look like armor," Magenta said. "The shape and type of armor depends on the dragon," Master Bible pointed out, while many or all of them had the same thought. "He's a perverted dragon. Whatever. Who wants to join me in pranking the prettiest girls in the academy?" the principal suggested, supported by Kiryu. But then they decided not to do it when they felt the murderous aura of every girl in the academy and the female members of Dragon Hunting and Night Raid. "TSK, boring," said Kiryu resignedly. A few hours later, both teams had gone for a walk around the city, marveling at its beauty. When dinner time came, they gathered at the hotel to eat at a large table there. On the table you could see large amounts of food on the plates of the dragon hunting members. Akame and Kurum, Leon, Esdeath and Agenda had some bottles of sake, and the rest had normal amounts of food. Taking advantage of the fact that they were all together, they started talking. "And your mercenaries too?" Issei asked while eating a huge chicken leg. "Yes. We were the most famous and sought-after mercenary group of all. Until you arrived," Agenda said, but there was a hint of hostility in the last words. "What?" all the dragons asked. Since your group was formed, we have been losing applications. Bullet said. At first it didn't bother us because there were so many requests, but then the number of people requesting us started to decrease. Chelsea continued. So we would have problems if it weren't for the fact that we started hunting supernatural monsters and accepting requests to eliminate stray demons. Mine finished saying. Sorry, we had no idea. Issei apologized. Calm down. Actually, we're just angry because we were knocked out of first place. Said Leon calmly as she finished a bottle of sake. After that, an awkward silence formed, which was cut short by the former nun. How about we talk about ourselves? We need to know what the others are capable of to successfully complete the mission. Asia suggested, to which everyone nodded. I'll start. As I said, my name is Najenda, and my Tigu is the speed of light. Susanoo? Said Najenda, generating doubt in the dragons. Tigu? They asked. They don't know them. They are weapons, 48 weapons created by an ancient emperor, using the rarest materials and the most dangerous beasts. They even seem to have a will of their own, since they are the ones who choose their wielders. But over time, most of them disappeared. Najenda said. They look like sacred gear. Vali pointed out. It is said that the emperor himself based the Tigus on the sacred gear, but some of them can be as dangerous as a Longinus. Esdeath clarified. Could you show us your Tigu, Najenda? Issei said. Of course. Come on, Susanoo. He shouted, and a portal opened next to him, a person coming out of it. This person was a disheveled blue-haired man with two horn-like protrusions on the sides of his head and purple eyes. He wore a high-collared jacket resembling a kimono and underneath a tight-fitting black sweatshirt. He also wore a dark belt tied around his waist, along with pants that had samurai armor-like protectors on the sides. The strangest thing was the large magatama in the middle of his chest. He also carried a kind of bow with a huge cylinder at one end. The Susanoo, he is an organic Tigu that serves its user. Normally he acts as a butler, but when it comes to fighting, he is a lethal warrior who even got Esdeath into trouble. Added Najenda, surprising the dragons and Kiryu. I'm next. As you know, my name is Esdeath, and my Tigu is Demon God Manifestation. Demon Extract. Pointing to the mark on her chest. At first it was the blood of a very powerful demon, but when I found it, I ended up drinking it all, and now I can control ice and cold. She said while creating some ice. I am Leon and my Tigu is Animal King. Lionel. Pointing at her belt. And what it does is fuse me with a lion that was related to the legendary Nemean lion, and it gives me enhanced senses, as well as greater strength, speed and agility, in addition to regeneration. She said while her body transformed and her hair grew and became disheveled, in addition to growing ears, slanted cat-like eyes, fangs, and her hands became hairy and took out claws. I am mine and my Tigu is Roman artillery. Pumpkin. He said, showing his cannon. What it does is transform my feelings into power and fires them like a sniper rifle or like a powerful and destructive laser. I'm Chelsea and my Tigu is Phantasmagoria. Dia Foundation. She said, taking out her makeup box. What it does is allow me to make a physically perfect copy of my target, whatever it is, so I'm not good at fighting missions. My name is Ikame, and my Tigu is the one-cut killer. Murasum. Showing her katana. And when she makes a cut, no matter how slight, she spreads a powerful poison that has no cure, hence her name. I am Kuram and my Tigu is the Death March. Gatsufusa. Showing her katana. And what it does is control the bodies of those I kill with it. I am Bullet and my Tigu is Demon Armor. Incursio. Showing a small sword with a dragon eye on the handle. Is made from the flesh of the Tyrant, a legendary dragon that had a very rapid evolutionary ability, immediately adapting to any environment or problem it encounters. But as a Tigu it manifests as armor. As you know, my name is Bowls, and my Tigu is Invitation to Purgatory. Rubicante. Showing his tank that is apparently a flamethrower. Releases a powerful flare of fire that burns anything. The dragons and Aika were surprised to hear how all the members of Night Raid had Tigus and about their abilities. Well, I think I'll continue. My name is Aika Kiryu, and I am an envoy of the Elix clan. I don't possess sacred gear or Tigu, but I do possess a powerful dragon. Said Kiryu. Now it was our group's turn. I am Issei Bahamut and I possess a sacred gear, or rather a Longinus. The boosted gear. Showing his gauntlet. Doubles my power to my limits and can transfer the increase to others. Added the black-haired man. I am Vali Bahamut, his twin, and my sacred gear is the Divide gear. Showing his gauntlet. What it does is divide the opponent's power and transfer it to me. It also has an ability where I can divide matter. I am Tiamat and I am the Chaos Dragon Queen Karma. Said the blue-haired girl. My name is Laurie and I am the legendary dragon of the wind. Said the orange-haired girl. I am Asia Argento and I possess Twilight Healing, which allows me to heal any wound, in addition to having a contract with a dragon. Said the blonde ex-nun. My name is Gasper and I possess the forbidden Baylor view, which allows me to freeze the time of whatever is in my range of vision. Said Gasper, although he was trembling since he heard about the Tegu. I am Rory Mercury, a former apostle of the god Emroy. Said the Lolligotica. My name is Kibayudo, and I possess the sword of birth, which allows me to create any type of demonic sword. Said the blonde elegantly. I'm Roswis, a Valkyrie and Odin's former bodyguard. Said the silver-haired girl. I am Zenobia, the bearer of Durandal. Said the short blue-haired girl. My name is Albedo and I am a former high-class demon. Said the black-haired girl. I am Akeno Himejima, a fallen demi-angel. Akeno said. I'm Kaneko. Was the only thing the silver-haired loli said. Ravel Phoenix, former high-class demon. Said the little blonde. I am Scarlet Gotch, younger sister of the Red Emperor Dragon Y Gotch Drag. Said the Redeed with pride in her chest. I am Kurumi Takasaki, daughter of the evil dragon of the Crescent Moon Crom Cruich. Said the black-haired woman with heterochromia. I am Office. Was the only thing the dragon goddess of infinity said. Night Raid was surprised by most of the things the dragon hunting members said, although they were intrigued by the fact that the little silver-haired girl in Office didn't say anything other than her name. After that they continued talking amicably, getting to know each other a little better. Issei and company were surprised to hear Bowles was married to a beautiful woman and that they even had a daughter. This caused all the girls with the black-haired man and Lori to imagine themselves next to Issei while he held a little girl who called him daddy. What they didn't know was that a very similar scene would soon occur. Of course, Night Raid was also surprised to learn that the black-haired man, the albino, and the brunette with braids were cousins, since they didn't look alike. After dinner, they headed to the hot springs at the hotel. While the girls talked about various topics or tried to escape from Kiryu, the men talked about a very important topic. So you've tried everything to get Gasper Kun to stop being a transvestite. The one who spoke was Bullet, meditating on what the black-haired man had said. Yes. For example, we tried to burn all the clothes he had and force him to wear pants. But after 10 minutes he was already wearing a skirt again. This time it was Kiba who spoke. It doesn't help much that he went to the women's side. Said Bowles, who was without his mask, showing a normal face with blonde hair and blue eyes, pointing to the other side of the wooden wall that separated both sides. You have no idea how difficult it is. Volley said, sighing. At that moment they saw the door open, revealing Master Bible with a towel covering the bottom of the door, carrying a small hand drill and a walkie-talkie. This is Falcon Z in position. He said into the walkie-talkie, waiting for someone to answer. Hear mouse and copy. Start drilling in the marked area. Someone spoke through the device, but it was recognizable as a female voice. Copy. Said Bible and began drilling at a point marked with a pin. The men realized he wanted to spy on the women and were about to go with him. Only to get him away from the wall before one of the girls killed him. But they saw that when he put his eye in the hole he created, the director flew out, hitting the opposite wall, and with a lot of blood coming out of his head. On the other side, Kaneko and Ravel could be seen with their fists blowing smoke, and the rest surrounding Akiryu who, seeing the evil smiles of the girls, began to think that having fun with Master Biblia was not a good idea. The only thing the men heard were Kiryu's screams of terror. Hadn't seen Gasper running at full speed yelling "You're crazy." The next day. It was a new day at Anne Sullivan Academy. Our favorite group was in the cafeteria having breakfast. Everyone ate peacefully, except for Kiryu and Master Bible, who were very hurt by the little prank they played yesterday. Kiryu was the most hurt though, since she was on the female side when they discovered her. After finishing breakfast, they set out to check on the academy. But they stopped when they saw many students standing next to their dragons, ready for something. What's going on? Asia asked, intrigued, along with the others. Oh. I forgot today was the Dragoner Ares festival. Said the director. And that's it? Issei asked, but when Bible was about to speak. This is no ordinary race. The results of this event will be made public for posterity. Enter, and you must aim for the center of the winner's podium. They heard Rebecca shout from a platform in front of the competitors. Basically, it's a race whose outcome will affect your future. Bible summarized. Hey Issei. I challenge you. Volley said as a challenge. I accept. Issei said as he bumped his forehead with the albinos, and they walked like that to the starting line. These two. Said Tiamat and Lori in a sigh, but with a small smile, since that competitive attitude of the twins is very funny. But maybe winning isn't enough motivation. So, to the winner, I'll give them a ticket for a full day date with me, Rebecca Randall, the orange-haired girl shouted, and the reactions were immediate. All the competitors, even those who were spectators, were screaming with excitement, surprising the mercenaries with the girl's popularity. Issei and Volley, on the other hand, were hurling insults at each other, so they didn't hear what Rebecca was saying at all. Silence. Rebecca shouted, calming everyone down. Now a few words from the competitor's representative, the first-year senior, Her Highness Princess Sylvia Lautréamont. Appearing beside her was the blonde princess. You have to do your best, no matter the competition. That's my family motto. That's all there is to it. Sylvia said, stepping off the podium and onto her dragon, but the reactions were different than before. He's letting himself get carried away just because he's royalty. Some said. Like brother, like sister. Others said. Oh yeah. Didn't Julius the Dragon Slayer go to prison for breaking the biggest taboo? This last point intrigued the members of Dragon Hunting and Night Raid. Issei and Volley ignored the murmurs, in fact they became more animated upon hearing Sylvia's phrase, so they decided to leave the rest eating dust. After everyone took their positions, highlighting that Volley and Issei were at the end, Rebecca mounted her dragon and prepared to announce the start. On your marks. He said, pointing his pistol at the sky. Get out. And with the sound of the shot, the race began. But within 5 seconds of starting, the dragons began to fall along with their riders. This was because of a certain black-haired man and a certain albino who couldn't hold back and shot out like missiles, throwing dragons in the path and marking it by sinking the earth. The only ones who barely survived were those on flying dragons like Sylvia, who felt the gusts of wind caused by the twins' competition and saw a black lightning bolt and a white one moving away. After a few minutes, Issei and Volley had stopped in the middle of the forest since they wanted to wait for the other competitors to catch up with them, but then they heard a noise coming from inside the forest. Both of them went deeper until they reached some rock formations where they could see 2 people threatening one. One of them looked like a girl with tanned skin, long gray hair, tied with a long red ribbon, like a ponytail with several strands falling down the sides and in front of her face, and red eyes. She was wearing a strange black lace outfit along with a red scarf with vertical yellow lines. The other was a tall thin man with white hair with a long red streak and blue eyes, but he wore a formal mask that covered only the upper part of his face. He wore a black robe over a blue suit. He also held some kind of pistol in his hand. In front of them was a beautiful woman with silvery pink hair that reached her waist, ruby-colored eyes, and horns protruding from her head. She was wearing a white dress that resembled a tunic, but it did little to cover her enormous breasts and curvaceous figure. The dress was also noticeably worn, and she had several wounds on her body. But the most remarkable thing was that the pink-haired girl had a large egg, with markings like angel wings surrounding a dragon symbol, in her hands, while she growled at the people in front of her. Last warning, either you give us the egg by good means, or it will be by bad means. Said the man while pointing the gun at his head. The woman, instead of giving him the egg, hugged him tighter and closed her eyes, expecting the worst. If that's what you want. The man was about to shoot but. Hey, son of a bitch. Came a loud shout, causing the attackers to turn around, only to see fists coming dangerously close to their faces. The girl took the full blow, sending her flying for many meters, while the boy barely dodged it, but it grazed his cheek, cutting it. At the scream, the pink-haired girl opened her eyes to see a black-haired boy with horns, scales, wings, and a dragon's tail standing in front of her, facing the man who was threatening her. Volley then went to look for the girl who flew away. The man, however, could feel the energy emanating from the black-haired man, so he determined that a strategic retreat was better than confronting them. Anya. He shouted, and the girl barely appeared at his side. We're leaving. Taking out a strange fear, he created a smokescreen and escaped. Issei turned to the girl. Are you okay? He asked, and the girl, with all her might, said. Take care. Of. The egg. As he handed her the egg and fainted. Issei, still intrigued by the reason for the attack on her and why he couldn't leave her there, carried her with his tail and took flight with Volley, heading to Anne Sullivan Academy. Anne Sullivan Academy. The spectators, along with Dragon Hunting and Night Raid, waited anxiously to see the winner of the race. They saw a black-haired man and an albino man approaching from the sky, but they noticed the black-haired man carrying someone on his tail and something large in his hands. Upon landing, Issei's girls, Lori and Night Raid, went to congratulate them for winning the race, but a single serious look from them was enough for them to calm down and listen to them. I need a free room in Asia, I need you to heal this girl. Issei ordered with a serious voice, receiving a nod from his group. A few minutes later, the horned pink-haired girl was in bed, unharmed. That's it, now he just needs to rest. Said Asia, earning Issei to pet her head. Thanks Asia. Thanked the black-haired man who hadn't let go of the egg. Ice, what happened? Tiamat asked. Issei then told him how they met the girl, understanding why they brought her. Okay now. Issei said, but to his surprise and everyone else's, the egg cracked, alarming them. Seconds later, the entire eggshell broke, scything them for a few seconds. Upon opening their eyes, everyone saw that in Issei's hands there was now a little girl who looked no more than 2 or 3 years old, with pink hair with a silver tone, ruby eyes and some kind of mass on both sides of her head. When the girl saw the black-haired boy, she put on a smile that reflected happiness and innocence and said something that pissed Issei off terribly. "Dad." The girl shouted as she hugged Issei, but that caused her girls to expel an aura of terror. "Issei." They all said with a voice from beyond the grave that expelled fury. Issei only looked to the sides looking for help, but he saw how Bullet and Bowles hugged each other in fear. Volley, Lori, Kiba and Gasper had fled, and the night raid girls only looked at him with indifference, but Esdeath had a slight blush and a video camera to record the future torture. "Why me?" he wondered as he trembled. His girls approached slowly, preparing to torture him, and the little pink-haired girl hugged him. Chapter 12. Necromancer Dragon and the First Princess. Issei can be seen crushed on the ground, with some bones sticking out and a huge pool of blood underneath him. Next to her was the little dragon who, although she was hugging Issei during the torture, didn't get hurt or anything. The little girl was poking at what was left of the black-haired boy with a branch from God knows where she got it. On the other side of Issei, Asia was administering her sacred gear to Issei, and in the process scolding him about infidelity. Nearby were the rest of the black-haired man's girls, clearly looking angry. Beside them was the female part of Night Raid, waiting for the black-haired man's answers, although Esdeath was reviewing the torture she recorded with a deep blush. A little further away were Kiba, Gasper, Bullet and Bowles, trembling slightly as they recalled the bloodlust the girls had emitted a few moments earlier. Volley was also trembling, but calmed down when he felt Lori hugging him. The other pink-haired girl was still sleeping in the room. At that moment, Master Bible, Kiryu, Rebecca and Sylvia arrived, only to see the strange scene mentioned above. "Very well, what happened here?" asked the director, bewildered by the scene. After explaining the situation to the newcomers, and after Issei recovered, they surrounded the black-haired man demanding an answer. "Very well, Ice. Can you explain to us where you know that bitch from?" Pointing to the pink-haired girl who was still asleep. "And how it is that you have a daughter?" Pointing to the little girl who returned to her father's arms. "Before you start speculating, although I think it's a little late for that," Issei said, but the last part was in a whisper. "Volley and I found the pink-haired girl while we were stopping for a while. She was about to be attacked by two men, but we got in the way and forced them to escape. We were able to follow them, but we decided to help the woman instead. She gave me an egg before falling unconscious. Afterwards, we headed here with the woman and the egg." The black-haired man recounted, being corroborated by the white-haired dragon. "I understand," they all said. "Then everything happened like before," said Issei. "Little one, why do you think I'm your father?" he asked the little girl. "Because you have the same energy as me," said the little girl. At that, all the dragons examined the energies of both, noticing that there was a certain similarity. "Maybe it's because you didn't deactivate the dragonoid shape, the egg unconsciously absorbed your power, accelerating its birth and causing the little one to imitate your energy," Lori said analytically, but for those who didn't know, it only generated a doubt. "Dragonoid shape?" asked Night Raid, Master Biblia, Rebecca and Sylvia. "It's a transformation technique that allows them to harness the dragon's power within them, but as a result, several parts of their body become dragon-like," explained Kiryu. "I see," said the aforementioned. "Ugh." A groan was heard, drawing everyone's attention. They watched as the pink-haired girl slowly got out of bed. She then spotted her saviors and a group of people she didn't know, but she couldn't spot the egg, alarming her, thinking the worst. Of course, that thought went for a walk when he heard a little voice. "Mom," said a little pink-haired girl who was running up to her apparent mother. "Echo?" the woman asked as she was hugged by the little girl. "I see you're awake." He heard a voice and immediately went on guard protecting the little girl and began to growl. "Mom, why are you doing that to Dad?" asked the little girl behind her. "Dad?" the pink-haired girl asked in surprise, watching as the little girl approached a boy who appeared to be 17 years old with black hair and brown eyes. "Don't worry, we're not going to do anything to you," said the boy as he carried the little girl in his arms, and the woman calmed down when she recognized the one who had saved her. "I didn't have the chance before, but could you tell me your name?" he asked. "My name is Navi," said the now identified as Navi. "And that little girl is Iko," pointing to the little girl in the black-haired boy's arms. "Is she your daughter?" Tiamat asked, surprising Navi. "Tiamat-sama," Navi asked this time, surprising the rest. "Do I know you?" the blue-haired girl asked. "Vera, I belong to the Avalon Dragon race," said the pink-haired girl, causing Issei, Tiamat, Volley, Lori, Office, Scarlet, Kurumi, Biblia, Kiryu, Rebecca and Sylvia to open their eyes wide. "Do you belong to the extinct Avalon race?" Master Bible asked, making Navi a little sad. "What is the Avalon race?" Asia asked. "You see, Asia, the Avalon Dragon race is a race that has enormous knowledge of the world when they hatch, and they also have a power called domination," explained the black-haired man. "Domination?" Kiba asked this time. It's a skill that causes dragons of lower rank to the user to do what the user says without protest. That's the reason why they are considered so special," said Vali. "But there was once an evil dragon that literally led to the near extinction of the race," Lori added sadly. "That's why it's considered rare to see an Avalon," Tiamat finished. "But could you tell me if this girl is yours?" the blue-haired girl asked again. "If she's my daughter. I'll tell you the story, but first, could you let me hold her?" The dragon asked the black-haired man, who brought the little girl who had fallen asleep closer to her. "Well, tell me, why did those guys attack you, and where is the little girl's father?" Issei asked. "I don't know where your father is," she said, generating doubts in the others. "You see. One day I was adventuring to find a man who could help me create offspring. After a while I found him, and after copulating, I told him that he didn't have to take responsibility because it was a matter that didn't concern a human." The pink-haired woman recounted, leaving everyone surprised. "What? Well. It's surprising that you did and said all that to have offspring," said Tiamat. "I had no other choice. There was no one who could mate with me, so I turned to the best human I could find, since I had been told that he was very strong and kind, but also because human genes are so easy to mold, I could turn Echo into a 100% dragon before she was born," Navi explained. "Although I am surprised that she was born so soon, since I predicted that she would be born in 2 or 3 months and also be born in human form," Navi added surprised. "Well. That's my fault," Issei said while scratching the back of his neck. "What does that mean?" Navi asked curiously. "By the way, what about your horns, scales, wings and tail? You looked good with them," Issei added, blushing. "You see. I'm half human and half dragon," he said as he transformed into his dragonoid form, surprising Navi. "And by accident I didn't deactivate it when we left you in bed, so the egg absorbed my energy, accelerating its hatching. Also I think it was born in human form because of my human side," Issei explained, somewhat embarrassed. "Basically, you're his new dad," Navi said with a small smile. "If you want to see it that way," said Issei as he approached and stroked the little girl's head. "I can be this little girl's father. It seems like he became attached to you very quickly," Navi added as she looked at the little girl in her arms. It's worth mentioning that in the eyes of others, this was similar to when a woman gives birth and her husband and she look at their daughter for the first time. This generated jealousy in the dark-haired girls, as they wanted to be in the same situation and were also furious that a bitch out of nowhere would have that closeness with their Issei. Lori, on the other hand, watched this with a dreamy look while she changed Navi for herself, Issei for Vali, and the little girl for a girl with white hair and yellow eyes. Issei was calm watching the little girl, but deep down he trembled when he felt the murderous aura of his girls. "By the way, you didn't tell me why those guys were chasing you," said Issei, who had just remembered that question and at the same time calmed the atmosphere. "Those guys were looking for me and Eco to control us and lead this country to destruction, in addition to wanting to use us for a group called Cow's Brigade," Navi said angrily, but then a powerful murderous intent was felt in the place, coming from none other than Dragon Hunting and Master Bible. "Let them try it," they said with a very sinister voice that made everyone else's blood run cold, except for Esdeath, who apparently got excited by it. "By the way, did you name him?" Issei asked Navi. "No, that man gave it to him after we mated, and since I didn't see any problems with it, I let him have it," Navi said. "If I remember correctly. He said that was the name the first rider gave to his dragon," the pink-haired girl explained. "I see. He had good taste," Issei said while smiling. Since it was already night, it was decided that Navi and Eco would sleep with the black-haired man since, in Navi's words, the father should sleep with the daughter, generating fury and jealousy in the others. Of course, Rebecca asked Issei and Vali who won the race, since she had to give the prize to someone. But they replied that they didn't care about the prize and that she should give it to the person who finished after them, which was Sylvia. But this hurt Rebecca's pride. The next day, you can see all the so-called Navi and Eco having breakfast in the dining room of the place. "I'm going to patrol the city today. Is anyone coming with me?" Issei asked the people present. "I'm going," Navi said with Eco, Esdeath, Najenda, Zenobia, Akeno and Kiryu. "Get ready, we're leaving in an hour," the black-haired man concluded. An hour later, everyone who was going to the city had changed into their battle clothes and left. They walked around while looking at the beautiful city. Of course, they took the opportunity to do typical things, like shopping. They played with Eco, bought her some crepes that became her favorite food. Zenobia and Akeno tried to rape Issei a few times, just the usual. Now Issei and Navi were sitting on a bench, while little Eco played some games and the rest went shopping. At that moment, a woman with dark reddish-brown hair and brown eyes and glasses approached them. She was wearing a doctor's coat over a strange purple suit. "Excuse me, are you Issei and Navi?" the woman asked the two parents. "Who's asking?" Issei asked in a monotone. I'm Dr. Angela Cornwell, an expert on dragons, and I wanted to know if you could lend me little echo for my research, said the woman identified as Angela naturally, leaving the two surprised. Do you really think we'll give our daughter up to do who knows what experiments? Navi said angrily. You must understand that the fact that a dragon is born with a human form but has more dragon than human is a very important fact, so I was entrusted with the investigation of the matter. The brown-haired girl apologized, but a small sparkle could be seen in her eyes. Issei was analyzing the woman and ended up comparing her to someone very well known to him. He looks like Azazel, she thought, remembering all the times Azazel asked them to be part of his investigation, no matter where they were or what they were doing. I'm sorry, but I won't give my daughter to a crazy woman like you, Navi said as she grabbed Issei and went to find Iko to leave. Angela didn't take it very well, as she was frowning. I don't care who you are, nobody stops me when I'm interested in something, thought the brown-haired girl. After meeting up with the rest, they started walking until they met Rebecca and Sylvia. What brings you here? Issei asked the two students. The prize for winning the race was a date with me, Rebecca explained, making Sylvia blush a little. But since we're already meeting up, how about we all go out to eat there? The orange-haired girl suggested, pointing to a family restaurant. The group entered the restaurant, where Rebecca and Sylvia were surprised by the amount of food the dragons ate, although Iko only ate a crepe. To tell you the truth, His Highness has had a lot on his mind lately, so I wanted to take advantage of this outing to have him open up to me and talk to me. But as you can see, Rebecca explained while Sylvia looked to the side annoyed. At that moment the sky began to fill with dark clouds along with red lightning. This alerted the dragon's senses, who abruptly rose from their seats, including Echo. What's going on? Najenda asked. Nothing good, Issei answered. At that moment, a huge dragon appeared in the city. It had multiple eyes all over its body, and its flesh was rotting. There were also many dragons in the same condition, but much smaller. Our group left the restaurant to find the scene. They immediately prepared for battle. Come Kuchulin, said Rebecca as her dragon emerged from a magic circle on the ground and she equipped herself with her arch. Come Flaris, said Kiryu as a dragon a little bigger than Rebecca's came out of a magic circle, brown with two yellow horns facing forward, but the strange thing was that strange marks began to appear on its body. Let's go Susanoo, shouted Najenda and her Teng made an appearance. Dragonoid shape, said the twins transforming. Esdeath drew her rapier and made ice appear around her. Zenobia summoned Durandal and Akeno rose into the air with an aura of lightning. Navi meanwhile raised her power while hugging Iko tighter. They immediately deployed except for Navi and Iko. Issei grabbed two of the tail dragons and crashed them together, being surprised since the crash caused them to explode and nothing remained except for all the blood and guts that were left lying around. Bali concentrated energy in his hand and threw it into the sky. He closed his fist and the sphere exploded into many smaller but no less powerful spheres. Upon colliding with the dragons, they exploded, causing severe damage to the enemies. Rebecca summoned a spear named Gale Bulb, with which she pierced several dragons or eliminated their flames, while her dragon dismembered others. Kiryu's dragon fired a blast of fire at some dragons, sending them to the ground. Upon impact, it created a powerful crater and completely wiped out the victims. Kiryu did something similar, but the flames were less powerful, so they didn't cause as much damage. Zenobia propelled herself with her wings and began slicing at the enemies, while Akeno covered her by shooting lightning at some dragon that attacked her from behind. Navi took care of any dragon that tried to get close to her or Iko, while the latter watched in awe as her father fought. Meanwhile, Susanoo was fighting 3 dragons, while Najenda was punching some nearby dragons, and behind her, Esdeath was freezing others. But they didn't realize that a small group of these dragons was going to attack them from a blind spot. As they realized it too late, they closed their eyes hoping to endure the pain, and Susanoo could not go to help them since he was surrounded by more dragons. But surprisingly, they felt nothing. They opened their eyes to see a head of black hair that held back the dragon's bites. Are you okay? Issei asked with a little concern. Why yes. The two said with a small blush, since Issei appearing at that moment made him look like a hero. Very well, said the dark-haired man with a trademark happy smile that made the two women blush more, but Esdeath more. He grabbed a dragon by the head and squeezed it, causing it to explode and blood to spray everywhere. He grabbed another dragon's right and left arms and shoved them inwards. He grabbed another dragon by the tail and started slamming it into the ground, leaving the dragon looking like a pile of ground meat. He slammed both hands through the last one's chest and split it in half. This only increased the blushing of both women, given that as both were sadists, although Esdeath was much more than Najenda, and seeing him finish off the enemies in such a brutal way excited them and turned them on. Of course they weren't the only ones. Navi, Zenobia and Akeno were also excited by the way their man killed them, mainly Akeno, and Iko was even more excited to see what her father did. But Issei ignored this, as his attention was drawn to the only person who hadn't entered the battle. Sylvia. She lay on the ground, trembling, as she watched the enormous rotting dragon approach her. She had experienced something similar during her sister's training, something that caused her to be extremely afraid. It was worse when he saw the dragon charge a magic shot into its mouth. Fear prevented him from moving, so Ryujin himself closed his eyes and decided to take the attack. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" He heard a voice, so he opened one eye and ended up opening both in surprise, since in front of him was Issei stopping the attack with his hand. With just a squeeze of his hand, the attack disappeared. "Aren't you the fourth princess of Riujin? If so, act like it. Or are you just a little girl who needs to be taken care of all the time?" Issei said, though with a bit of mockery in the last part to encourage the blonde. Of course this had the right effect on her, although a little more than she expected. "Of course I'm the fourth princess. Who do you think you are to make fun of me?" The blonde shouted as a magic circle appeared above her. "Come on, Lancelot." And her dragon appeared as she mounted it and went to attack the enormous dragon. Issei happily watched as she regained her composure and left to finish off more enemies, but a voice stopped him. "Please. Kill me." Issei looked around but couldn't find the owner of the voice. "Please. Kill me. I can't stand it anymore." Then he turned around and saw the enormous decomposing dragon being attacked by Sylvia. "Are you sure?" the black-haired man asked, receiving a look from the dragon that denoted sadness. "In that case." And activated his boosted gear. Boost 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 boost. Issei extended his palm towards the sky and began charging light elemental energy. Stardust Revolution. And I fire the great burst of energy directly at the enormous dragon. He did nothing to defend himself, taking the attack full on and destroying most of it. With the death of the enormous dragon, the smaller ones withdrew from there, and the sky cleared again. A little while later. You can see our fighters resting while others repair the damage to the city. Issei can be seen holding a very happy Iko in his arms, while the girls and Vali eat a little, having had to go fight without finishing their meal. Curiously, the restaurant wasn't damaged at all. At that Issei remembers something interesting. "Kiryu, could you tell me who that dragon was and what those marks on your body were?" Issei asked, drawing everyone's attention. "You see. The dragon is called Flaris, and she is the daughter of the former meteoric flame dragon King Tannen." That surprised everyone. "And the marks are from the Imperial mode." But that generated many doubts. "Imperial mode?" Vali asked this time. "It's a transformation where the power of the dragon and the person multiply when combined, generating the marks that indicate the combination was successful. It also allows the two to use each other's abilities." Ika explained, surprising everyone. "Incredible," they all said. After an hour, and with a sleeping Echo, they set out to return to the academy, as it was getting late. The next morning. Issei could be seen sleeping next to his daughter and his girls, who were apparently joined by Najenda and Esdeith, although he did not see them when he realized that someone was spying on them. "Whoever is there, come out now," he said, raising his energy a little, tensing the spy and forcing her to leave. The black-haired man was surprised to see that it was Dr. Angela, the one he spoke to yesterday. "And what are you doing here?" Issei asked. "Well, I'm just here to collect information for my research," he said, showing a tablet where he had collected several pieces of data. "And is it necessary to spy on me even while I sleep?" Issei asked again. "At least I'm not as crazy as that girl," Angela responded, generating a lot of uncertainty in the black-haired man. "That girl?" Issei asked again, but before the brunette could answer. A scream was heard that was identified as Vali's. It must be said that this scream woke up the black-haired girls and Iko. Najenda and Esdeith quickly left without anyone seeing them to avoid any problems, but they failed since all of Issei's girls noticed them and could only sigh at the fact that 2 more were added to the harem. In response to the scream, everyone went to Vali's room and when they opened it, they were petrified. There were Vali and Lori, nothing strange, but the strange thing was seeing a girl about 15-16 years old with long brown hair with several curlers and blue eyes, but even stranger was seeing her in black lingerie and trying to take Vali's clothes off, while Lori tried to push her away. Just then Rebecca and Sylvia arrived. "What's going on here?" Rebecca asked. "Apparently, a girl wants to rape Vali," said Kiba, who was the first to come out of shock. "Let it go, you bitch. I won't let you do something I haven't been able to do yet," Lori shouted, managing to throw the girl against a wall. "Come on, let me have a child with Silver Dragon Sama," the girl shouted. Recognizing the voice, Rebecca sighed and rubbed her temple. She then walked over to the girl and pulled her cheeks. "What do you think you're doing, Jessica?" Rebecca asked the girl identified as Jessica. "Let me go, Rebecca Randall. No one will stop me from having a child with Silver Dragon Sama," The girl shouted determinedly, trying to break free from the orange-haired girl's grasp. "If you don't leave now, I'll tell the entire student body your little secret," said the archdragoner with a malicious smile, making the girl tense. "Why, you won this time, but next time I will achieve my goal," said the girl before leaving. "Who was she?" Volley asked the orange-haired girl. "This is Jessica Valentine, a freshman who has upper-class delusions," Rebecca said with a long sigh. "Delusions?" Lori asked. "She thinks she's upper class, but her family works for mine. Maybe that's why Volley Bahamut is after you," Rebecca explained, pointing at the albino. "I don't understand," Volley said along with the rest. "You see, a dragon being able to transform into a human is only possible for those of a very high level, and here that means it belongs to the upper class," Rebecca explained. "But that doesn't explain why he wanted a child of his own," said Bowles, pointing at Volley. "By having a son, she can force Volley to marry her, and then she will belong to the upper class," Rebecca finished saying, making Volley tense. "What brings you here, Rebecca?" asked Volley's twin. "Well, they brought me 2 things. First, it was to find the new biology teacher Angela Cornwell, since I was informed that she might be here," he said, pointing to the aforementioned. "And second, to tell you that tomorrow Her Highness Veronica Lautremont, the first princess of Lautremont, will visit us, in relation to the necromancer's attack yesterday," said the orange-haired girl, surprising everyone, but Issei saw how Sylvia began to tremble. "Necromancer?" Negenda asked this time. "It's a living dead being revived by magic or skill, but it's still dead, since you can see how it decomposes," Rebecca explained. "And do we have to be there to greet the princess?" Issei asked, receiving a nod from Rebecca. That's when he laid eyes on Sylvia. "Sylvia, are you okay?" he asked, placing a hand on her shoulder, but this generated an unexpected reaction. "Kia." The blonde screamed while she curled into a fetal position and trembled. "Princess." The female voice was heard, and everyone turned to see a girl with a body that rivaled Sylvia's, with short dark blue hair and violet eyes, wearing a maid uniform similar to Grayfia's. She approached Sylvia and helped her get up, then took her to her room. "Who was she?" Issei asked Rebecca. "This is Cassette Shelley, Sylvia's personal maid," Rebecca explained. After that the day passed normally, except for having to get Volley away from Jessica, Zenobia and Akeno's rape attempts, Angela spying, and Sylvia's constant trembling. Because of this, Issei worriedly asked Cassette why Sylvia was in that state. The maid replied that since she was little, the first princess had taken Sylvia to survival training in the mountains, where every time they returned, Sylvia would remain in that same state for a week. Issei wondered what kind of sister could do something like instill fear in her younger sister. In a certain part of the world, a beautiful woman with large assets and a cat's tail and ears sneezed. He also saw how his girls apparently got along very well with the night raid girls, as he saw them talking to Negenda and Esdeath. If only he knew they were talking about him and a certain inclusion in his peerage. The next day, the academy's highest-ranking students could be seen standing in the courtyard with the teachers, awaiting the arrival of Veronica Lautremont. Sylvia was apparently better, as she wasn't trembling, but she had a different scent than usual, something that didn't go unnoticed by our dragons. The summoned were also in the courtyard, also waiting for the first princess. At that moment, they saw a small group of dragons flying in a V-shape in front of a colossal ship. It was shaped like a dragon, except for the magic circles at the rear that served to propel and fly the ship. "Skidbladner." Ross was shouted, drawing the attention of the others. "What Ross?" Issei asked his tower. "It's a magical technological ship from Asgard. There are at least 10 of them and most are in the hands of the gods, but I wonder what one is doing here, besides why it's shaped that way." That's because on one of her missions, the first princess earned a huge favor from one of the Norse gods, and to repay her, she gave him her Skidbladner, although she mentioned that it was the weakest of the 10. Explained Rebecca, who could hear what the others were talking about. "But that doesn't explain its shape, since it's very different from the others in Asgard," Ross was pointed out. "That's because the first princess made modifications to make it the country's flagship, giving it better armament and a new appearance," Rebecca finished explaining since the ship had landed. Several soldiers descended from the dragons, among whom stood out a young man with very light brown hair and grey eyes wearing armor that was more resistant and protective than that of the other soldiers. "Her Highness Princess Veronica Lautremont is descending now," Rebecca shouted as she and the others, except for the mercenaries, stood at attention, while the soldiers raised their swords, and the dragons gave a small bow. From the enormous ship, a woman very similar to Sylvia descended, with equally long blonde hair and blue eyes, and a serious expression. She wore armor that looked more like a one-piece swimsuit, except for the protectors on her forearms, shoulders, legs, and neck. What stood out most was her incredible figure, rivaling Tiamat, Office, Akeno, and Navi. "So she is Veronica Lautremont, the first princess of Lautremont," I feel like she has a powerful dragon as a companion. Our black-haired man thought, looking seriously at the woman. Chapter 13. Princesses. The first princess was stepping off the huge ship, wearing her strange armor and a huge sword that looked like an axe. She addresses the students and teachers, who bow to her, except for our mercenaries. You're loyal to come and greet me. Veronica said, raising a hand to stop the others from bowing. Is Sylvia here? The older blonde asked. Yes. Sylvia said as she approached her older sister, all under Issei's curious gaze. It's been a while, sister. 4 years, 2 months, and 13 days to be exact. Veronica said, surprising the dragons since only one kind of person would keep track of how long they've been separated from their sister. Don't tell me what it is. All the dragons thought. Indeed. I see you're well. Sylvia replied, bowing. I've been looking forward to this day. Do you mean cheating on me? I asked menacingly, surprising Sylvia. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw how Veronica tried to cut Sylvia horizontally, but she jumped back, dodging the attack. That's the Miss Veronica I know. There's no way to fool her. Sylvia said as she stood up and proceeded to remove what was a blonde wig and a mask. That's why everyone could see that instead of Sylvia, there was a very well-known blue-purple-haired girl. Cassette. Issei asked, seeing the fourth princess's maid, although now he knew why the smell and presence were different. Tell me, where is the real Sylvia? I ask, but rather command, the older blonde sticking her sword in the ground. Here I am. A familiar voice sounded, so everyone could see Sylvia approaching as she trotted. She passed by a very worried Cassette, since she knew that Sylvia could not stand in front of her sister without trembling. It's been a long time. Sister. Sylvia said but froze at her sister's serious look. What's wrong, sister? Veronica asked as she watched Sylvia tremble. Your knees are shaking. And no, Sylvia tried to say something, but her sister stopped her. You've put such ineptitude on display, and you count yourself as part of La Triamont? Veronica asked with an amused look and smile. You disappoint me. She said, placing her sword in front of a terrified Sylvia's face. It's time for your punishment, Sylvia. Veronica raised her sword and brought it down in a slash, which produced a strong current of wind, before the surprised gaze of Issei and the others, while Sylvia put on a face of complete terror, and Veronica had a small smile. Of course, when they looked closely, they realized that what had been cut was nothing more than Sylvia's uniform, along with her underwear. The fourth princess was extremely embarrassed, hugging her legs as she let out a small scream. Ki. It seems you've only grown in your breasts and rear. Are you going to be this embarrassing figure on the battlefield? That's you in a nutshell. You act pretentious, but in reality, you're nothing more than a child. No matter your ambition, Dragoner, it's much more appropriate for you to sit still. Veronica said, but a bit of anger was noticeable in the last parts. Issei couldn't stand it anymore. He understood that Sylvia's behavior deserved punishment from a royal perspective, but that was going too far. He also didn't like what she said, since how could she expect Sylvia to behave on a battlefield if she'd never been on one? So he said to her, somewhat angrily. Wait a minute. Veronica heard and saw Issei approaching her. Humiliating your own family member in public, is that how your highness acts? Issei said angrily with a bit of sarcasm in the highness part, something that the first princess and her escort didn't like. Before he could take another step, he was stopped by a sword that landed near his neck. Turning his head, he saw Issei Knight staring at him menacingly. If I were you, I would take away that sword before you end up without an arm. Issei threatened the man, releasing some of his power, surprising Veronica. How dare you address Her Highness Veronica like that? The man said angrily, ignoring Issei's power, which tensed the dragons near the ship. Dragon hunting was about to join Issei, but they were stopped by the older blonde. Leave him, Glenn. Veronica ordered, while the one called Glenn lowered his sword. Are you one of those who fought the necromancer? Veronica asked the black-haired man. What if I say yes? Issei asked as the first princess approached him. That simplifies things. She said as she turned around. Glenn, take him. The blonde ordered her faithful knight. As you command. He said while putting a hand on Issei's shoulder, without realizing that he just screwed up. The next thing they saw was Glenn embedded in the wall to their right, his eyes swiveling and a fist etched into his dented and cracked armor. They then saw Issei, his fist extended in Glenn's direction. Veronica was surprised, as her best knight had just been defeated in one blow. I warned you. Issei hissed. There's no need to kidnap me, just asking is enough. Issei said to Veronica. So could you come? I asked, receiving a settlement from him. As he passed by Sylvia, Issei saw her shed a single tear of sadness. Veronica's ship. Is it necessary to wear this? Issei, who was now wearing a waiter's outfit, asked a woman with long blue hair tied in a ponytail and violet eyes, in addition to wearing a burgundy-made outfit. But it suits you. She replied with a smile. You see, I've been tasked with providing you with guidance, Master Issei. My name is Primrose Shelley, but you can call me Prim. The girl introduced herself. Why yes. But what exactly is going on here? Asked a black-haired man who remembered how that girl grabbed him when he boarded the ship and took him to the locker room where she forcibly changed his clothes. Princess Veronica's orders. Just a little fun, she said. Prim answered while Issei's eyebrow twitched. Now let's go, Master Issei. There's a lot of work to do. She said while grabbing the black-haired boy's hand and pulling him. Wait, there. But the black-haired man couldn't finish because the maid crashed into a wall. She's very absent-minded. He thought with a nervous smile and an anime-style drop. For the rest of the day, Issei helped Prim with the chores around the ship, although Issei ended up doing them alone, since Prim was very distracted and clumsy, causing much more disaster. Once they finished, Issei could feel some familiar energies in the ship. What are they doing here? He asked himself. It's true, the princess is back and asking for you. Prim said as she pulled Issei again. I took him to a battalion of maids, who surrounded him. What's going on? Issei asked nervously. It's not obvious. We're going to undress him so he can go to the bathroom. Prim said with a smile, which was shared by the others. Wait, what? Bathroom? He asked as he watched the maid slowly approach him with malicious smiles. Save me. He thought before they pounced on him. After going through that terrifying moment, where for some reason Prim also ended up without clothes, Issei got into the huge bathroom, the same one where Dr. Angela, Rebecca, Navi, Iko, Akeno, Zenobia, Nagenda, Esdeath and Kiryu were. Veronica was also there. You were affected by the necromancer incident. What do you think? The blonde said. I think the author must have a very high magical level to revive so many. Rebecca said. Necromancy is a combination of magic and science. Said Angela. So the author must have access to a large number of machines or something like that. Esdeath said. He might be linked to that group, Cow's Brigade. Nagenda said. Maybe. Said Veronica again. Why am I here? Issei asked, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Does bathing with us bother you? The first princess asked. It's not that, it's just that. Issei said worriedly as he pointed to Akeno, Zenobia and Navi who seemed to be drunk, while Kiryu, Iko and himself were in similar conditions, but to a lesser extent. I thought I'd try some anther essence in the bath today. Prim said, holding up a bottle. Do you even know what anther does to dragons? Issei shouted, annoyed, as he pulled Echo out of the water, since anther is like alcohol to dragons. Prim, along with Veronica, didn't know why he got angry if there were no dragons in the bath. Who would have thought you'd be the ones to defeat the necromancers? Veronica said with a narrowed gaze. So these are the rumored dragon hunting. Princess, Her Highness the fourth princess is here to see you. Said one of the maids, as the door opened. Excuse me. Sister. Said Sylvia who was only wearing a towel covering herself. Sylvia? Issei asked, surprising Sylvia and making her blush. Issei? Gee girls. The younger blonde stuttered embarrassedly while the others, except for the dragons and for some reason Kiryu, greeted her. Oh Issei, how nice to see you here. Said Cassette. Is that you, Cassette? Prim asked happily. Sister. Said Cassette surprising Issei. Sister. The black-haired man asked incredulously. A while later, Prim and Cassette can be seen fanning a blushing and drunk Navi, Akeno, Zenobia, Iko, and Kiryu. As usual Sylvia, I come with a marriage proposal. Said the older blonde with a small smile and tensing Sylvia. Ever since our brother Julius, the legitimate heir, was killed for the crime of killing a dragon, the future of our royal lineage has been uncertain. You're already 16 years old. Have a healthy child now, while you are young. We can't let our bloodline end here, right? Said Veronica, but the last thing angered Issei since it was said as an order instead of a suggestion. But. The younger blonde tried to say but was stopped by Rebecca. Aren't you the first princess, Veronica? The orange-haired girl asked. The only things I'm interested in are military ones. Veronica replied. Honestly, if Julius were still here, instead of foolishly wasting his life. I'm sure our brother had his reasons. Sylvia said. I agree with her. Issei supported her, while trying not to succumb to the anther and his instincts. You've always had a soft spot for Julius. Good news then. Your fiancé will be his best friend and one of my knights, Glenn McGuire. Veronica said, trying to ignore the dark-haired man's comment. But my dream is to become an archdragoner with Lancelot. To get married and have children before that happens. Sylvia said, surprising Issei with her dream, but her sister gave her some harsh words. Considering your poor performance in this last attack, that's an interesting ambition, indeed. His sister said coldly, further angering Issei. Well, it just so happens there's going to be a match tomorrow in my honor. Prove to me the value of your little dream. I will. Sylvia said determinedly as she touched her dragon rider mark on her chest. The next day. Dragon hunting and night raid were with Veronica watching the match. if you could call it that. That was because it was a meeting between Rebecca and Sylvia, this being a unilateral massacre on the part of Rebecca, who had much more experience than Sylvia. The match itself was a game of a sport similar to handball, only with dragons. Of course, although Lancelot had great speed and agility, he was no match for Cuchulain's fierce defense. And in one move, trying to dodge Rebecca's dragon shields, Sylvia was sent flying along with Lancelot, leaving them lying on the ground, unable to get up. Aren't you worried about your little sister? Issei asked angrily, since what bothered him the most was that the older blonde saw everything as boring and didn't send help for Sylvia. You know, since yesterday I've been bothered by the fact that you're talking to me without knowing your place. She said, also angry, but for another reason. Believe me, I know my place. Said Issei, making Veronica even more angry. You know what? Let's settle this in a fight. Said Issei seriously, releasing a bit of his aura. Sounds good to me. Veronica said with an arrogant smile. A while later, Asia was applying her sacred gear to Sylvia and her dragon, while the others were sitting eating popcorn, waiting to see the massacre. You're one of the very few who challenges me to a fight, so I'll show you my dragon, come on Arthur. Veronica shouted, and a transportation circle appeared below her. From it came a dragon as big as Rebecca's, but it looked a lot like Lancelot, except for the fact that it had bigger horns, bigger fangs and a beak on its tail, and it looked much more threatening. Most of the spectators were surprised and terrified by the presence of such a dragon, except for our group. Issei just watched bored as Veronica climbed onto the dragon's head. Aren't you going to wear your arch? He asked, annoyed, as he thought they were underestimating him. I wear it all the time. Veronica said, surprising everyone, especially Rebecca. Again, it doesn't protect much of anything. Issei said in a whisper. Well, let's begin. Said the blonde, starting the fight. Issei quickly transformed, surprising Veronica and Arturo. One because she didn't know about said transformation, and the other because he recognized that the black-haired man was far above his level. But that didn't stop Arthur, who launched a powerful slash at Issei, while Veronica jumped in on the other side, gave a powerful vertical slash with her sword. Both attacks hit, creating a large smoke screen. The spectators, except for the dragons, watched this worriedly, wondering if any piece of the boy remained. But he was greatly surprised to see how Issei stopped the blow and the slash with his hands, and then sent both opponents flying. Arturo quickly recovered and charged towards Issei, firing several energy blasts that Issei destroyed with his fists. Veronica took advantage of this, thinking the boy had neglected his rearguard. She lunged with her sword, seeking to cut the boy down, but was caught by the neck by the black-haired man's tail. With Veronica trapped, he set out to finish off the enemy in front of him. In a flash, he appeared in front of Arturo and delivered a hook to the jaw, lifting him into the air. The black-haired man then appeared higher than him and slammed his heel into him, sending him plummeting to the ground. Veronica watched in amazement as her dragon was easily defeated by a stranger, and then Issei turned to her. He just hit her with his palm in the pit of her stomach, but that was enough to make her faint. I pick up Veronica and take her to a shocked Glenn, who couldn't believe that boy could defeat the first princess like that. If I were you, I'd take her and her dragon to be checked out. Issei said as he handed the fainted first princess to Glenn. A few hours later. Sylvia woke up in her room, without any injuries. Looking to the sides, she sees Issei sitting next to her, looking at her with a small smile. It's good that you're awake. Lancelot is a strong dragon, but not even he could overcome Cuchulain's barriers. Said the black-haired man, but the blonde got worse. But I had to show him. She said with anger in her voice, but she noticed something. By the way, what are you doing here? She asked. He brought you to your room. Said Rebecca, who had just entered the room. And I brought a guest. The one who entered was none other than Glenn. Gee Glenn, what are you doing here? Sylvia asked. He knelt before her. By Veronica Sama's orders, I have come to check on your condition, he replied. It's okay, I'm fine. Said the blonde. Actually, there's another reason why I came. Veronica Sama will go to the city tomorrow to see the reconstruction work, and I wanted you to. Said the brunette, but was stopped by the blonde. I know, don't make a scene while I'm your escort. She said in a somewhat angry tone. No, actually she wants you to go to St. Valerie tomorrow to say your prayers of repentance. He said, surprising the blonde and making her sad. It's okay. She said. You know about the engagement, right? She asked, getting a yes from Glenn. And it doesn't bother you? If it's an order from Veronica Sama, then I won't object. He said as he proceeded to leave, but Issei stopped him. Are you a machine that can't give its opinion? Issei said, annoyed since that guy arrived. I wouldn't get arrogant if I were you. Glenn said seriously. Do you want me to leave you like you, Veronica Sama? She said with a touch of mockery, annoying Glenn, but since he saw the fight he knew he couldn't handle him, well Sylvia didn't understand that part. After that scene, they proceeded to leave Sylvia alone, who began to cry when she saw that her sister saw her as a hindrance. The next day, Issei, along with Kiba, Gaspar, Vali, Esdeath and Rebecca, were selected to be Veronica's escort. They were in the city seeing how Veronica's mere presence increased the workers' motivation. While our group of mercenaries were watching this, a powerful explosion occurred at St. Valerie Church, where Sylvia was located. They all proceeded to climb aboard Veronica's ship and see what happened. Moments before, Sylvia, who until a few moments ago was praying, could be seen arguing with Jessica, who was there praying for Vali to get her pregnant. But at that moment, the floor of the church cracked and several people came out, led by a girl of about 15 years old, with long dark green hair and red eyes, who was wearing an Amazon warrior outfit, had a sword in her hands, and was riding a somewhat fat orange dragon. "I am Avdacha, the one who condemns, and I came for Princess Veronica's younger sister," said the one now identified as Avdacha. In less than 15 minutes, they had everyone in the church on their knees, surrounded by several of Avdacha's men, including Sylvia, Jessica, and the girl who was with the masked man. She had infiltrated the city to look for her targets, Navi and Iko, but she couldn't do anything since they spent all their time with Issei, whom she was very afraid of after the battle with the necromancer, where she accompanied the masked man when he summoned the rotten dragons. She was very unlucky that while she was in the church trying to avoid being recognized by any of the guards who were around, she was involved in a terrorist attack and the woman next to her fainted, leaving her baby behind. Sylvia was nervous. She'd never been in a similar situation, but she was determined to surrender if it meant saving the lives of civilians. But Jessica stopped her, saying that Her Highness had no reason to surrender to terrorists, so the brunette stood up ready to confront the girl. Veronica's ship. On Veronica's ship, she and her escort were watching Avdacha on a screen, although on the wanted posters she looked older, and behind her was Jessica in her underwear tied to the church cross, simulating a crucifixion. Veronica told them that Avdacha was a terrorist who was after her head. The girl threatened to feed civilians to her dragon every 30 minutes if Veronica didn't show up and let her kill her. The worst part was that they couldn't attack her because of the civilians, since Avdacha had planted bombs in the church and she had the detonator. But against all odds, prepare the cannon, Veronica ordered, surprising her escort. "You're crazy, you'll kill the people inside, including your sister," said Issei. "So what do you propose we do?" The blonde asked as Issei whispered something in her ear. Minutes later, "Avdacha-sama, someone is approaching," said one of the girl's men, pointing at Issei who was approaching with his hands up. They led him into the church where Avdacha greeted him and asked him who he was. "I'm a middleman. You must stop this, the first princess is aiming her ship's cannon here," said Issei, alarming the civilians. "I don't care, she wouldn't shoot her own sister," Avdacha said with a small smile. "Why are you doing this?" the black-haired man asked. "You see, I have a younger sister, but she was kidnapped a long time ago when she was still very young, so I've been looking for her, and I've heard that Veronica has 3 sisters, so she must know what it feels like to have a loved one torn away from you," Avdacha said, but then her dragon growled. "It seems she's hungry. Well, although it hasn't been 30 minutes, she could do with a snack," she said while looking for someone to sacrifice. At that point, to her very bad luck, the baby wanted to be breached, which the girl refused to do, but this caused the baby to start crying, drawing the attention of Avdacha and Issei. "That would be a good appetizer," Avdacha said as she instructed her dragon on who to eat. Issei was about to stop him when, to his surprise, Sylvia stepped in between them. "I won't let you do it," the blonde said. "Who are you?" the dark green-haired girl asked. "I am the 4th princess of Lautremont, Sylvia Lautremont," she said. "Oh, so the 4th princess," Avdacha said, her eyes narrowed. "Out of respect for my name, release the mother and her child," said Sylvia, but Avdacha just approached her. "So you're Veronica's sister. If you're voluntarily giving your name, then you should be prepared for what's coming," Avdacha said. "As a princess, I can't watch my people be sacrificed. I prefer to die like a knight," Sylvia said, but Avdacha swung her sword vertically. Surprisingly, this didn't hurt her, but it did cut her clothes, leaving her naked, and in response, she screamed and ducked for cover. "There lies your true form. Only by revealing your nakedness do you become a woman again. The prestige of your knightly name is gone, along with any desire to kill yourself," Avdacha said with a smile. Sylvia began to recall all those moments when her sister said she was disappointed in her, how she behaved in front of the other students, and the necromancer's attack. She sank deeper and deeper into despair until a memory came to her. It was from when Issei yelled at her during the attack. It seemed like a scolding, but she realized it was actually meant to motivate her, and surprisingly, it worked better than anything her sister had said. Gathering the same courage she'd had that day, she said, "I must thank you, Avdacha. You made me realize how weak and ill-prepared I am, but my old self is gone. She died when you cut her down." And now I am reborn as a new Sylvia Lautremont. She said as she stood up and removed the covering from her body, displaying a look of determination. I declare this. I will be the truest knight. A paladin. She said, her determination at its peak. Well said, Sylvia. The scream was heard, part of which was Issei's, while the other came from the ground. This was destroyed, showing Rebecca with her arch, Glenn with his arch too, and volley. This was Issei's plan. While he served as a distraction above, they would dig below and then attack from both sides. He considered this because if he or volley went alone, there was a chance the civilians, as well as Sylvia and Jessica, would be caught in the crossfire. But with more of them, those chances were reduced. Returning to the attack, Rebecca and Glenn used their weapons to decimate Avdacha's men, while volley went to rescue Jessica. But Issei was the only one to notice how Avdacha's dragon was dangerously approaching Sylvia from behind. The blonde, along with the two archdragoner, saw too late the dragon launching itself at her, so she chose to cross her arms and resist the attack, since Rebecca and Glenn could not reach her. But he didn't feel any pain, so he opened his eyes and saw Issei stopping the dragon's attack without any problem. That's what I call determination, Sylvia, he said with a smile, making the aforementioned woman blush. The black-haired man retracted his fist and slammed it right into the dragon's stomach, causing it to spit out blood and faint. Avdacha saw this worried, since her forces were defeated, so she had to resort to her last card, but a voice stopped her. Oh no, you won't diamond dust, said Issei, releasing the freezing attack, which left Avdacha trapped in an ice cube. Moments later, Veronica's men took Avdacha and her forces, while the girl disappeared. Sylvia had a blanket on her as she sat on the church steps, unaware of Jessica attempting to rape volley again. Are you okay? Issei asked from near her. My legs are weak right now. How pathetic. The blonde said with a small smile. In that case, come, said Issei as he got into position to give Sylvia a piggyback ride, which she accepted embarrassedly. Again, you were great there, he said, increasing Sylvia's blush. His back, it's so warm, was her last thought as they left the church, before falling asleep. The next day. I am Avdacha, the one who condemns. Yes, it was Avdacha who said it, who was on the bridge of Veronica's ship, without handcuffs or anything. Issei and volley had faces of disbelief, until. It seems that everything was planned by my sister, said Sylvia, surprising the twins. At that, Veronica explained that a few years ago, she had faced her, where Avdacha lost and had been working for her as her agent ever since. Of course, she also explained that she had set up all this to correct her sister, although she hadn't counted on the dragon attack, so she thanked Issei for saving Sylvia. But why do you work for Veronica? Issei asked. To find my little sister. Her name is Shamara, and she's turning 15 this year, she said, surprising Issei that part wasn't a lie. I must say we heard something interesting thanks to you, said Veronica as she snapped her fingers, playing a recording that was very familiar to everyone. I will be the most royal knight. A paladin. Yes, what was heard was Sylvia's declaration, making her blush while Veronica tried in vain to contain her laughter. Please stop, sister. I tried to stop that moment, but Veronica didn't pay attention and repeated it many more times. They're behaving like sisters now, Issei thought, seeing that everything Veronica did was to give her sister a goal. After that, Sylvia's engagement was called off, making her very happy. Veronica and her men continued to leave, while the entire city said goodbye to them. Do you know Issei-sama? Do you know where the Sylvanas ship got its name from? Think about it, Sylvia. Sylvanas. The set said behind him. Great, Assis Khan. All that's missing is clothes, paintings and other things related to Sylvia, he said with a sigh, remembering certain things his father told him about the current Mao Lucifer and Leviathan. In the Sylvanas, Veronica was immersed in her thoughts. So Issei. You are very interesting, thought the blonde with a smile that did not bode well for our poor black-haired boy, who felt chills for some reason. If you're wondering why Master Bible didn't show up, it's because they locked him in a room with what was necessary to survive until the first princess left, as they didn't want to get into trouble because of the perverted principle. A few days later. A week after Veronica left, a special camp was announced where students would be trained in conditions other than school. It was also agreed that Issei, Volley, Kurumi, Scarlet, Kaneko, Ravel, Mine, Kurum, Chelsea, Akame, Leon and Gasper would accompany them as bodyguards for all the students who went, while the rest stayed at the academy just in case, although the girls reluctantly. Issei was with the aforementioned talking to Rebecca about the trip, but a scream alerted them. A room in the girls' dorm is on fire. They heard several students screaming, so they went out to see, and sure enough, they saw smoke coming out of one of the girls' dorm rooms, though Rebecca looked far more worried than she should be. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.